Now, today, we're going to see what if Harry Potter was married with cute goddess Artemis. Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. In a dark and gloomy grotto somewhere in England, a couple were busy moving some stones and drawing on the ground. One of them was a man with dark, messy hair, brown eyes, and round glasses. He was placing the stones in strategic places. His companion, a woman with crimson red hair and green eyes, was drawing a circle on the ground with a piece of chalk, and the stones were situated on the edges of the circle. Meanwhile, there was an open book in the center of the circle. The woman placed a hand on her stomach and spoke. "James, are you sure about this? I know that you want to get back at that bitch, Electo Caro, for her impotency curse on me. I want to skin her alive just as badly. Is this ancient Greek fertility ritual really the answer? Also, do Sirius, Remus, and Peter know about this?" He replied, "Padfoot does. He was the one who gave it to me in the first place. He had to search pretty darn deep in the Black Library. I was hoping to surprise Moony and Wormtail. Don't worry, Lily. We'll get our revenge." Finally, James finished drawing and took out his wand. Lily stepped in the circle as well, and the two began chanting in ancient Greek. Elsewhere, in the forest of Dean, Artemis, goddess of the hunt and moon, knelt and examined the fresh tracks in front of her. Her most trusted lieutenant, Zoe Nightshade, knelt next to her. Zoe spoke. "The beast won't be far. Now, 'tis a good hunt for us, my lady. King Lycaon's right-hand man, Fenrir Greyback, is proving to be a very crafty opponent." "I agree, Zoe. It won't be long before Greyback's severed head adorns my tent." The goddess, in her adolescent form, turned to the rest of her group and signaled to them to follow her. They were making steady progress when Artemis froze in her tracks. She murmured, "In the name of my father, I haven't heard that ritual in millennia." The hunters also stopped, and Zoe shot her a confused look. "My lady," Artemis replied, "I can feel someone trying to perform a summoning ritual. I recognize this one. It summons the closest deity to the source of the ritual. I'm sorry, Zoe. I must answer this." Zoe Nightshade stood. "Then I shall come with thee, my lady. It could be a trap." The goddess nodded firmly. "Very well. Phoebe, you are in charge until Zoe and I return. I shall brief you all on the specifics of this encounter when we return." She morphed into an adult form before placing a hand on Zoe's shoulder. Then the two of them teleported to the location of the ritual. When they arrived, they saw a brown-eyed man with messy black hair and a woman with crimson red hair and piercing green eyes. Zoe laid eyes on the man, growled, and knocked an arrow and prepared to take aim at him. The woman stepped in front of the man with a glare aimed at Zoe. However, Artemis stopped her lieutenant from doing something that she would regret. "Peace, Zoe. Let us not resort to violence immediately. Now, I assume you two are the ones who performed the summoning ritual? I am Artemis, goddess of the hunt, the moon, maidenhood, and childbirth, among others." The man paused and studied a piece of parchment carefully before smacking his forehead. He grumbled to the woman, "Lily, remind me to neuter Padfoot. He told me it was a fertility ritual. Clearly, the kid is illiterate despite 7 years of education in Hogwarts. He confused a fertility ritual with a summoning ritual." He turned to the goddess and evidently recognized her. Not trusting himself to speak and potentially piss her off, he nudged Lily forward. His wife spoke. "Thank you for answering our prayer, Lady Artemis. I am Lily Potter, and this is my husband, James Potter. We are witch and wizard respectively. The thing is, we desired a child, but we are in the middle of a war with other witches and wizards of opposing ideologies." Artemis nodded. "I see. Hecate has often spoken of a magical community. She is aware of the conflict, but as gods, we cannot interfere with mortal or demigod affairs too much. However, Lady Hecate also firmly believes that the so-called blood status is a ridiculous reason to fight over." Lily continued, "During one of the battles, an enemy cursed me to be barren. We have scoured so many books and manuscripts, searching for a cure, but in vain. In the end, we decided to seek some divine intervention, so to speak. The goddess beckoned Lily. "Come, Lily Potter, I shall see what I can do." She placed her hand on Lily's shoulder and closed her eyes, murmuring in ancient Greek. A minute later, she opened them. "The bad news is that I cannot reverse or banish this curse. However, the good news is that I may have a solution to your dilemma." Artemis looked at the chalk circle and flicked her hand towards it. The circle altered itself a little, and the goddess gestured towards it. "Step in with me, and we shall begin." They obeyed, when she suddenly had a thought. Artemis looked to the heavens and called out, "Father, I have need of your assistance." A few moments later, lightning crackled and a bolt struck the ground. The two mortals and Zoe instinctively looked away. When they turned back to the spot, they saw a tall, imposing man with electric blue eyes, neat shoulder-length black hair, and a full beard. He also wore a dark blue pinstriped suit. He effused such a powerful aura that James could feel the hair on his arms standing straight and an urge to kneel. Zeus spoke. "Hello, daughter. You have summoned me?" The goddess explained the couple's plight before saying, "I wish to aid this young couple in conceiving a child. I've surmised that a blood ritual should suffice. Will this be in violation of my oath?" He adopted a thinking pose with furrowed brows. This does offer an interesting situation. You know that your oath was on the river Styx, right? I may have to consult the fates, but I do not think that the blood ritual will be in violation of your oath of maidenhood. If we are going by technicalities, you will be counted as the child's godly parent even though have not birthed it. Very well. I shall bear witness to this ritual. Both Lily and James bowed to the two gods before taking their positions in the circle. Artemis unsheathed a dagger and handed it to Zoe before instructing her to make a cut on both of the goddess palms. After that, she requested her lieutenant to do the same for the couple. Standing in between the couple, she took each of their bleeding hands, while James took Lily's free hand with his own. From there, Artemis began chanting in ancient Greek. As she chanted, a dull white glow formed in front of the goddess. It traveled through her body and through James' body before it finally entered Lily's body. Soon, the ritual was over and Artemis gave a small smile as she healed all of their cuts. "Congratulations! You are with child. As far as parentage goes, both of you are the child's parents, as am I." She paused before focusing her gaze on Lily's womb. The smile morphed into a mildly disappointed sigh. "The child is a male, I can tell." "Oh well, it matters not. When the time comes, I shall still love him as my own." Zeus gave a single nod in their direction before leaving, and only Artemis and Zoe remained. The other girl gestured to the goddess. "Come, my lady. The hunt waits for no one." Just then James called out to her, "Lady Artemis." "Yes, with this wizarding war raging, mine and my wife's safety is not guaranteed. Should anything happen to us, do you promise to take care of our child?" "We were thinking of naming him Harry." The goddess smiled. "Should anything happen to the both of you, my hunters and I promise to look after Harry. I swear on the river Styx." As soon as she said that, thunder boomed in the distance. James bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Lady Artemis. Farewell and good hunting." Chapter 2, July 31st, 1980. Soon enough, James and Lily Potter welcomed a beautiful baby boy to the world. When the baby opened his eyes, the couple saw piercing green eyes with flecks of silver on the inside edges of his irises. Naturally, their friends, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Petty grew fond over baby Harry. A few days later, Godric's Hollow was filled with guests, including Hogwarts headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. His eyes twinkled in happiness upon seeing the child. After a while, the guests began trickling back home, until the couple and the other three marauders remained. Soon, Peter slipped out the door, with Sirius following later. Remus was the last to exit the door, and he bid farewell to the newly formed family. As they relaxed in their living room with the child, there was a flash of light, and when it died, they saw Artemis once again. The goddess was once again in her adult form as she stepped towards the couple. Artemis saw the child and smiled. She reached out a hand and stroked Harry's cheek. "He's beautiful." Harry gurgled happily and reached up to clasp the goddess' finger. Artemis then turned to the couple. "Just to forewarn you, All demigod children have attention deficit hyperactive disorder and are dyslexic. The ADHD is a side effect of the demigods being naturally prepared for war. Meanwhile, the dyslexia makes it difficult for them to read in English. This is because their minds are hardwired to read ancient Greek, though they can also read Latin. Lily sighed with relief. Oh, thank goodness that most of our spells are written in Latin. Also, I think there are quills that automatically translate from a foreign language to English and back. Again, James, remind me to drop by Scribulus writing instruments for these special quills. Artemis continued. Also, demigods emit a certain aura which could potentially attract monsters. Fortunately, Hecate has informed me that wizarding wards should keep most of them out. My lieutenant, Zoe, scouted Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry last week. Her report suggests that the wards will keep out monsters unless deliberately allowed in. Lily and James' rapidly paling faces calmed down a little. Just then, the front door opened suddenly and Remus walked in. Hey, I think I left my dash. He froze when he spotted the goddess and knelt briefly, as if by instinct. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? James sighed. This was eventually going to come out anyway. Remus, you remember that Alecto cursed Lily to be barren, right? Sirius scouted out that ritual to help us. The idiot didn't realize it was a summoning ritual, not a fertility one. Remus, I'd like you to meet Artemis, Greek goddess of the hunt and the moon. He nodded and bowed. Ah, that explains why I had the sudden urge to kneel. Well met, Lady Artemis. James Potter continued. Anyway, she performed a ritual where she helped Lily conceive. The catch is that she is also Harry's mother, if we're being really technical. I understand, and thank you, Lady Artemis. She turned to him and fixed her piercing silver eyes on him. Then the goddess spoke. You have the mark of the Leakin, and have been fighting it. Remus sighed. I'm afraid so, my lady. It is a curse that I have to bear for the rest of my life. Due to my affliction, once I register with the Ministry of Magic, employment will be hard to come by. This because the ministry has passed several laws classifying werewolves as dark creatures and unfit for employment. Her face grew grave. 'Tis a shame. Though I have an idea. For just over a year now, my hunters and I have been tracking Fenrir Greyback, right-hand man of King Lycan. As a fellow werewolf, if you have any information on his movements, I would appreciate it if you pass it on to me. In return, I shall give you my blessing to suppress your werewolf instincts during the full moon. A stunned Remus stuttered. Hey, thank you, my lady. I will not let you down. She waved her hand, and a potion materialized in front of her. Artemis handed it to Lily, explaining, This is a potion that Lady Hecate has worked on with one of her sons at Damocles Belby, if I'm not mistaken. She is officially calling it the Wolfsbane potion, and it suppresses the werewolf's more animalistic behavior. It isn't a cure, but it simply makes things easier for the affected werewolves. Additionally, it only works on people who have been bitten by Lycan's minions like Greyback, not by Lycan himself. Just then, thunder boomed in the distance, and the goddess made for the door. She said, I have to go now. Father is summoning us. Before I go, I want you three to promise to not reveal to anyone Harry's true parentage until the time is right. James suddenly had an idea. He murmured to Lily and Remus, remember when Dumbledore suggested that we go into hiding at Godric's Hollow and have a secret keeper? I was thinking that we do the same for this secret and make Remus the secret keeper. The red-headed woman nodded. Good idea. They quickly performed the charm and bound the secret to Remus. Admittedly, it took nearly 6 months before they let Sirius in on the secret. This was mostly because the Death Eater attacks had intensified, and that kept everyone busy. It also meant that it was hard to get Peter alone to divulge the secret to him as well. October 31st, 1981. James turned to Lily, and he had a worried look on his face. I've been trying to get hold of Peter to tell him the truth of Harry's parentage. However, he isn't answering. I've sent Sirius to check on him and bring him over. She nodded and went to the bedroom to lay Harry to sleep. Suddenly, there was a chime, and James looked up in alarm. He cursed under his breath. Someone's trying to break in. Peter must have squealed. If we survive this, I'm going to throttle that rat. At the same time, Lily rushed around, grabbing a few books and her wand. Fortunately, Harry was still asleep, so she was able to work undisturbed. While all that was going on, the front door was blasted inwards, and in stepped Lord Voldemort. A frantic James fumbled for his wand, all the while yelling, "Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off." The Dark Lord cackled before raising his own wand and bellowing, "Avada Kedavra!" When the dreaded curse struck true, James Potter left the mortal plane. Voldemort sneered before continuing to the bedroom that housed Lily Potter and his target, Harry Potter. He forced the bedroom door open and gazed at his targets, batting away a curse that she flung at him. The Dark Lord swiftly disarmed her and advanced towards the crib. However, she stood in his way defiantly. She pleaded, "Not Harry. Not Harry. Please. Not Harry." Rapidly losing patience, he gritted out, "Stand aside, you silly girl. Stand aside now." She ignored him. "Not Harry. Take me instead. Kill me instead. This is my last warning. Not Harry. Please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Not Harry. I'll do anything." Patience all gone, he whipped out his wand again and cast the killing curse. As she slumped over, dead, he turned to his final target. Voldemort gazed at the child, who had awakened due to the commotion. He raised his wand one final time. Outside the house, a vivid green light tinged with pink illuminated from the windows before all was still. Minutes later, Sirius Black operated in and rushed inside the house. The first thing that greeted him was the sight of his brother in all but blood, lying lifeless on the floor. With dread filling his body, he rushed to the bedroom, where he saw Lily's lifeless body. Thankfully, Harry was still alive, somehow, and was bawling away. There was no sign of Voldemort, apart from a discarded tattered black robe on the floor in front of the crib. Sirius picked up the wailing boy and gently rocked him until he fell asleep. The two walked out of the house to see a large, burly man with straggly black hair and beard. Sirius approached him and gingerly handed the baby. "Hey, Hagrid, I need a favor. Get Harry to Dumbledore so that he can put him somewhere safe. I'll be back after I find a certain dirty rat for betraying James and Lily. My motorbike's over there in the driveway." With that, he operated away for parts unknown. Hagrid adjusted his grip on Harry and placed him in a small basket lined with soft cloth. He then climbed on the motorcycle and took off with Harry in the sidecar. Elsewhere in Little Whinging, Surrey, Hagrid touched down in a seemingly ordinary suburb and met two others. One was an old man with some pretty garish-looking robes. The other was a stern-looking woman with a pointed black hat. Meanwhile, Hagrid was still gingerly cradling Harry. He informed them quietly, "Little Tyke fell asleep on the way here. I borrowed the bike from young Sirius Black. He told me he was off rat hunting." The woman spoke up, addressing the old man. "Albus, are you sure about this? I've been keeping an eye on them all day, and they seem to be the worst muggles ever." Albus sighed. "If I had any other choice, Minerva, I would have taken it. I did consider Andromeda, but I fear that there are chances of her sisters visiting, and I do now know her rapport with them. The Longbottoms are out because the Lestranges attacked them earlier. Additionally, I am not sure if Augusta will be in a position to raise both Harry and Neville. Finally, the Bones are also out because Amelia may also have her hands full with taking care of her niece, Susan, especially after her brother and sister-in-law's murders. The Dursleys are Harry's only living relatives. Just then, there was a flash somewhere behind them, and a voice spoke. "'Tis not a true statement." The three of them were startled, and the two magicals raised their wands in the voice's direction. They saw a tall woman with a well-built body, dressed in a silver tunic with black leggings. She had shoulder-length auburn hair tied up in a ponytail and striking silver eyes. The new figure spoke. "At ease. I am not here for a fight. I am Artemis, goddess of the moon and the hunt. I am also the godly parent of that child." Albus Dumbledore bowed in the direction of the goddess. Meanwhile, Minerva McGonagall was scandalized. "You mean James Dash?" Artemis interrupted. "Let me clarify. James Potter did not cheat on his wife. Allow me to explain. 2 years ago, owing to a previous attack, Lily was rendered barren. As a result, James and Lily Potter mistakenly performed a summoning ritual instead of a fertility ritual. I answered the call and aided them in conceiving with a blood ritual. In essence, James and Lily Potter are still his parents, but but so am I. At that, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Hagrid calmed down. Artemis continued, "May I have my child? I promise to take care of him, if anything ever happened to them." Hagrid gently handed the sleeping baby to her outstretched arms. As she cradled the child, there was another flash behind her, and a new figure appeared. This one was dark-skinned with black hair and golden eyes. However, his most striking feature was a pair of large black wings on his back. Without turning around, Artemis said, "Greetings, Lord Thanatos. What business do you have today?" He spoke. "Lord Hades has demanded the soul of Voldemort. It appears when your sons seemingly destroyed him, his soul never appeared for judgment. So I dash." Thanatos stopped and sniffed the air. Then his eyes focused on the sleeping Harry. In particular, those golden eyes bore into Harry's lightning bolt scar. He had a thunderous look on his face. That miserable wretch! He seeks to cheat me and insult Lord Hades with such a crime. Artemis' eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, Lord Thanatos? What does that have to do with my son? Tell me, have you heard of soul jars? This piece of mortal scum has split his soul, and a piece of it resides in your son's scar." Dumbledore was stunned. "He made a Horcrux? Horcruxes? I can tell that it is only a piece of his soul. There are others, but I will have to search for them, and I'm not sure of the number either. Lord Hades will not be pleased at this development. Fortunately for you, Lady Artemis, I can remove it before it can settle. Any later than this would mean that the container would be harmed." She did not hesitate. "Do it! Remove this foul taint from my son." He placed an inky black finger on the scar, and it glowed. When he pulled it away, a dark, wispy substance was pulled from the scar. Thanatos quickly grabbed it and threw it to the ground. It then sank all the way down, hopefully to the underworld. With a nod in their direction, Thanatos disappeared away. Artemis checked her son and was relieved to find that he was breathing fine. She then turned to the gobsmacked trio of wizards and witches. "I believe it is time we bid farewell. I can promise you, Harry will be well looked after. My hunters have promised to help raise him into a fine young man. Do not worry, he shall still attend Hogwarts when he is of age. Oh, and before I leave, I must warn you that a side effect of being a demigod is attention deficit hyperactive disorder. This is because demigods' brains are hardwired for battle. Additionally, they are also diagnosed with dyslexia, so demigods can only read and write ancient Greek or Latin." Dumbledore bowed. "Thank you, Lady Artemis. It was an honor making your acquaintance. I look forward to seeing Mr. Potter at Hogwarts soon. Worry not. We shall make the necessary arrangements when the time comes." The goddess teleported away with Harry in her arms, and appeared in the middle of a forest. This did not faze her, because she knew that she and her hunters had set up base nearby. With that, she walked towards their base, still holding Harry, who snuggled into her. Before long, she reached the hunters' camp, and Zoe went to meet her first. Zoe noticed Harry in her arms and bowed. "My lady, I take it something happened to thy son's mortal parents?" "I'm afraid so, my lieutenant. Harry will be staying with the hunt for some time. When he is older, we shall send him to Camp Half-Blood." The other hunters also approached them. A fair number of them cooed over the baby sleeping in the goddess' embrace. Artemis was a little thankful that the girls accepted her decision. Many of them, particularly the nymphs, had joined up to escape love-crazy satyrs and gods. Others came from abusive environments, but they all knew that even though Harry was male, he was just a baby. Just then, one of her hunters, Selin, piped up, "My lady, I was thinking, since we are helping raise your son, we can teach him our ways, especially treating women and girls with respect." Zoe nodded in her direction. "'Tis a good idea. The child is still young and a little vulnerable. It will take time for his abilities to manifest." In the first 2 years with the hunters, Harry was well taken care of. Selin was particularly attached to the boy. This was because she had a younger brother before joining the hunt. Tragically, a Dracaena attack saw him and her mortal parents caught in the crossfire, and they perished. After she got a lucky shot and killed it, the hunters later found the 11-year-old and recruited her. Owing to her past relationship with her sibling, Selin had no trouble doing menial tasks like toilet training him. A few of the newer hunters were still hesitant to approach Harry, but they soon warmed up to him. For years later, Harry was 5 years old at the time, and he was able to keep up with the group while running. When she was sure that he wouldn't hurt himself, Artemis had gifted him a pair of celestial bronze daggers. She also procured a silver bow and a quiver full of arrows. Those weapons were able to collapse and form 2 silver rings, which he wore on each index finger. When he was 3, she explained the truth of his origins. This also included him being a wizard and explained the story of his parents. When she finished, it took nearly a week to console him. Around the time he turned 6, the goddess decided that it was time he went to Camp Half-Blood. Following a couple of weeks of travel, the hunters finally reached the outskirts of the camp. Before long, she was at the entrance with Harry next to her and the hunters behind her. He was clad in a silver jacket and a hoodie. The boy also had both of his rings, and his daggers were sheathed at his hips. It didn't take long before they heard a clopping of hooves, and a centaur appeared before them. He looked at the group and bowed to Artemis. "Greetings, Lady Artemis. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood." She inclined her head politely. "Greetings to you as well, Lord Chiron. I'd like you to meet Harry James Potter." He gestured to them to enter, and they all walked in and stopped in front of a large sky blue building called the Big House. He then pulled out a conch and blew on it. A few minutes later, several children, ranging between 7 and 18, lined up. Chiron announced, "Hello, campers. I would like to welcome the Hunters of Artemis to our camp." Just then, a silvery symbol appeared above Harry's head. It depicted the crescent moon and a hunter's arrow. Chiron knelt. "All hail Harry Potter, demigod son of Artemis, goddess of the moon and the hunt." The rest of the campers bowed as well. Then the goddess herself stepped forward. She spoke, "Campers, I am sure you may be wondering if I broke my oath of maidenhood. Let me make it perfectly clear that I did not. Instead, I participated in a blood ritual with Harry Potter's birth parents. Harry comes from Hecate's world of magic, and his mortal parents are witch and wizard. Unfortunately, their world was caught up in a civil war at the time, and during a battle, Lily Potter was hit with an infertility curse. I was accidentally summoned, as they mistook an ancient summoning ritual for a fertility ritual. I aided them, but was unable to remove the curse. So with the help of the blood ritual, I helped Lily get pregnant. The catch was that I was counted as Harry's divine mother." Slowly, the campers understood the message and welcomed Harry to their ranks. Artemis eventually took Harry's hand and gently guided him to her cabin. This was a silver building decorated with paintings and carvings of wild animals. Harry's eyes lit up when he spotted the carving of one particular animal. He babbled, "Prongs." She turned to him. "Prongs?" He rambled excitedly. "My daddy can turn into a stag, and he calls himself Prongs." The goddess had a small smile. "Seems fitting. Now, Harry, be good, train hard, and make friends. Your sisters and I have to leave now, but we will visit occasionally. Remember, when you turn 11, Zoe and I will take you to get your things for Hogwarts. Goodbye, my son. I will see you soon." With that, she kissed his brow and left him in the cabin. She eventually reunited with her hunters and turned to Chiron and a bored-looking Dionysus. She said, "Lord Chiron, Lord Dionysus, I will take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality." Chiron nodded and Dionysus grumbled, "Yes, yes. I'll see you at Olympus when old Thunderbeard holds his next meeting." Thunder rumbled in the distance and he got snappy. Yeah, whatever you say." As time passed, Harry hung out and trained with several new friends. This included 14-year-old son of Hermes, Luke, and 7-year-old daughter of Athena, Annabeth, who arrived 2 weeks before he did. He and the Apollo cabin often had friendly archery competitions, as they were crack shots with the bow and arrow. Admittedly, he struggled a little with sword fighting, but he was pretty quick with his daggers. Among the campers, Harry was fairly average in his fighting skills. However, he did manage to rack up a few monster kills during his tenure at camp. One time, after a successful day of training, Harry collapsed into his bed in the Artemis cabin, exhausted. That was when he had a fairly vivid dream. He was sitting in a forest when a woman appeared before him. It was hard to describe her, as her face kept morphing. However, what was consistent was that she was stunningly beautiful. She flashed a brilliant smile at him. "Hello, Harry. It is nice to meet Artemis' son at last." He scrambled to his feet and bowed. "Lady Aphrodite, it is an honor to meet you. If I may be so bold, your beauty does not do you justice." The goddess tittered pleasantly. Oh, you flatter me so. You have that classic Potter charm that I love so much. Anyway, let's get down to some serious business. I have named you as my champion among wizards. At his confused look, she conjured up a book, opened it to a certain page, and handed it to him. He read the title, A Mother's Love? Indeed. As you know, love is my domain. It does not matter if it is spousal love, sibling love, or parental love. Love is love. When your mortal mother defied that silly dark lord who has delusions of immortality, it tugged on my heartstrings. To willingly sacrifice yourself for your child. It is so beautifully tragic. At this, she paused to whip out a dainty handkerchief and dab at her perfect eyes. Aphrodite continued, This ritual that Lily Potter invoked is very old magic. So when this Voldemort tried to kill you, it invoked some of my power to protect you from that beastly man. Not to worry, I talked it over with your godly parent and managed to convince her to let you be my champion. A lot of people have a tendency to dismiss love as weak. She winked at him. I say pish-posh to that. What do you think started the Trojan War? Anyway, I seem to have overstayed my welcome. I will see you when I see you. Oh, and I expect you to have a little girlfriend when we next meet. His face lit up with a furious blush, and she giggled. Just before she flashed away, she warned him to look away. With that, he woke up in his familiar cabin. Making up his mind, he quickly darted to the big house to meet Chiron and reveal what Aphrodite told him. Fortunately, the book had also made its presence known in his cabin. The days passed, and things looked fairly banal, though Luke helped Harry improve his sword-fighting skills. Over time, Luke and Annabeth opened up about a third friend of theirs, Talia, daughter of Zeus, who sacrificed herself at the border of the camp. The two of them had taken the news of him being a son of Artemis pretty well, though Annabeth did pester him a little about how she managed it without breaking her vow. It was also worth mentioning that the Ares cabin stayed away from him. This was because one of their own, a muscular girl called Clarice, tried to bully him. However, when he finally snapped, a massive magical blast blew her nearly 20 feet away. That day, Chiron warned the campers about the dangers of accidental magic. Clarice was a little banged up, but grunted out an apology when Harry visited her in the infirmary. It was also when she adopted some grudging respect for him. On the day of his 11th birthday, the campers threw a huge party for Harry. He received lots of presents from his friends, especially Luke, Annabeth, and Silena Beauregard, daughter of Aphrodite, who he looked up to as another sister. Just then, the celebrations were interrupted with the arrival of an owl with a scroll in its talons. Annabeth took the scroll and pet the owl. She read, Harry Potter, Camp Half-Blood Long, Island Montauk. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. She had a sudden realization. But today is July 31st. Harry, you must hurry, obliging her. He quickly wrote a reply and walked to the edge of the forest where they usually played Capture the Flag. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he hooted once. A few seconds later, he saw an owl fly down and nip his ear affectionately. Apparently, he inherited Artemis' affinity for zoolingualism. Annabeth had tested him with various animals when she found out, much to Luke's laughter. He rolled up the scroll and whispered to the owl while stroking it lovingly. Before long, he sent it on its way back to England, while he went to make an iris message to Zoe and the hunters about this. New development. Chapter 4. I do not own Harry Potter, nor do I own Percy Jackson and their respective characters. All rights go to J.K. Rowling and Rick Riordan respectively. August 12th, 1991. After days of traveling across New York to a harbor and hitching a ride on a cruise ship, Harry, Zoe, Artemis, and Phoebe finally reached London. Artemis managed to get the address of the Leaky Cauldron from Lady Hecate. When the four of them entered the decrepit pub, Albus Dumbledore waved them over from a nearby table. He smiled. Greetings, Lady A.R. Call me Diana. We are incognito, after all. She lowered her voice. I also took the liberty of placing a glamour on my son. I'd rather not get mobbed, considering Harry's reputation, from what Lady Hecate told me. He whispered back, I understand. Greetings, Diana. I must admit, this isn't the usual protocol for the headmaster to meet a student and introduce them to the wizarding world. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall is a little stretched thin, and none of the other faculty are aware of Harry's true origins. Besides, this needed a more personal touch. Who are your companions? Artemis gestured to the two girls and spoke softly. This is Phoebe, daughter of Ares, god of war, and a fellow hunter. Next to her is Zoe Nightshade, one of most trusted and oldest serving lieutenant. The group got up and went to a certain section of the pub. Stealthily taking out his wand, Dumbledore tapped the bricks in a certain pattern. As he tapped the last brick, the wall opened up to reveal a bustling street. Several witches and wizards were moving to and fro, just going about their day. A few stopped to politely acknowledge Professor Dumbledore before getting on with their business. The older wizard guided Harry, Zoe, Phoebe, and Diana to a snow-white, multi-storied building with the name Gringotts on it. He slipped a key into Phoebe's hand and murmured, "Once you've finished your business, meet me at that shop over there, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor." Inside, Phoebe took note of the warning sign and mumbled, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Lord Hades is going to love this." As they entered, a pair of odd-looking creatures looked at them before subtly inclining their heads. Artemis bowed back, and the other mirrored her actions. Nearby, a couple of wizarding families noticed the interactions. One of them was a man with long, pale blonde hair, and his face twisted into a sneer. He muttered to himself, "Pa, who do they think they are, bowing to such lowly creatures? They merely live to serve us and keep our gold safe." Meanwhile, another man thought to himself, "I haven't seen them before. From the looks of them, they look fairly powerful. I hope to interact with them soon." The goblins bowed to them, rather than them initiating the interaction. "The boy looks like he is Daphne's age." Back with Artemis and her group, she approached a nearby goblin teller. She spoke softly, "Greetings, Master Goblin. I would like to procure your services." The goblin looked up and replied back softly, "Greetings, Lady of the Moon. We heard that you sired a demigod child and are glad to know that the rumors are true. We had no idea that said child was a wizard as well. Do you have your son's vault key?" Phoebe wordlessly handed the key to the goblin. The goblin inspected it closely and nodded. "That seems to be in order. My name is Grip Hook, and I am the Potter account manager." Grip Hook led them away from the lobby down a narrow stone passageway lit with flaming torches. It sloped steeply downward, and there were little railway tracks on the floor. The goblin let out a piercing whistle, and a small cart came hurtling up the tracks toward them. They climbed in and were off. Everyone was pretty unfazed at the speed of the cart, mostly because of the hunter's reflexes, and because Harry had gone to Disneyland with several of his fellow campers a few times. Eventually, the cart stopped by a small door in the passage wall. One by one, they all filed out of the cart. Grip Hook unlocked the door, and it opened with a lot of green smoke billowing out. When it finally cleared, Harry spotted mounds of gold coins, columns of silver coins, and heaps of little bronze coins. Grip Hook explained, "The gold ones are galleons, the silver coins are sickles, and the bronze ones are nuts." Zoe inquired, "How much is that in drachmas or American dollars?" The goblin tapped his gnarled chin thoughtfully. "I will have to get back to you on that. We have a branch in America which may be able to answer. If I'm not mistaken, it is Whimsic Alley in Los Angeles, California." Zoe nodded. "We thank thee, Master Goblin. Come, Harry, withdraw thy allowance, and we shall be off." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, big sister Zoe." With that, the boys scampered in and filled a pouch with an assorted handful of galleons, sickles, and nuts. After another thrilling cart ride, the quartet met with Professor Dumbledore at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Apparently, it was the first time Zoe had tasted ice cream, and the immortal girl practically wolfed down her cone, ignoring Harry's warning. A moment later, she regretted it, and she clutched her head in agony. Harry rubbed her back soothingly. "I told you to slow down, big sister. If you eat it too quickly, you will get brain freeze." She groaned as she massaged her temples. I am truly sorry for not heeding thy warning, Harry. Next time, this infernal but delicious meal shall not best me, Artemis gently chided. Zoe, I told you that nobody speaks like you do anymore. It has not been that way for centuries. Zoe grumbled, I hate this language. It changes too much. Dumbledore tilted his head in confusion. Diana, how long have you known Miss Nightshade? I know you mentioned that she is your oldest companion, but she raised a hand to stop him. I understand what you were about to ask. One of the benefits of being a hunter is semi-immortality and eternal youth. Of course, no male has ever been accepted into the hunt, not since Cypriotes, Orion, and Hippolytus. Tragically, Orion and Hippolytus have since passed on. This immortality comes at a price, though. The girls who join must swear off falling in love. Additionally, the immortality only lasts so long as they do not perish in battle. Zoe has been by my side for nearly 2 millennia. The wizard was impressed, and just like that, they talked for a while longer until the headmaster had to leave and go back to Hogwarts. The goddess elected to continue shopping for supplies, but not before he told them how to get to the Hogwarts Express. After trips to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Flourish and Blots, and getting his potion supplies, the group finally headed to Ollivander's, makers of fine wands. As they entered, a tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop. The quartet took in the surroundings when a quiet voice broke the silence. It spoke, "Good afternoon, Dash." The voice died in its throat as the owner suddenly registered 2 drawn silver arrows pointing in his direction. Artemis jumped in to escalate the situation before things got out of hand. She sharply ordered Zoe, Phoebe, stand down. Both of you. The goddess turned to the gulping man. I take it you are Ollivander? I think it would be wise to not startle my companions. Noted, and may I say, it is truly an honor to host a goddess in my humble shop. I am Garrick Ollivander. Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter. You have your mother's eyes, both of them. It seems only yesterday your mortal mother was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it. It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Shall we get started? He asked Harry for his dominant arm, and to his surprise, Harry said that he was ambidextrous. Ollivander mused, yes. I suppose it comes from your time in the hunt. Not to worry, I can work with that. Harry had both arms measured, shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round his head. All the while, the older gentleman was babbling about wand cores. He handed Harry his first wand, but soon had it snatched back. This continued on and on, until he finally settled on a holly wand with a phoenix feather. As soon as he touched it, he felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the wand above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. Mr. Ollivander cried, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed, oh, very good. Well, how curious, how very curious." He kept muttering, curious. Finally, Phoebe asked, "What's curious?" Mr. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar on your forehead." He gestured to the scar, which had faded a lot, but was still there. Soon, Harry staggered out of the shop, 7 galleons poorer, but with his new wand. Artemis knelt in front of Harry and held him by the shoulders. Her silver eyes met his emerald and silver eyes, and she said, "Harry, listen to me loud and clear. It is not the wand that matters. It is the person behind the wand. Nothing will ever stop me from being proud of you. I'm sure your mortal parents would say the same." He hugged her, and she reciprocated the gesture. When she broke the hug, she took his hand. "Shall we go now? We have some safe houses where we can stay until it is time for you to leave for Hogwarts." "Yes, Mum. Come, girls. Let us depart." Chapter 5. On September 1st, Selin and 2 other hunters, Sasha and Lyra, accompanied Harry to King's Cross Station. Artemis was unable to make it, as she had her duties at Olympus, while Zoe and Phoebe could not abandon their posts. So Selin and the two hunters volunteered. They loaded his trunk in the back of a rental car, while Harry held a cage containing a beautiful snowy white owl called Hedwig, a gift from Annabeth. It wasn't a long journey from their safe house, but the traffic was a nightmare, and Lyra was the only one who knew how to drive. No one really questioned it, because Selin was fairly good at mismanipulation and gave Lyra the appearance of an adult woman. The only hiccup was when another car almost swiped them off the road. The occupants of that car was a large round man with a walrus mustache and a ruddy red face. Next to him was a woman with a horse-like face, and in the back seat was an 11-year-old lump of fat throwing a tantrum. The man honked furiously and bellowed something about bloody, useless women drivers who were better off in the kitchen. Somehow, all four demigods managed to ignore the vitriol spewing from his mouth. However, they all had itchy trigger fingers, and Sasha could not resist subtly flicking a small piece of celestial bronze at one of the tires, ensuring a slow puncture. Selin leaned over to Lyra and whispered, "Make a note of the license plate. I can't wait to see Lady Artemis turn them into jackalopes." Finally, the four reached the station by 10 a.m., and they set about looking for platform 9 3/4. 5 minutes later, Selin noticed something strange about a column between platforms 9 and 10. She murmured to her companions, a clever bit of mismanipulation. No doubt, it is Lady Hecate's work. Then, she spun Harry around and hugged him before smoothing down his denim jacket and adjusting his baseball cap. Selin said, "Okay, Harry, promise us you will focus on your studies? Be good, and make sure you send Hedwig over with occasional letters. Oh, and another thing, Chiron wanted me to tell you that Annabeth wants you to keep in touch, and Lou Ellen wants to compare notes when you return. If you need anything, do not hesitate to iris message us." Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall said that you can go to their offices to IM us. He hugged her back. "Don't worry, Selin. I'll be in touch and tell you girls all about it," Sasha playfully asked. "Also, see if you can try and get us some new recruits from Magic School." Lyra elbowed her. "Ignore her, Harry. All right, let's go, kiddo. You have your luggage? Hunting knives? Rings?" He counted from his fingers. "Check, check, and check. Though, do I really need the weapons?" Selin shrugged. As Naomi always said, better to have them and not need them than to need them and not have them. Just make sure you conceal them properly. They were about to make a run for the pillar when Harry spotted a lost-looking family. The family of 3 were led by a bushy-haired brunette, pushing a luggage cart, looking around. Harry eventually caught her eye, and he went up to them. He spoke up. "Hey, I couldn't help noticing that you 3 looked a little lost." Harry leaned in and whispered to the girl, "I'm assuming you're going to Hogwarts?" The girl nodded excitedly and started rambling. "Yes, I've been reading all the books in preparation for Hogdash." He quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, earning him an indignant look. Harry hissed back, "Be careful. In the wizarding world, there is a statute of secrecy. We are in a public place, and if you shouted it out, you and your parents could get into trouble. When I was taken to Diagon Alley with my mother and some of my sisters, Headmaster Dumbledore told us about it. According to him, non-magicals who accidentally find out have their minds wiped about the knowledge of magic. Why do you think I was whispering to you?" Her face paled, and when he removed his hand, she quietly stammered an apology. Harry shrugged and gestured them towards Selin, Sasha, and Lyra. Sasha spoke up. "Come on, kiddo, you have to go now. We'll see you at home later, either on Christmas or when the year ends." With a nod in their direction and a wave goodbye, Harry charged at the wall and promptly phased through it. A few seconds later, the girl also followed him. They eventually emerged on the other side of the magical barrier, and the first thing that greeted them was a massive red steam engine, with smoke billowing from its chimney. Just as they finished admiring the engine, there was a commotion behind them. Harry and the girl spun around to see a group of 4 red-headed boys coming through the barrier. One of them, the oldest, noticed their wide-eyed looks and spoke. "I take it you 2 are first years? Ron's a first year too. Why don't you 3 stick together and find a compartment? It'll do you good to make some friends. I'm Percy Weasley, I'm a prefect. The three of them quietly shuffled into an empty carriage, with Harry calling dibs on the window seat. Harry fished out a Rubik's Cube and began fiddling with it so that he could curb his ADHD tendencies. As he twisted and turned, he noticed a spot of dirt on the boy, Ron's nose, but decided to be polite and ignore it. However, the girl had no such reservations. She glanced at Ron as if he was a bug on her shoe and spoke. "You got dirt on your nose, you better wipe it off." His ears glowed red in embarrassment, and he took out a handkerchief and rubbed his nose vigorously. Eventually, the train moved off the platform, and they were on their way. The three of them sat in an uncomfortable silence, with Harry still fixated on his Rubik's Cube when he had a brainwave. He turned to the still unknown girl, multitasking. "Hey, I'm sorry, but I don't think I got your name. I know Ron's because his brother mentioned it. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves to each other." She flushed a little. "Sorry, I'm Hermione Granger." "Ron Weasley." He stopped fiddling and shook her hand. "Harry Potter. Nice to meet you too." Their jaws dropped, and Ron gasped. "Bloody hell. And have you really got, the scar?" Harry shrugged and took off his baseball cap. "Not much left of it. It's faded a lot." Hermione queried. "Are you really?" "I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." Harry grimaced. "I had a look at those books too. Only modern magical history is accurate, that I somehow defeated him and no one knows what exactly." She looked scandalized. But books don't lie. The other books said that you used some high-level magic to defeat you-know-who." He snapped back. "I was a baby. What kind of magic would I be able to do at the age of 1? Also, books aren't the only source of information. I have never given any sort of interview about the attack because, firstly, I do not remember everything, and secondly, I hate being in the spotlight. I already had enough of it back at summer camp. Suppose someone wrote a book about you and described you as a girl with blonde hair, dark skin, and a missing arm." She crossed her arms, looked at him haughtily, and retorted, "But that's not how I look." He put his cap back on his head and fired back, "But it was written in a book, and by your logic, books don't lie. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that history is always written by the winners. Take World War II, for example. Everyone now knows the atrocities of the Nazis. But what if the Germans won the war? They would have written history a lot differently." The girl flinched at the sight of his emerald and silver eyes, which looked a little intimidating. She deflated. "You're right. I'm sorry." He turned to Ron. "And Ron, from what my adopted mom told me, the scar was actually the remnants of a dark curse, but she quickly consulted some experts and had the curse removed." Ron nodded, then asked, "What's World War II?" Naturally, Hermione and Harry gave him a Cliff's Notes explanation. Harry revealed that the war was just a cover for Grindelwald's own actions in the conflict. Obviously, he neglected to mention demigods, since that was something he didn't want getting out just yet. After a few minutes of silence, there was a small knock on the compartment door. It slid open, and a round-faced boy with dirty blonde hair peeped in. "Sorry, but have you seen a toad at all? I've lost him. He keeps getting away from me." Ron pulled out a fat sleeping rat. "Nope. There's only scabbers here. Sorry, mate." Harry got up, figuring that walking around would help him not be so fidgety. He queried, "Do you need me to help you search?" His face lit up with a grateful smile. "I'd love that, thanks." Harry and the boy walked along the train, peering into different compartments, but there was no sign of the critter. Some politely dismissed them. Others were a little more rude, especially a boy with slick blonde hair. Just then, Harry had a thought. "Hey, have you checked the lavatories? Your toad must have been looking for some cool, damp places." They hurried to the lavatories, and as soon as he entered, Harry emitted a low, croaking sound. This startled the boy, who gazed at him in wonder. Just then, there was an answering croak coming from near the wash basin. Sure enough, right under a pipe was a brown toad with warts on its back. The boy cried blissfully, "Trevor, I've been looking everywhere for you." Harry scooped up Trevor, opened a tap, and held the toad under the running water. He advised, "He was a bit too dry. I'd suggest keeping him hydrated at frequent intervals." He thanked Harry, then asked, "Is it all right if some of my friends join you in your compartment?" Harry grinned. "Sure thing. I'd be glad to make more friends. With that, they split up and Harry reunited with Ron and Hermione and resumed playing with the cube. Eventually, the boy turned up again, with two girls with him. One was a tall blonde girl with pigtails, and the other was shorter with copper red hair. The boy was a little red-faced. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Neville Longbottom." He gestured to the blonde and redhead. "And these are my friends, Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones." Harry put down the cube once again and stuck out his hand. "I'm Harry Potter. That's Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger." Thankfully, that didn't make such a big deal, aside from brief wide-eyed looks. As they talked, Neville had a though. "Hey, Harry, when you helped me search for Trevor, were you croaking at him?" Harry blushed and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Yeah, about that. Apparently, I'm a zoolinguist." At their blank looks, he explained, "I can talk to any animal and understand them." Susan was impressed. "Wow, that's actually pretty rare. Though if I may make a suggestion, you should keep your ability on the down low, especially when it comes to interacting with snakes. Magical Britain doesn't look too kindly on snake speakers, since, who could speak to snakes, and the Ministry considers Parseltongue as dark magic." Hannah piped up, "Outside Britain, it isn't actually considered dark magic. I remember 2 years ago, my family and I took a vacation to Australia. At any wizarding tourist agency, Parseltongue was a compulsory requirement for tour guides." Ron was confused. "Why?" She replied, "As it turns out, Australia is home to the most species of deadly snakes and spiders. So, Parselmouths are needed to warn snakes to stay away from tourists. Meanwhile, they also have to compulsorily learn the spider-repelling charm." Ron shuddered. "I don't think I like Australia. I hate spiders. When I was younger, the twins transfigured my teddy bear into a spider. Ever since then, I have been scared of them." Sometime later, the compartment door flew open again. The blonde boy from earlier swaggered in, flanked by two thuggish-looking boys, one of whom was picking his nose. He took in the six of them. "Is it true? They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it?" Harry immediately got a bad vibe from the boy. He seemed to be exactly the type of male that his mother would turn into a jackalope. Having lived in the hunt for a few years, he had seen his fair share of disrespectful males, many of whom were turned into jackalopes and hunted. He finally packed the cube in his trunk and replied, "That's me." "Oh, this is Crabbe and this is Goyle," said the pale boy, absently gesturing to his two companions. "And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron choked down a snort, and Malfoy shot him a poisonous look. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He took in the others. "Longbottom, I'm surprised they let you attend. I thought you were a filthy squib." Neville's hand twitched, and Hannah inched closer to him, getting ready to potentially restrain him. Malfoy glanced at Susan and Hannah. "Bones. Abbott." He glossed over Hermione and turned back to Harry, holding out his hand. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Harry took his hand but didn't shake. Instead, he spoke in a low voice. "I appreciate the advice, but I'd rather make my own conclusions about whom I wish to associate with." With that, he squeezed Malfoy's hand hard, making the other boy wince a little. When Harry let go, he looked at his own hand. "Apologies. It seems I underestimated my own strength." Malfoy wiggled his hand and glowered. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. You hang around with riffraff like the Weasleys and that Hagrid, and it'll rub off on you." Harry's eyes narrowed, and Crabbe and Goyle instinctively flinched, as his eyes were pretty scary. He spoke menacingly. "Was that a threat, Mr. Malfoy? I suggest you leave." The boy sneered. "What if we don't want to?" Harry noticed the still sleeping Scabbers in the corner of his eye. However, he didn't want to risk exposing his zoolinguistic skills, especially not in front of Malfoy. Fortunately, he was saved when Percy Weasley suddenly appeared behind them. "Ahem. Is there a problem?" Malfoy lingered briefly, before weighing his options and strategically retreated, muttering, "My father will hear about this." Percy peered at the 6 remaining kids. "We're getting close now. I'd suggest you all better get changed to your robes. Also, Leave your luggage on the train. It'll be taken separately. The three boys moved out of the compartment to allow the girls to change. When they were done, Harry and his new friends changed as well. Before long, the train slowed and eventually pulled into a station, where everyone disembarked. By then, it was fairly dark, but soon, there was a lit lamp in the distance and it was steadily getting bigger. A voice called out, "Fur's years! Fur's years over here! All right there, Harry? Come on. Follow me. Any more Fur's years? Mind your step now. Fur's years, follow me." Very soon, a very large man emerged and introduced himself as Hagrid, keeper of the keys at Hogwarts. Armed with just a lantern, he led everyone down a rocky path, which was a little slippery. An olive-skinned boy in front of him stumbled. He quickly reached out, grabbed the boy's shoulder, and steadied him. The boy shot him, grateful nod before continuing. Many others slipped, but Harry had his hunter training to thank for being sure-footed. Eventually, they reached a massive black lake. On the other side of the lake, perched atop a high mountain, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers, its windows sparkling in the starry sky. "No more N4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry picked out a random boat and was joined by a girl with honey blonde hair and aristocratic features. A sandy-haired boy joined him, along with a dark-skinned boy. Ron, Neville, and Hannah were in another boat with a girl who had a slightly upturned nose. Susan was with Hermione and a pair of Indian twin girls. "Everyone in?" shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward, and the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. "Heads down," yelled Hagrid as the first boats reached the cliff. They all bent their heads, and the little boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. They were carried along a dark tunnel, which seemed to be taking them right underneath the castle, until they reached a kind of underground harbor, where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. Harry was the first one out of his boat and offered his hand to the girl. She hesitated slightly before taking his hand and exiting. The two boys with him disembarked on their own after polite refusals of help. To the three's confusion, Harry doubled back to the lake, scooped up some water, and went up to Neville, who was juggling his toad. After pouring the water on Trevor, the toad calmed down. Harry shot him a pointed look, and Neville flushed and mumbled an apology. "Sorry, I forgot." Then they clambered up a passageway in the rock after Hagrid's lamp, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge oak front door. Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. Harry secretly wondered whether he was a reformed Laestrygonian. The door swung open to reveal a tall witch with graying hair, clad in emerald green robes. Judging from her stern appearance, she could have rivaled his mother in terms of intimidation. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She pulled the door wide open to reveal a massive entrance hall. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches like the ones at Gringotts. The ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. As though she had rehearsed it, she spoke, "Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses." The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Hermione turned to Ron. How exactly do they sort us into houses? He grunted, some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. Suddenly, he got startled when several ghosts casually floated and talking among themselves. Several others behind him screamed. Next to him, Hannah also screamed and clutched the nearest hand, his own. The ghost of a fat little monk said, "Forgive and forget, I say. We ought to give him a second chance, Dash." His companion retorted, "My dear friar, haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves? He gives us all a bad name, and you. No, he's not really even a ghost. I say, what are you all doing here?" "New students," said the fat friar, smiling around at them. "About to be sorted, I suppose? Hope to see you in Hufflepuff. My old house, you know." "Move along now," said a sharp voice. The sorting ceremony is about to start. Professor McGonagall had returned. One by one, the ghosts floated away through the opposite wall. Now, from a line, Professor McGonagall told the first years, and follow me. Chapter 6. Harry lined up behind the olive-skinned boy, with the Indian twin girls behind him. Somewhere nearby, Ron mumbled, "I really hope Fred was joking about fighting a troll." Upon hearing that, Harry's throat tightened in fear. Would he be forced to expose his demigod powers already? One of the twin girls noticed his terrified expression and incorrectly guessed what was troubling him. She said, "I'm sure it won't be something like that. We're only first years, and going up against a troll is pretty much suicide." "Hi, I'm Padma Patil, that's my sister. Parvati." Harry fought down the urge to snicker at the irony of the statement. However, he controlled himself and gave a small nod and introduced himself. Together, everyone filed out through an imposing pair of double doors into the Great Hall. When he took in the scenery, he could not imagine a more beautiful scene. Only Olympus could outstrip it in terms of majesty. Artemis had taken him on the day of the winter solstice because Lord Hades wished to speak to him. The god of the underworld had personally bestowed upon him a quest to seek out the Horcruxes and destroy them, after Thanatos reported to him with the soul fragment from Harry's scar. The Dark Lord's wraith was also at large, but was proving too elusive for his kindly ones. Bringing his mind back to the present, he gazed up at the ceiling. Inky black sky, dotted with twinkling stars, greeted him. He overheard Hermione mutter, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." When he looked back to the front of the hall, he saw Professor McGonagall put a stool in front of everyone and place a ratty-looking hat on it. Suddenly, a rip near the brim opened wide, almost like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hat sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head the sorting hat can't see. So try me on, and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." With that, the whole hall reverberated as everyone burst into applause as it finished its song. "So, we just got to try on the hat." Ron whispered harshly. Padma shot him a triumphant grin. "Your brothers were probably pranking you." He grumbled, "Wouldn't put it past them to do that." As they talked, Professor McGonagall stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. She announced, "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." Hannah was up first, and after a moment's pause the hat hollered, "Hufflepuff." The table with students clad in yellow cheered and clapped as she joined them. Susan Bones also joined her, while a boy called Terry Boot got sorted into Ravenclaw. Harry caught Hannah and Susan's eyes and sent a silent message. The meaning was clear. No matter the house, we're still friends, right? They subtly nodded back as the sorting continued. Mandy Brocklehurst became Terry's new housemate, while Lavender Brown, a blonde girl who looked a little dolled up, became the first new Gryffindor. Harry had no doubt in his mind that the daughters of Aphrodite would love to get fashion and makeup tips from her. After Lavender, A large girl with a mix of muscle and fat strode forward. Before long, Millicent Bulstrode joined Slytherin. Harry noted that in a fist fight between her and Clarice, it would be a tough call. Sometime after a few more names, a boy called Justin Finch Fletchley got sorted into Hufflepuff. The next one of his friends to be sorted was Hermione, who was promptly carted off to Gryffindor. More and more students got sorted, and Harry was starting to miss his Rubik's Cube. He fidgeted on the spot so much he almost missed Daphne Greengrass being sorted into Slytherin. Neville drew a few laughs when he hurried to the Gryffindor table while still wearing the hat. Pink-faced, he handed the hat to Morag McDougal, who got sorted into Ravenclaw. Malfoy sauntered forward, as if he owned the place, and the hat barely touched his head when it screamed, "Slytherin!" Both of his thuggish bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, were already there. Lily Moon headed to Ravenclaw, Theodore Knott and Pansy Parkinson headed to Slytherin. Surprisingly, Padma Patil and her twin sister, Parvati, were split up in Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, respectively. Sally Ann Perks joined Hufflepuff. Finally, McGonagall called out, "Potter, Harry." Harry stepped forward, pointedly ignoring frenzied whispers. However, he could still hear them. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" He internally rolled his eyes. Great. This was just like when his godly mum claimed him at Camp Half-Blood. As the hat dropped on his head, he heard a voice in his ear. It said gleefully, "Oh ho, now this just got interesting. Haven't had to sort a demigod wizard in millennia. Not since the founders themselves. Worry not, young demigod. No one can hear this but you and I." His eyes widened under the hat. The founders of Hogwarts were demigods? Aye. Godric was the son of Zeus, and he was mighty proud of the lad. Helga was a child of Demeter, Rowena was a daughter of Athena, and Salazar was the son of Hecate. Harry thought back. But although the Big Three pact was in place, the pact was struck long after Godric's time. Anyway, let's get you sorted. Child of the Moon, people are getting suspicious. Now let's see. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, my goodness, yes. And a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? You are fiercely loyal to the hunt, so Hufflepuff would love to have you. Your friend Annabeth's influence has impacted you well, so Ravenclaw is an option. I was tempted to put you in Slytherin, but I doubt the house would survive. With you in it, you'll be fine, but I doubt the students there would be fine. As for courage, you have it in spades, so it better be dash. The hat bellowed, "Gryffindor." The red table burst into cheers, and a pair of red-headed twin boys were dancing a jig and chanting, "We've got Potter! We've got Potter!" Just before he removed the hat, it whispered in his ear, "Come again one of these days, and I'll tell you more about the founders." Harry trotted over to the Gryffindor table and slotted himself next to a sandy-haired boy with freckles called Seamus Finnegan. With that, he watched the sorting and also noticed Professor Dumbledore seated in the middle of a very long table. He began to fidget once again, and Hermione glared a little. She hissed, "Do you mind? It's just been 5 minutes since you've sat down." He whispered back, "Sorry, I kind of have ADHD, and I'm also dyslexic." Her glare softened to a more sympathetic look. She nodded. "I see. Will it be any problem for you?" "Well, I can't read English well, but I'm fairly okay with Latin and a little ancient Greek. Headmaster Dumbledore told me that a lot of our spells are based on Latin. However, I may have issues with subjects like herbology or potions." She smiled. "I'll tell you what, if you can teach me some Greek, I can transcribe my notes for you to read. As for homework, you can write it in Greek and I'll translate it for you." "Deal, deal." And they shook on it. Eventually, Ron Weasley joined them, after being sorted into Gryffindor. When he came over, Percy and the twin redheads congregated around him and patted his back enthusiastically. After Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin, Professor McGonagall rolled up the scroll and took the hat away. After she did so, Dumbledore got to his feet and beamed at the students. He spread out his arms grandly and spoke. "Welcome. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." Harry was just beginning to wonder if he was a bit dotty, until his empty plate shimmered and was piled high with food. Everyone dug in, but Harry got up with his plate, headed to a nearby fireplace. He closed his eyes, murmured a quick prayer to his mother, and scraped a juicy chicken drumstick into the fire. It flared a little and went back to normal. He sat back down, amid gapes from others around him. Ron exclaimed, "Mate, what the bloody hell was that all about? What a perfect waste of a nice chicken leg." Harry explained, "Yeah, about that. It was just how I was raised." He lied smoothly. "My foster family are pretty religious, and this was a tradition in the household. They were originally from Greece and still worshipped some of the Greek gods. From what my foster mom told me, it is tradition to sacrifice part of your meal for the gods. You can't give them bits of food that you don't like, because it's disrespectful." Hermione nodded in understanding, as did Parvati. Ron simply muttered, "You're bloody mental. Food is food." Parvati shrugged. "I don't see what's wrong. My sister and I are Hindus, and our religion forbids us from eating beef." Those listening in nodded in understanding. Percy spoke up, "Okay, Harry, these are your traditions. We're not going to question them." After a few minutes, a ghost dressed like he was in a medieval nobleman floated up to him. Harry looked up and smiled at him. "Hi, I'm Harry. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, at your service." Ron blurted, "Blimey, you're nearly headless, Nick." The ghost huffed irritably. "I prefer Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. Thank you very much." Seamus asked, "How can you be nearly headless?" Harry couldn't stop himself. The same way the dread Pirate Roberts was only mostly dead. Hermione snorted in laughter, with Dean Thomas also joining her. The dark-skinned boy leaned over and clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder, exclaiming, "You and we're going to get along, just fine." Ron, Neville, Seamus, Parvati, and Lavender were a little lost. Harry gestured that he would tell them later. Meanwhile, Sir Nicholas had a smirk on his face before he grabbed his left ear and yanked it upwards. On cue, to everyone's disgust, his whole head swung off his neck and fell onto his shoulder. Obviously, he had been beheaded, but the executioner had done a bang-up job of it. Sir Nicholas flipped his head back on properly and had a smug look at seeing their green faces, before floating on to greet other Gryffindors. Eventually, they all talked about their families. Seamus said, "I'm half and half. Me dad's a muggle. Mom didn't tell him she was a witch till after they were married. Bit of a nasty shock for him." Neville piped up next. "Well, my gran brought me up and she's a witch, but the family thought I was all muggle for ages. My great-uncle Algie kept trying to catch me off my guard and force some magic out of me. He pushed me off the end of Blackpool Pier once. I nearly drowned. But nothing happened until I was 8. Great-uncle Algie came round for dinner, and he was hanging me out of an upstairs window by the ankles when my great-auntie Enid offered him a meringue, and he accidentally let go. But I bounced all the way down the garden and into the road. They were all really pleased. Gran was crying. She was so happy, and you should have seen their faces when I got in here. They thought I might not be magic enough to come, you see. Great-uncle Algie was so pleased he bought me my toad." Harry frowned. "Stop me if I'm wrong, but isn't that child abuse? Does the wizarding world have any laws against committing child abuse? Surely your great-uncle Algie would have been in trouble, because he could have potentially killed you." At their blank looks, he groaned. He spoke, "All right, my turn. Remember I spoke about living with a foster family? We live in America, but my family was originally from Greece. I'm actually the only boy there, but I have many sisters." Everyone was a bit fascinated. Then he let the next person take over. Eventually, there was a lull in the conversation, and he was slowly starting to get drowsy. He looked up at the high table, spotting Professor McGonagall talking to Headmaster Dumbledore. He spotted a nervous-looking man in a turban, talking to another man with greasy black hair. Harry nudged Percy Weasley. "Hey, Percy, could you tell me who the professors are?" "Professor McGonagall introduced herself earlier, and Headmaster Dumbledore took me to Diagon Alley." The prefect pointed. "The one with the turban is Professor Quirrell. The one he is talking to is Professor Snape. Quirrell is the new defense against the dark arts professor, and Snape teaches potions. He is also the head of Slytherin House. Just a heads up, though, he hates all Gryffindors on principle, and he can and will take away points for any trumped-up reason. So my advice is, don't tick him off. That means no protesting his deductions, no matter how unfair it is. He will only use that as an excuse to take away more." After finishing his talk with Quirrell, Snape made eye contact with Harry, and something happened. Harry internally thanked Lady Hecate for warning him against mind readers and helping him shield his mind. The hook-nosed teacher flinched very slightly as his legitimacy probe crashed into a barrier. Harry's emerald and silver eyes narrowed at Snape, and the faculty member shuddered slightly. After a while, the food disappeared and Dumbledore stood up. Ahem, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. A few students laughed nervously, but Harry was incredulous. This so-called warning was as suicidal as a child of the Big Three using a mobile phone outside Camp Half-Blood. This was pretty much a death sentence. Percy was puzzled. That's odd. He usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest full of dangerous beasts. Everyone knows that. I do think he might have told us prefects, at least. Back at the head table, Dumbledore led everyone through the school song. Harry cringed a little, as he was sure that Apollo and his children would have killed the song with fire. Once everyone was done, the headmaster gestured for them to head off to bed. Percy led the exhausted Gryffindors through doorways hidden behind sliding panels and hanging tapestries. After ambling up more staircases, they came to a sudden halt. Harry spotted a bundle of walking sticks floating in mid-air ahead of them. Percy stepped forward, and the walking sticks were suddenly flung at him. The prefect dodged before whispering to the students, "Peeves, a poltergeist." His voice rose sharply. "Peeves, show yourself. Do you want me to go to the Bloody Baron?" A pop answered him, and a little man with wicked, dark eyes and a wide mouth appeared, floating cross-legged in the air. He cackled, "Oh, ickle first eyes. What fun! Go away, Peeves, or the Baron will hear about this, I mean it," barked Percy. After the poltergeist made himself scarce, Percy advised, "You want to watch out for Peeves. The Bloody Baron's the only one who can control him. He won't even listen to us prefects." Here we are. Percy stopped at the end of a corridor, in front of a portrait of a fat woman in a pink silk dress. Fanning herself, she lazily asked, "Password?" "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They all scrambled through it and found themselves in a cozy, round room full of squashy armchairs. Percy and a female prefect directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, they found their beds at last. As the train conductor promised, their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, they pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. Chapter 7. The next morning, Harry woke up by 6 a.m., as was his habit. He looked around him, and the other boys were still asleep. Ron was snoring away, but no sound came, due to Percy Weasley putting a silencing charm around everyone's beds. Harry dressed silently and strapped on his hunting knives and his rings. He even grabbed an emergency stash consisting of a small square of ambrosia and a bottle of nectar before padding down the stairs. He mentally thanked Hunter Thea for teaching him how to be stealthy. The demigod snuck out of the portrait and opted to go exploring. Admittedly, he had to dodge caretaker Argus Filch twice, but escaped both times with Filch being none the wiser. Eventually, he made his way to a stadium, which he guessed was used for Quidditch. After a small warm-up, Harry set off at a jog around the entire stadium. 5 laps later, he found a stray dummy, so he decided to practice his archery and knife play. Following a bout of hacking and slashing and firing arrows, he headed back to the castle. Harry checked his watch and was surprised to learn that only an hour had passed. As he entered the courtyard, he began to feel a little hungry, so he headed to the Great Hall. Fortunately, there were a handful of students milling around, so he quietly took a seat. He didn't have to wait long until more students began trickling down. Neville, Dean, Seamus, and a couple of Gryffindor first-year boys sat next to him, with the girls on the other side of the table. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Where's Ron?" Hermione scowled. Lazy Pratt refused to wake up. "I told him we would be late for our first day of school." Harry raised his hands placatingly. "Whoa, Ease up, will you? This is just the first day, and nobody is that strict about breakfast. She glared at him and huffed, and he sighed in response. Fine, I'll go get him. Give me 10 minutes. He raced back to the tower, luckily reaching the portrait just as one of the seniors had opened it. He climbed up the stairs and entered the dorm room. Sure enough, Ron was sprawled out in his bed, lying on his stomach and snoring away. This time, the silencing charms were down, so he got a full blast of the cacophony. He ignored the din and made his way to Ron's bed. Harry shook the boy. What? Wake up, Ron. You're going to miss breakfast. There was no response, and Harry tried 2 more times. After a minute, a smirk plastered itself on his face, and he said to himself, Now where do I get some ice? Suddenly, there was a pop near him. He jumped, nearly whipping out his knives in the process. The demigod spotted a small being that was 2 feet tall with spindly arms and legs. The being spoke up in a high, squeaky voice. Greetings, Hoggy student. I's being Flopsy. I is a house elf. Here's being an ice cube that yous wanted. He smiled as the house elf. Thank you, Flopsy. It's nice to meet you, and this is perfect. I'll leave you to your duties. The elf nodded once and popped away. Harry turned back to the snoring Ron with an evil smirk. He called out in a sing-song voice, Oh, Ron, this is my last warning. Wake up. The red-headed lump refused to budge, and Harry sighed. I didn't want to do this, but you leave me no choice. He grabbed the back of the boy's collar and slipped the ice cube down the back of his pajamas. Moments later, there was a howl. Bloody hell. That's cold. Ron got up and glared at a laughing Harry. The black-haired boy composed himself. I'm not apologizing. You were not waking up, no matter what I tried. I got desperate. Now, get your butt to the showers. We're waiting downstairs for you, so that we can have breakfast together. Ron grumbled, Fine, fine. I'm coming. Just as Harry left the room to give Ron some privacy, 2 pairs of hands grabbed him. He spun around, ready to defend himself, when he spotted the red-headed twins grinning at him. One spoke, Hello, Ickle Harrykins. I must say, that was a neat trick in waking up Ronnie boy. I'm Fred. That is my less handsome brother, George. GODESS? Why didn't we ever think of that? Harry shrugged. Does he always oversleep? The 2 nodded with mad grins on their faces. Harry's own face split into a grin. Excellent. I guess it's up to me to break him from that bad habit. They left, and 2 minutes later, Ron emerged and the 2 of them headed to the Great Hall. Hermione spotted the 2 and waved them over. There you 2 are. Come on, hurry up and eat. We'll be late for class. Annoyed, Ron was about to retort when Harry cut him off. He sarcastically quipped, I missed the part where you decided to become my mom. Lighten up, will you? It's only the first day. She glared at him. He fixed her with his piercing emerald and silver eyes. I understand that we're in a school and that you are eager to study. However, you have heard the phrase, all work and no play, right? Hermione snapped. That's just a myth invented by lazy people. He shrugged. Suit yourself. They ate in silence for a bit. Then, Professor McGonagall came over and handed them their schedules. Fortunately, that day was a day off for them, and they were free to explore the castle, except for the 3rd-floor corridor. Before long, everyone split up to do their own thing. Harry suddenly remembered his promise to the Sorting Hat. He trotted over to the nearest student and asked where the headmaster's office was. When they asked why, he simply said that he wanted to talk to him about some personal matters. Professor Dumbledore was in his office, writing some letters, when he saw Harry step in. He smiled. Hello, Harry. May I call you Harry? Only in an informal setting, sir. I'd rather you not be accused of favoritism. I was actually wondering if I could talk to the Sorting Hat. He and I were having a rather interesting conversation. The headmaster got up and retrieved the hat. Once again, a tear appeared on it, forming a mouth. It spoke. Hello again, Mr. Potter. I see that you have returned. Hello, Albus. Prepare for the surprise of your life. Harry Potter is the first demigod wizard since the founders of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You mean the founders were demigods too? Aye. Godric was the son of Zeus, long before the Big Three pact. Helga was a daughter of Demeter. Rowena was a child of Athena, and Salazar was the son of Hecate. Albus asked, What is the Big Three pact? Ah, that is quite a story. You see, any child of the eldest 3 gods, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, are the most powerful ones. Their existence alone has helped shape many major world events. You remember the Second World War? It was basically a conflict with the children of Zeus and Poseidon, fighting the children of Hades. Of course, that pesky upstart, Grindelwald, took advantage of the conflict to start his own war. After the war ended, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades swore a pact on the river Styx to never sire any children. Now, swearing on the Styx is a very serious vow, and breaking it has massive repercussions. Dumbledore asked, why did they swear it? There was a prophecy. It goes like this: a half-blood of the eldest gods shall reach 16 against all odds and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul, cursed blade, shall reap a single choice, shall end his days. Olympus to preserve or raise. The hat continued. Anyway, Godric was actually safe because the pact was made long after his birth. However, Salazar was partly jealous of the other three. This was because Hecate is considered a minor goddess, compared to the likes of Zeus, Demeter, and Athena. In the main Olympian Council, all three of them have a seat, but Hecate did not. This was one of the biggest reasons behind the founders' fallout. The whole Muggle-born versus pure-blood drivel was mostly a minor reason behind it. Salazar was mostly afraid that the Muggle parents would try to kill their children to purge them of magic. Dumbledore was gobsmacked. Incredible! This will turn the entire wizarding world on its head. Is there proof of this, though? The hat hummed. Last I heard, Salazar kept everything recorded in a journal hidden in his precious chamber. Thank you, you have been most helpful. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. Now, I suggest you run along now. After Harry left the office, he came across a thin woman wearing thick, round glasses. She was draped in a gauzy shawl and wore bangles covered with shining sequins and glittering strings of beads. She spoke up in an ethereal voice. Hello, young child. I am Professor Trelawney. I teach divination from 3rd year and above as an elective course. Suddenly, she froze up. Her mouth opened and a green mist emerged from it, coiling over the floor in thick tendrils, hissing like 20,000 snakes. She spoke. A stone of power, bathed in red. An evil and another's head. 2 chosen foes will clash once more deep within the House of 4. Reflected is your true desire. Past might and wit and arcane fire. A lord of darkness, seeking life, wishing pain and toil and strife. Will yield to none and grasp his goal and no new power in his soul. With that, the mist dissipated and she slumped forward. Luckily, Harry caught her before she fell. Half dragging the unconscious woman, Harry called out for help. Just then, an older Ravenclaw girl with blonde hair and a prefect badge came running out to help him. She introduced herself as Penelope Clearwater, as she and Harry half-carried Trelawney. Eventually, they reached the hospital wing, and Harry was introduced to Madame Pomfrey. Penelope explained that Harry found Professor Trelawney unconscious. This prompted a few disapproving clucks from the matron. She grumbled. This woman probably had far too much fire whiskey. It is only the first day. Eventually, the prefect left, and Harry half stumbled back to Gryffindor Tower. When he reached, he pulled out a notebook and wrote down the prophecy in ancient Greek. Afterwards, he decided not to dwell on it and went to find Hermione. He did promise to teach her ancient Greek after all. Apparently, she was a very fast learner. In just the span of a few hours, she was able to write fluently. On the second day of school, classes officially began. Just before he started his day, Harry told Professor McGonagall about his dyslexia and preference for writing in ancient Greek. Since she was also aware of his heritage, she approved of his plan to have Hermione translate for him. Classes were fairly all right, but history of magic was a nightmare, especially for a child with ADHD. Herbology was a nice class and something he was fairly all right at considering how much time he spent in the wilds with the hunters. Charms was fun, as Professor Flitwick was an excitable little man. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall was hard, but fair. If Harry didn't know any better, she was either Athena in disguise or one of her legacies. The less said about Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class, the better. In a nutshell, it was an absolute joke. When Harry first stepped inside the classroom, his senses were filled to the brim with the stench of garlic. Rumors among the seniors was that the garlic was supposed to ward off vampires. Having fought a couple of Impauzi in his youth, Harry was a bit suspicious of that statement. However, He figured that the vampires in the wizarding world were different. The stuttering man also dodged several questions about how he fought off the various dark creatures. That Friday, he asked Dean Thomas, "What have we got today?" "Double potions with the Slytherins," came the reply. "Snape's head of Slytherin House. Rumor has it that he always favors them. We'll be able to see if it's true." Percy's voice interrupted then. "Yes, I need to talk to you a lot about him. Whatever you do, do not antagonize him. Even if you feel that he is favoring Slytherin, do not call him out on it. You will only make it worse for your house." An hour later, Harry and the rest of the Gryffindors trooped down to the dungeons. A minute later, the greasy-haired man from the opening feast stalked in, with his black robes billowing. Just like with Professor Flitwick, Snape started with the attendants. He paused at Harry's name and drawled condescendingly, "Ah yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Harry's eyes narrowed dangerously and refused to rise to the bait. Snape continued the roll call before putting down the register. He paced back and forth. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect that you will really understand the beauty of a softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death. That is, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Harry was now sure that if Athena had heard him, she would have flogged him on the spot. His mom would have done a lot worse. Suddenly he barked, "Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot into the air, but Harry ignored her. He spoke clearly. "In addition to sloth brain and saprophyros bean juice, you'll get a powerful sleeping potion called Draught of Living Death, sir." Snape froze slightly before muttering, "Beginner's luck." Out loud, he ordered, "If I told you to find me a bezoar, where would I find it? If it is unavailable in this laboratory, you can buy it in any apothecary. Aside from that, they can be found in the stomach of any farm animal like a cow, sheep, pig, horse, or a goat. However, it is believed that the bezoars found in goat stomachs are far more potent in saving people from poisons and poorly brewed potions, especially when compared to any other domesticated animal, sir." One eyebrow was raised. "Finally, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry was ready once again. "It depends on the location, sir. They are essentially the same plant. Though, in the United Kingdom and other parts of Europe, it is called wolfsbane. Meanwhile, in Africa, Asia, and Australia, it is known as monkshood. However, in North and South America, it is known by the name aconite, sir." This time, both of Snape's eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. The rest of the class gaped at him with their jaws dropped. Even Hermione was staring in disbelief. The professor studied Harry for a few seconds before saying, "It seems that there is some hope for you after all. Sit down." He agonized a little while longer before gritting out 5 points to Gryffindor. Snape looked at everyone else. "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" Everyone scrambled for their parchments, but Harry got a head start on them. The lesson continued, with Snape dividing everybody into pairs. Hermione stuck by Harry, with Ron partnering Neville next to him. Harry looked at her, and she understood his message. Together, they walked up to Snape. Harry spoke softly. "Professor, I just wanted to forewarn you. I have been diagnosed with dyslexia, so English will be difficult for me to read. I have found that I can understand Latin, but ancient Greek is one of my strengths. It is all right if I submit my essays and writings in that language." He fixed his black beady eyes on them. "You may. I am assuming Granger will be assisting you? However, I must insist that the work be accurate. I want Granger to translate word for word. I do not want her to make any corrections for you. Just so you know, astronomy. Professor Sinistra is able to read ancient Greek, so I will be getting her assistance while grading. You two may return to your station." The two of them nodded. "Yes, sir." The very first potion they brewed was a cure for Boyle's potion. Both Harry and Hermione worked meticulously during the class. He copied down the notes in Greek and handed it to her for review. After making her own notes, she gave a gentle tap on his parchment with her wand and murmured a spell. Slowly, The words began to glaze over Harry's head, and he was getting a bit of a headache. When the practical segment of the class began, he fidgeted a little when Hermione took her turn to brew the potion. Harry idly looked around the dungeon room. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Neville about to add some porcupine quills while it was still on the fire. He reacted quickly and smacked the hand away, mouthing, "Cauldron off the fire first." The pudgy boy blushed before obeying Harry. Eventually, he and Hermione bottled their potion before presenting it. They both handed in their papers, and Snape reviewed it. He grunted. This work was satisfactory. You may go. At lunchtime, Hedwig came swooping in with a letter clutched in her talons. Harry opened it and saw an untidy scrawl, which was murder to his dyslexic eyes. He turned to see Ron next to him, messily eating his own lunch. He tapped his shoulder. "Hey, mate, can you do me a favor? I can't really read this. It's a bit untidy." Ron grinned at him and read out, "Dear Harry, I know you get Friday afternoons off. So would you like to come and have a cup of tea with me around 3? I want to hear all about your first week. Send an answer back with Hedwig. Hagrid." Harry grabbed a quill and penned his reply. At 3 p.m., Harry and Ron found themselves in front of a ramshackle wooden hut. Resting by the front door was a crossbow and a pair of galoshes. Harry grabbed the door handle and knocked thrice. He was soon answered by frantic scrabbling and booming barks. Then Hagrid's voice ordered, "Back, Fong, back!" Eventually, he let them in, while he kept a firm grip on the collar of an excitable boarhound. Once the door closed, Hagrid let go, and the dog made a beeline for Harry. The giant man beamed. "Oh, I say. Alexa. Usually takes a while for him to warm up to strangers." Then he got a good look at Ron. "Yet another Weasley, eh? I hope you're not as much trouble as those twins. Spent half me life chasing them away from the Forbidden Forest." As their talk progressed, it became clear that Hagrid had a very low opinion on caretaker Argus Filch and a lower one on Mrs. Norris. He was also impressed that Harry managed to earn 5 points from Snape. Then, the subject turned to one of Ron's older siblings. Meanwhile, Harry's wandering eyes spotted that day's edition of the Daily Prophet. He interrupted, "Hey, Hagrid? Ron? What's this about a break-in at Gringotts?" Ron perked up. "Yeah, I heard about that too. According to the goblins, the vault was empty before the break-in. Good thing too." Hagrid chuckled a little nervously. "Ha, good thing too." Huge shout-out to Bujackson on Reddit for the prophecy. Chapter 8. During the get-together in Hagrid's hut, the large man revealed that he knew Harry's birth parents. He wrote to him because he figured that Harry would want to hear some stories about them during their school days. It was there that Harry learned that his parents didn't actually get along at first. His father, James, initially pined after Lily, who refused to give him the time of day. He also learned that his father was a big prankster, along with his 3 friends. The gamekeeper also revealed that close to his 6th year, something happened that made his father mature a lot and for Lily to begin respecting him. When pressed, though, Hagrid declared that it wasn't his place to say what had happened. Thanking the man and giving one last pet to Fong, Harry and Ron left the hut and returned to the Gryffindor common room. Unfortunately, Harry did not get time to dwell on Hagrid's earlier suspicious behavior. In fact, a lot happened in the next 2 weeks since his little tea party with Hagrid. Now he was standing on the training grounds with the other Gryffindors for their flying class. This was a class that all 4 houses had together, as opposed to just 2 houses. The class was also the first practical class after 4 theory-based classes. In those lectures, Madame Hooch talked extensively about wind patterns, broom care, the various broom maker companies, and other subjects. Finally, in last weekend's class, she talked about Quidditch and the 4 main positions in the sport. Now, she would be testing them to see if they could actually summon a broom and fly without being a hazard in the air. Harry uttered a silent prayer to Zeus to not strike him out of the sky while in his domain. While he was sure that the king of the gods had no beef with him, it didn't hurt to be on the safe side. After the prayer, he spotted the Gryffindor Quidditch team in the background, observing himself and his fellow housemates. He cast his mind back to a week ago when there was major drama, which prompted this unusual situation. Flashback. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were walking back after a grueling day of classes. They gave the password, and the fat lady let them through, as expected. However, raised voices greeted the trio as soon as the portrait swung open. As they crawled through, The voices got louder and clearer. A feminine voice snapped. Get your filthy paws off me, McLagan. We're not a thing, so get that delusion out of your head. First and foremost, you're a creep. Secondly, I'm not interested, a smarmy voice replied back. Come on, Belle. I'm a freaking seeker. You should be honored that you're my first conquest. Harry stiffened when he heard those words, and his blood boiled. He hurried through the passage when he heard a ripping sound and a scream. Get away from me, you pervert! Harry burst into the common room with his wand raised and the knockback jinx on his lips. He bellowed, Flipendo! On cue, the boy, Cormac McLagan, was sent flying back and was knocked unconscious when his head hit the couch. Harry also noticed, to his disgust, that McLagan's trousers were down. Meanwhile, the girl, Katie Bell, was cowering in a corner and desperately trying to cover up her bra-covered breasts. There was no one else in the common room, so he guessed that McLagan got bold in his advances. Harry shed his own robe and tossed it to her, never taking his eyes off the unconscious McLagan. He kicked Ron in the shin as he was staring at Katie. Harry ordered, Ron, get your brother Percy. Hermione, get Professor McGonagall. I'll deal with this piece of filth. The two darted back out of the room, leaving Harry alone with the two seniors. Still watching the boy, he spoke casually. Are you decent, Katie? A small yes answered him. Finally, he turned to her. Are you okay? She hesitantly nodded. He raised his hands placatingly. It's okay. I'm right here. I can see that you need reassurance, but I won't move unless you want me to. Do you want to wait for Hermione? Or do you want one of your year mates? She thought about it and whispered, It's okay. I trust you. You saved me. He approached her very slowly and then sat down in front of her, at a respectable distance. He spoke. Has McLagan been bothering you much? Katie shuddered. I knew he was a creep, but I underestimated how much of a pervert he was. The wanker has it in his head that since he was the house seeker, it gave him the freedom to bed any girl he wanted. Honestly speaking, Oliver never wanted him anywhere near the team, but McLagan was the only one who applied for seeker. Since I only just joined as the new chaser, he obviously saw me as an easy target. Just then, there was a groan, and Harry's wand flew into his hand again. McLagan moaned, What the bloody hell happened? I feel like I was hit by a cow. Then he spotted Harry moving in front of Katie in a protective manner. The second year snapped, Oi, Potter, stay away from my girl. I haven't even had a taste of my property. Harry's green and silver eyes narrowed dangerously. Your property? Is that all she is to you? What's it to you? Get your own bird. Belle's just begging for me to deflo dash. He was cut off when Harry flicked his wand, and Cormac McLagan was replaced by a surprised-looking jackalope. Artemis had taught him how to turn people into jackalopes when he was 4 years old. It was also around the same time that she taught him about how to treat a woman. Just then, Professor McGonagall's voice sounded. What is going on here? Harry undid the spell, returning a sputtering McLagan back to human form. Katie slowly stood and shakily replied, PP Professor. I was just in the common room minding my own business when McLagan accosted me. He had plans to take my virginity. Then, Harry and his two friends came in and saved me. McGonagall's lips thinned, and her eyes were murderously trained on a cowering McLagan. He blustered, Professor, she's lying. She came on to me. She dash. The deputy headmistress raised a hand and looked at his down trousers in disgust. Mr. McLagan, judging by your state of undress, as well as multiple witnesses, I am more inclined to believe Ms. Bell. Come with me, we're going to see the headmaster about this. Also, please do up your trousers. We are in front of decent company, after all. Later that evening at dinner time, Dumbledore stood up with his face grave. He spoke, My dear students, it is with deep regret that I must announce that second-year Gryffindor student Cormac McLagan has been officially expelled from Hogwarts. It seems that he was caught red-handed, attempting to have his way with a female student, who shall remain anonymous without their consent. As such, I am deducting 500 points from Gryffindor for his despicable actions. The entire Great Hall was left in stunned silence. He continued, Now, it has come to my attention that Mr. McLagan's expulsion means that the Gryffindor Quidditch team is without a seeker. As per my discretion and the approval of the other heads of house, I am allowing the team to use the upcoming first-year flying class practical session to scout for a potential seeker. That got Harry, Ron, Dean, Seamus, and fellow Gryffindor Kevin Farrell to whisper excitedly. Even the likes of Faye Dunbar and Robin Thistlethwaite looked interested. Flashback over. Harry glanced at a nervous Neville and pat his back gently. He murmured, "Relax, Nev. Nothing's going to happen. Also, I'd suggest you keep an eye on that Remembrall thing that you got this morning." Harry had to fight down a snicker when he remembered that scene. The Remembrall came at breakfast time, and it glowed red as soon as Neville touched it. The boy agonized over what he had forgotten before Harry put him out of his misery. "You're still in your pajamas, mate." The boy took off back to the dorm at a speed that could rival the most determined satyr on Enchilada Day. Coming back to the present, Madame Hooch finished pacing back and forth. She lectured, "Welcome to your first practical flying class. I'm sure that many of you are excited for this. Gryffindor House, you may have noticed your Quidditch team are also in attendance. As per the headmaster's announcement, they will scout one of you as the starting seeker. The chosen student will be exempt from the no broomstick rule, but I am warning you, do not be reckless and make me regret this decision. Now, every student hold out your hand over the broom by your side and say up. Remember, be firm in your command." He held out his right hand and firmly ordered, "Up." With no hesitation, the broom jumped into his hand. Along with him, several other students were either successful or had mixed results. As everyone began mounting their brooms, one of the chasers, Alicia Spinnet, passed a roll of parchment around the Gryffindor contingent. Harry signed his name and also saw Dean, Seamus, Kevin, Faye, and Robin sign up as well. Just then, he heard a cry of alarm, and everyone watched horror-stricken as a terrified Neville Longbottom shot off the ground like a bullet. The boy swerved to and fro out of control, prompting Fred Weasley and Angelina Johnson to fly out and try to get him under control. After a harrowing 5 minutes, Neville was back on solid ground and completely unscathed. However, Madame Hooch was not taking any chances and marched him off to the hospital wing. Before she did so, she ordered the team to ensure that there was no tomfoolery. After she left, the team helped carry out the rest of the lesson, and soon the rest of the class were hovering on their brooms. Just then, Oliver would noticed one of the Slytherins pick up something off the ground. He pointed to him. "Oi, you there?" "Malfoy, was it? What's that in your hand?" Malfoy had a deer in headlights moment briefly before drawling. "It's Longbottom's Remembrall. The fat lump must have dropped it earlier." Oliver held out his hand. "Okay, hand it over. It's not yours." He didn't budge. "And if I say no, give it, or else I'm deducting points from Slytherin." Malfoy blustered. "Why, you can't do that. You're not a prefect." Oliver would smirked. "News flash. Quidditch captains have almost the same authority as prefects. Now, I want to ask a second time, hand. It over." Malfoy agonized over it for a second or two before sullenly flying over and giving him the Remembrall. Oliver observed the ball in his hand before an idea struck him. He called over his shoulder, "Johnson, come here a sec." The dark-skinned chaser walked over. "What is it, Captain?" He turned the Remembrall over in his hand and spoke quietly. "I reckon it's about the same size as the snitch. I was thinking that one of you chasers hold the Remembrall and try to simulate the golden snitch's movement." Her eyes lit up. "Great idea. I think Belle's best suited for this. Since she's the youngest of us three, she's a lot more nimble in her movements. However, I suggest that we let the recruits borrow one of our own brooms. I don't trust the ones that they are currently using, especially not after what happened to Longbottom." "Okay, oi. George, get your arse over here." George Weasley flew over with a grin. "Yes? Oh, Captain, my Captain, get off the broom. We're going to let the Furs Ties borrow it for a small drill that Angie and I cooked up." George hopped off and handed the broom to Oliver. He then outlined the plan to Katie before calling out, "Thomas, Finnegan, Potter, Farrell, Thistlethwaite, Dunbar, front and center." The 6 students came forward immediately and lined up. He looked at them. "All right, rookies. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to run a snitch-catching drill. For logistical reasons, we can't use the real snitch. So, Katie here will use this Remembrall to simulate the snitch's movement. Your objective is to try and get the Remembrall from her in the fastest time possible. Oh, and one more thing, no knocking into her. I don't want my players injured. Katie herself won't put up any resistance, aside from trying to dodge you. One by one, the six of them mounted George Weasley's clean sweep 5 and had a go at chasing Katie. Dean, Robin, and Kevin were among the fastest, with Robin and Kevin breaking the 1 o'clock barrier. In fact, Robin snatched the ball in 50 seconds. Then, Harry took the clean sweep 5 in his hands. What followed next was an intense game of cat and mouse, which ended when he snatched the Remembrall in 30 seconds. When he flew down, he saw dropped jaws from his yearmates. Meanwhile, Oliver would look like he had just orgasmed on the spot. He could be heard muttering, "He's the one. He's the one. We're going to win this." He broke out of his trance and pounced on Harry. He babbled, "Bloody Nora, where have you been all my life? You're the missing piece of the puzzle. Welcome to the team." He paused before turning to Robin. "Oh, and Thistlethwaite, I'd like you to be the reserve seeker. You've got potential." The Anglo-Asian girl nodded in response, before squealing in glee. Harry walked back, almost robotically, receiving handshakes and pats on the back from his classmates. A few days later, in the common room, Harry spotted Katie sitting on a couch and made a beeline for her. He plopped down next to her, making sure to leave some space in between them. She looked up and grinned at him. "Well, hello, my knight in shining armor." He grinned back before his face grew serious. "Hey, Katie, I wanted to know how you were holding up, especially after all that happened. I can't say that I know how you feel, but in my foster family, I got to know a fair number of people who were almost in the same situation." She sighed. "I'm getting better, I guess. All I know is getting a boyfriend is bloody overrated. I've been in regular contact with Madame Pomfrey, who is also a qualified mind healer. I mean, she's like a psychiatrist, as the Muggles put it." Then he had an idea. "Hey, Katie, I need to talk to you about something really important. Is there anywhere private where we can talk?" "Yeah, I think there are a few in used classrooms." They both left the common room and went to a nearby classroom. She leaned against an empty table and folded her arms. "So, what's up? I have a pretty big secret. Nobody else knows about this other than Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall." Following a lengthy explanation, Katie Bell's head was close to spinning. "So, let me get this straight. The Greek gods are real? You are not just the son of Lily and James Potter, but also the son of Artemis, goddess of the hunt." "Yes, and there's a whole camp for these demigods?" "Yes. So, every time you refer to summer camp, you're talking about this Camp Half-Blood?" "That's right. And this foster family you keep talking about is an all-female group who follow the goddess Artemis?" "Yup. Now, you're asking me if I'm interested in joining this hunt?" "Basically. However, there are pros and cons. Pros are, you will gain eternal youth. According to what Big Sister Zoe told me, you'll pretty much stop aging after you turn 18. The cons are that you can still be killed during combat or poison or something like that. Additionally, the hunters are forbidden from falling in love. So, I'd understand if that is a deal breaker for you. I was also a little worried about what your folks would think." She snorted. "Like I said, getting a boyfriend is overrated. After what that wanker almost did to me, I'm not interested in guys at all. Also, I don't swing the other way. So I guess that means I accept." He was taken aback. "Just like that?" "Honestly, I was still sort of debating about recruiting you or not. This is because I didn't know if your family would approve. Remember, this is still dangerous, and the demigod world is full of monsters and creatures from the ancient Greek world." She held up a hand to stop him. "I appreciate the concern, Harry. However, I'm an orphan. Like you, a lot of us lost our parents to the Wizarding War. I was 2 years old when my parents were murdered by Death Eaters in a raid. I don't have any more family, and since then, I've been moving around through different orphanages. Kept getting pulled out because of my accidental magic." Harry nodded before he stood up and took out his wand. "According to my mother's lieutenant, Zoe, as my mother's son, I kind of have the authority to issue and accept the oath. Now, repeat after me. I pledge myself to the goddess Artemis. I turn my back on the company of men, accept eternal maidenhood, and join the hunt." She also fished out her wand and repeated the oath. As soon as she was done, Harry said, "As the son of Artemis, goddess of hunt, archery, wilderness, forests, the moon, radiance, maidenhood, and childbirth, I hereby accept your oath." With a flash of light from both their wands, the oath was sealed. He pocketed his wand and unexpectedly hugged the surprised girl. "Welcome to the hunt, sister." As she broke the hug, she mused, Now, there are so many things that make so much sense now. I've heard Lavender and Parvati gossiping about how you were scarily accurate when it comes to casting spells. Also, I guess being raised by the goddess Artemis makes you a lot more sensitive to how women and girls are treated. You've been taught to use a bow and arrow. I'm assuming, he snorted, I can rival most of the Apollo cabin in archery. I'm also pretty good at knives and daggers. I still suck at regular swords. Oh, quick question. Will they accept me into the ranks? I am a witch, after all. Actually, the hunt recruits girls from different backgrounds. We don't just have demigods, but nymphs, mortals, and many others. You might be the first witch, but you will be welcomed. Also, if we're being really technical, witches and wizards are somewhat considered as demigods because the goddess Hecate blessed our world with magic. Before Hogwarts, she taught me a little about magic. Apparently, she created the magical world because she was bored and wanted to have her own group of followers. Katie's eyes widened. Wow, I think my mind has been blown. Harry's face grew serious. She also warned me to keep my true lineage a secret. I can only tell people who I trust, and now you are one of them. According to Lady Hecate, the magical world is not ready to learn of the existence of gods. Can you imagine what it would be like? She shivered. I'd imagine all these purebloods would be a lot more insufferable. They'd probably strut around proclaiming that everyone should bow before them. The anti-Muggle-born sentiment will also go through the roof. He replied, my thoughts exactly, which is why we have to keep my lineage a secret. One last thing, I'm probably going to start training you to use weapons to fight. It's your duty as a hunter. Katie nodded. Understood. Chapter 9. One day, Harry walked into the Transfiguration classroom, ready for the first lecture of the day. Inside, he was the only one in class, except for a tabby cat perched on the professor's table. He approached the cat and gently stroked its head. Glancing around carefully, he softly mewed to the cat. Whose pet are you? The only cat I know around here is Mrs. Norris. I hardly think any of the other students would have left their cat here. Suddenly, he heard the startled cat yowl back. Mr. Potter, I didn't know you could talk to animals. Then it was his turn to be surprised. Professor McGonagall, I didn't know you could turn into a cat. She straightened up. All shall be explained when your classmates arrive. I assume your ability to talk to animals is a trait from your godly parent? He shrugged. Among others. Don't worry, Professor. I won't spoil the surprise. By the way, I wanted to ask, can I trust Madame Pomfrey with my secret? The thing is, when demigods are tired or injured, they usually have items like ambrosia and nectar. We call it food and drink of the gods. Only demigods can have it because of its healing properties, but not too much. Mortals are forbidden because it could incinerate them. Today, I barely prevented Ron Weasley from eating a whole lunchbox's worth of ambrosia when he raided my suitcase. I was hoping to keep the ambrosia and nectar with Madame Pomfrey in case of emergencies. She nodded. Madame Pomfrey is bound by her healer's oath to not reveal any medical secrets. I think it is safe to keep your supplies with her. Also, I appreciate you saving your friend's life. He nodded and took a seat, and eventually, the rest of the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs entered. Ron flopped down next to Harry with a sulky expression. He groused, I still don't get why you didn't let me have those brownies. Harry glared fiercely, causing the redhead to flinch. First and foremost, who gave you permission to go through MY luggage and take my stuff without my knowledge? Secondly, those were not brownies. It is a kind of medicinal food from my foster family. Ron's ear glowed red in embarrassment. Sorry, Harry. I didn't want to steal. I was just so hungry, so I got desperate. Harry glowered a little. I forgive you. For now, don't even think about going through my things without my permission. Or I swear to Hades, I will turn you into a jackalope and set you loose in the Forbidden Forest. His companion shuddered. Those eyes were bloody scary. He had no doubt that Harry could carry out his threat. Changing the subject, he asked, Hey Harry, where's the professor? He shrugged. She'll probably be along shortly. No sooner had he said that, the cat on the table leaped off. In mid-jump, the cat transformed into Professor McGonagall. Naturally, everyone exclaimed in wonder and excitement. Hermione's hand shot up immediately and blurted, Wow, Professor, how did you do that? Can we do it too? What books should read to do it? Do we dash? Next to her, Susan clamped the excitable bookworm's mouth. McGonagall chuckled, My dear Miss Granger, Do take a breath. Then her expression grew a little stern. Also, I would appreciate it if you allowed others a chance to ask questions and answer them. This is actually a request from all the professors. We at Hogwarts wish to see all of our students grow and answer questions. They cannot do that if one student keeps denying them that chance. The girl turned crimson in embarrassment. McGonagall continued, "As for your questions, I am an animagus. Yes, you all can do it too, Dash." She raised a hand to forestall any questions. "However, this will only be taught to you when you are much older. As first-year students, your magical cores are still developing. An animagus transformation demands a fairly high and stable magical core. If I'm not mistaken, your cores will be strong enough by the time you are in 4th year." She addressed the class. "Does anyone else have any questions about animagi?" A Hufflepuff boy raised his hand. "Yes, Mr. Kaplan? So, can we all turn into cats?" The woman's lips twitched. "Actually, you can turn into any animal that you want. However, you are only limited to one animal." Dean raised his hand. "Professor, if we can turn into any animal, how do we know that our own pets are not animagi?" She smiled. "Now that is an excellent question, Mr. Thomas. As for your answer, any animagi have to register themselves and their animagus form in the ministry. Of course, there may be rare cases of unregistered animagi, but that is what the Aurors are for. As for your pet's question, let's conduct a small experiment. Why don't some of you bring your pets, just to satisfy your own curiosity?" Before long, Harry returned with Hedwig nuzzling him. Neville walked in with a surprisingly docile Trevor. Harry did notice that Trevor was a little damp, which explained why he was not trying his Houdini act. Ron also came in, carrying an asleep Scabbers. Ron asked, "Should I wake Scabbers up, Professor?" She waved him off. "That won't be necessary, Mr. Weasley." With that, she began casting a spell on each pet. As expected, there was no change with them. Even Hedwig turned out to be a normal bird, to Harry's relief. He did not need to know whether one of the Athena campers could turn into owls. Then, the spell washed over Scabbers, and things changed for the dramatic. A bright glow enveloped the rat and suddenly transformed into a short, portly man with grubby skin, small watery eyes, and a pointed nose. McGonagall was stunned for a second, and the now-awake man took that chance to scramble away. However, her wand flew, and she quickly cast a full-body bind and an incarcerous spell. Both hit their target, resulting in the man freezing in place and ropes wrapping around him. Breathing heavily, she clutched at her table and placed a hand on her heart. Her eyes wandered over the stunned class before she spotted her target. She said, "Miss Bones, could you please head over to my office and use the flu to call your aunt?" Susan scampered out immediately, while McGonagall sent Lavender and Hannah to fetch Percy and the twins. She also sent Seamus to fetch Professor Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Ron looked like he was going to be sick. He raced over to the window and dry heaved as Harry rubbed his back. The redhead whimpered in shock, "Bloody hell, and to think that he shared my bed for years." There was a flurry of activity as Lavender and Hannah returned with a confused Percy and the twins. The next person to enter was a bemused Albus Dumbledore, with Seamus. Finally, Susan came back with an older woman who shared her copper-red hair. The woman wore all black robes and had a monocle on one eye. Along with her were a few Aurors, and they all had a look at the bound man. The woman turned to McGonagall. "What happened here?" The professor responded, "We were just having a class when this happened. I had just shown them my animagus form, and they asked all sorts of questions. One of the students asked whether their own pets could be animagi. One thing led to another, and a rat turned out to be a human being. Did the student suspect that the man over there was an animagus?" McGonagall turned to Dean. "Mr. Thomas, did you suspect that somebody's pet was an animagus?" The dark-skinned boy shook his head. "No, ma'am. I just asked because I'm a muggle-born, and you had just mentioned that a witch or wizard can take any animal form. So, I was just curious whether people could masquerade as ordinary pets." The monocled woman nodded. "A perfectly valid question, Mr. Thomas. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, whose pet was this man masquerading as?" Having recovered, Ron meekly raised his hand. She turned to him. "You're one of Arthur's children?" He nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "How long have you had the pet?" Ron looked at Percy. "Been a long time, ma'am. I inherited him from my brother, Percy." Then it was Percy Weasley's turn to be interrogated. Where and when did you find the rat? It was a month before I was about to go into my first year. I found him in the garden in our home. I am currently in my 5th year. 5 years is an unusually long time for a rat to live. Did that not come off as suspicious? We figured that the rat had some magical properties, contributing to its prolonged life expectancy. She nodded. Understandable. Now, I want to make this very clear. Neither you nor your brother are in any trouble. Just then, a voice interrupted her. Madam Bones. It came from Albus Dumbledore, who was busy looking at the bound man. She came over to him, and he whispered, I recognize this man. It's Peter Pettigrew. Madam Bones looked back at him, startled. She whispered back, Are you sure? I was under the impression that he died. Black killed him, and those 12 muggles. So did I. There is only one way to find out. Would you be opposed to an emergency session in the Wisengamot? Of course not. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the better. She turned to the Aurors and murmured, Dawlish, the headmaster suspects that this man is the late Peter Pettigrew. As the head of the DMLE, I am authorizing a full Veritaserum trial. I want you to check the records for the Black trial, just to corroborate any information that may come up in this trial. Yes, ma'am. Vance, I want you, Jones, Robards, and Proudfoot to pop over to Azkaban and fetch Black. Tell him that there has been an interesting and unexpected development in his case. Shacklebolt, I want you and Savage to bring Cornelius, and I just want him alone, not Umbridge. Scrimgeour, Williamson, secure the prisoner. You two are with me. They all split up, and Madam Bones turned to Dumbledore and McGonagall. She said, Would it be too much to ask the students to accompany us to the Wisengamot chambers? They are witnesses after all. This might also sound selfish, but in the event that somebody tries to run interference, they cannot deny so many witnesses. The two heads looked at each other before granting permission. As all the students shuffled out, Harry was confused. He murmured to a Hufflepuff next to him, What's going on, Kiara? The silver-haired witch whispered back, No idea. But I think they want us present as witnesses. Several fluid trips later, everyone gathered in the Wisengamot chambers. As the children sat down in the bleachers, a man with pale blonde hair demanded to know what children were doing there. Madam Bones ignored him and waited for everyone to turn up. The last ones to arrive were a red-headed husband-wife duo. Harry guessed that they were Ron, Fred, George, and Percy's parents. Before long, the session began. A man in a green bowler hat demanded pompously, Why have you called us here, Madam Bones? Madam Bones spoke. Minister Fudge, earlier today, during a transfiguration class at Hogwarts, we discovered an illegal animagus. The accused has been hiding with an unsuspecting family for several years. As the head of the DMLE, I have authorized a full trial via Veritaserum. Bring the prisoner in. The man was brought in, restrained, and had the full body bind removed. Madam Bones approached the struggling man and stunned him long enough to take out a potion vial with a clear liquid. Meanwhile, in the bleachers, Susan explained to Harry and Hermione that Veritaserum was the strongest truth potion in existence. Madam Bones trickled 3 drops into the man's open mouth, and he sang like a canary. She ordered, What is your name? The monotone reply came, Peter Patrick Pettigrew. That drew a gasp out of everyone. Hannah muttered, I thought he was dead. That Sirius Black killed him. Are you an animagus? Yes. What form? Common brown rat. Why did you fake your death? I was scared to feel serious wrath, especially after I betrayed the Potters. There was another audible gasp in the crowd, and Harry stiffened up. Instantly, Hannah and Kevin Farrell grabbed his arms, aiming to restrain him. Somehow, Madam Bones maintained a professional attitude. What do you mean you betrayed the Potters? Wasn't Black the secret keeper? The answer came, I convinced him to convince the Potters to switch secret keepers. Told him to think of it as an elaborate prank on the Death Eaters. Joke's on him, because I betrayed them and pinned the blame on him. Harry was growling. This Malacca was the reason why his mortal parents died at the hands of a megalomaniac with delusions of immortality. A visibly disgusted Madam Bones said, One final question. Do you have the Dark Mark? He struggled to answer, before choking out, Yes. No further questions. After being given the antidote, he was taken away. Madam Bones then called out, Bring out prisoner number 2460, one Sirius Black 4. Questioning. At this, Fudge exploded. What the devil are you up to, woman? Black is a dangerous criminal dash. She cut him off and fixed him with a dry look. Really, Cornelius? You have just heard that the man who Black supposedly killed is not only still alive, but confirmed himself as the real betrayer of the Potters and a Death Eater. Don't you want to be known as the minister who corrected a grave injustice? He thought for a few seconds before he was sold on the idea. Fudge waved a dismissive hand. Carry on then, Madam Bones. She repeated the same process with Sirius Black. State your name for the record. Sirius Orion Black. You are here because you stand accused of betraying the Potters. How do you plead? Not guilty. Are you a Death Eater? No. So, you don't have the dark mark? I would have preferred to cast the killing curse on myself rather than take the dark mark and betray the Potters. Were you the secret keeper for the Potters' location? I was for a while, she repeated. For a while, I switched with Peter Pettigrew. Why did this not come up during your earlier trial before you were sent to Azkaban? Never had one. She froze, and the audience were murmuring to each other. Madam Bones then mused. I shall have to look into that miscarriage of justice later on. Describe your confrontation with Peter Pettigrew. I went to Peter's house to find him. The house was empty and no sign of a struggle. After finding out about James and Lily, I ensured Harry's safety before going after Peter. I tracked him down and confronted him. He went crazy, shouting that I had betrayed them. He cut off his finger and sent a blasting curse, killing the 12 muggles, and hit me with an overpowered cheering charm. After that, I assume that he transformed into his animagus form and escaped to the sewers. She nodded. That will be all. With that, the interrogation was over. After a few minutes, the results were finally in. Sirius was declared innocent, while Pettigrew was carted off to Azkaban. As he waited, Madam Bones walked over. Just so you know, Harry is here. He looked at her, eyes shining with hope. Sirius breathed. He is? Can I see him? First make yourself look presentable. Then I shall take you to him. A few minutes later, she ushered him into a small room and told him he had 5 minutes. When he entered, he saw Harry alone in the room, leaning against the wall, waiting for him. Sirius staggered a little before dropping to his knees. He held out his arms. Harry, is that you, pup? Merlin's beard. You've grown. I see that you're a Gryffindor, just like me and your mortal parents. Listen, I am so sorry for not taking care of you like I should have. I was too caught up in getting even with the rat for betraying your parents. After I handed you to Hagrid to take you to Dumbledore for safekeeping, I took off. That slippery little bugger somehow pulled a fast one on me. Harry gently hugged him and spoke up for the first time. Mortal parents? I take it you knew of my true parentage? Anyway, I'm so happy you are innocent, Sirius. Although, you had better pray that my mother and the girls don't find out that you prioritize finding Peter over me. He winced. Yeah, not my smartest decision, but I was the one who scouted that ritual. I think only me and your Uncle Remus are the only ones who knew. Your father was going to tell Peter on the day that they were attacked. I have to admit, I'm glad he never found out, or he would have promptly scuttled off to his precious dark. Lord, Harry spoke up. By the way, do you have a place to live? Sirius made a face. I have an ancestral home, but I despise that place. That was when Harry had a brainwave. I have an idea. You can stay at camp. I'll talk to Chiron later. Camp? Chiron? Chiron is a centaur, and he is best known for training all demigods. If we're being technical, we are all blessed by Hecate, so you should be able to enter Camp Half-Blood. It's a camp for demigods, and I've stayed there whenever I was not living with the Hunters of Artemis. Also, Susan Bones was just telling me horror stories of Azkaban. Zeus knows what on earth those Dementas did to you. When you do get there, ask for Lee Fletcher from the Apollo cabin. He's one of the best healers, though Michael Yu isn't too far off. At the mention of Zeus, thunder boomed in the sky. Harry winced before murmuring, sorry. Sirius nodded. I'll take you up on that. I'd probably go crazy if I keep hearing my dear old mother's portrait screaming about pure blood. Ideals. A minute later, Madam Bones was back, and she informed Harry that it was time for him to head back to school. I really thought of ending the chapter at the Pettigrew reveal. However, it would have been way too short, so I included the whole trial scene. I don't know if I've mucked up the trial because it's been a while since I've seen the movies or read the books. Chapter 10. With Sirius freedom, Harry had one more person to exchange letters with. 3 days after the drama-filled day, Sirius dropped by with a broomstick-shaped package in his hand. He got Harry alone and whispered, Congratulations. Youngest seeker in a century. Your dad would have been boasting to the high heavens by now. Meanwhile, your mom would have been so proud. He handed Harry the broom. This is a Nimbus 2000. There are a few extra enchantments added for safety reasons. Trust me on this, you will need it when you play against Slytherin. I remember back in our day, Prawns was thrown off his broom twice in the same match. According to your mom, a few Slytherin students in the stands were using their wands to jinx the broom. I don't know if the attitude has improved or worsened, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Lily would haunt me forever if I let anything happen to you. Harry's eyes were wide. Uncle's serious. You didn't have to. This is one of the top-notch brooms. Don't be silly, pup. I have 11 years of birthday and Christmas presents to make up for. Also, the protection enchantments were Uncle Remus' idea. Soon, Halloween arrived, and Harry had no idea how to react to this. On that day, there was only one lecture, Charms. Beyond that, everyone was free to do as they pleased until that night's feast. There was still a bit of time because Charms was before lunch. That was when Harry had a brainwave. He approached McGonagall after breakfast. Professor, I was wondering if I could possibly visit my parents graves. I wanted to honor them on this day. The wizened woman had a kind smile on her face. Of course you can, dear child. I always had mixed feelings about today. Meet me at the castle entrance in 10 minutes. I will also put out a call to Sirius and Remus as well. Harry nodded and scampered off to get ready. 10 minutes later, he slipped out of the entrance and followed Professor McGonagall. After they left the wards, she told him, "Hold my arm. We are going to apparate to Godric's Hollow." A fair warning, though. It could be a little unpleasant for first-timers. The next thing he knew, he was being squeezed hard. This feeling was almost like his entire body was being forced through a tight rubber tube. When they landed, he staggered away and began retching in a nearby bush. After recovering, he managed to take in his surroundings. He spotted Sirius and another man with scruffy looking clothes and a thinning mustache waiting for him. Sirius gently hugged him. "Hello, pup. How are you feeling?" "I'm having conflicting thoughts. On one hand, I'm sad that Mom and Dad died on this day, because of you-know-who. However, I'm a little excited because of the feast. Am I wrong to feel this way?" Remus knelt and placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. He smiled kindly. "I wouldn't blame you in the slightest. I admit, the larger wizarding populace see this as the day that you defeated you-know-who. There are a few who see it as the day a child became orphaned. Take your friend Neville, for example. He was also a target for the Death Eaters. As a result, both of his parents were tortured and are currently residing in St. Mungo's." He nodded. "Yeah, I thought I saw Neville earlier. He was going somewhere with Professor Sprout and an older woman with a stuffed vulture on her hat." Sirius replied, "That would be his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. They were probably headed to St. Mungo's to visit his parents. By the way, I thought you should know, Neville's mom is your godmother, while your mom was Neville's godmother. Anyway, here we are, Harry. Welcome to St. Jerome's graveyard." The quartet stopped in front of two graves, lying side by side. Sirius, Remus, and McGonagall stepped back to allow Harry to have a moment alone with his parents. The boy knelt and gently traced their names on the headstones. He whispered, "Mom, Dad, I." Words can't express how much I miss both of you. Sometimes I wish that the Dark Lord never existed, so that I could live happily ever after with you two and Mother Artemis. Immediately after the attack, I stayed with her and the Hunters of Artemis. You two would have loved them, though Dad may have to be a bit wary around them. They have been the big sisters I never had. They raised me, taught me, loved me, and every time they did, I feel like you two were with me every step of the way. We finally got Sirius free from Azkaban after he was illegally incarcerated. I hope both of you are in Elysium. I miss you and love you." With those final words, he placed a kiss on each headstone and stepped back. Remus' gentle arms wrapped around him. "That was beautiful, Harry. I'm sure they love you too. I'm sorry I wasn't around for you during your childhood. I am here now and won't go anywhere." The next few minutes were spent wandering around Godric's Hollow. In all honesty, it was quite a quaint little village. There was a narrow road with several near-identical cottages lining up on either side of the road. Soon afterwards, McGonagall and Harry apparat back to Hogwarts, and they entered. Argus Filch spotted Harry and eagerly advanced towards him. However, he spotted the deputy headmistress at the last moment. She fixed him with a stern glare. "At ease, Mr. Filch. Mr. Potter was with me the entire time. I had taken him to visit his parents' graves." He nodded and backed off. Eventually, Harry trudged back to the Gryffindor Tower. Along the way, he met Neville and guessed that he was back from St. Mungo's. He sidled up to the boy. "Hey, Nev, you doing okay? I just got back from Godric's Hollow. Was visiting my parents' graves with Sirius and Remus. They told me that your parents were attacked as well. How are they?" He sighed. "Still the same, Harry. Not much response from Dad, but Mum keeps giving me chewing gum wrappers during every visit." Harry squeezed his shoulder. "Hope they feel better soon, mate." "Me too, mate. In another life, we could have been like brothers." Harry shrugged. "Yeah, maybe. I'll settle for being your friend first." They entered and got their books for Charms class, not noticing some dirty looks thrown at them from Hermione in the common room. In the classroom, Professor Flitwick announced that they would be learning the levitation spell. Harry partnered Neville and sat down, with Hermione partnering Ron in front of them, a single feather at each table. Harry suddenly got a very bad feeling in his gut, but he ignored it for now. He was making decent progress, but Neville was struggling slightly. Fortunately, he was patient and was able to help his partner. Together, they got their feather to sputter slightly and hover an inch or two before it flopped back down. The same could not be said for Ron and Hermione, who were busy bickering. Ron chanted, "Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa, move you stupid feather." Hermione stopped him and lectured, "Stop, stop, you're saying it wrong. It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long." Harry winced. That was definitely out of line, and he would not blame Ron for the impending explosion. Surprisingly, Ron did not yell, though he did grit out, "You do it then if you're so clever." She rolled up her sleeves, flicked HR wand, and chanted, "Wingardium Leviosa." On cue, the feather rose up nearly 4 feet, attracting Professor Flitwick's attention. He praised her, and she preened under the attention and shot Ron a smug look. By the end of class, he was steaming mad. As they exited, she confronted the redhead. "Honestly, Ronald, are you usually this stupid? Or do you do this just to annoy me?" Then she whirled around to face Harry and Neville. Her foot was tapping impatiently. "And you too. I overheard Malfoy spreading rumors that you two had stepped out of the castle." Not giving them time to answer, she continued to rant. "You know that's against the rules, right? What if you two were caught? You could have been expelled. I will not have you two lose all my hard-earned house points, just because you wanted to go off gallivanting dash." Harry fought hard to suppress his fury. He spoke in a low voice. "Do you know what the significance of today is? It's Halloween, and the day you defeated you-know-who. Don't change the subject. Just because you're the boy who lived doesn't give you leeway to break the rules." Now, he lost every ounce of his patience, and he snapped. "If you must know, Neville went to St. Mungo's to visit his parents, and Professor Sprout was with him. Meanwhile, I was in Godric's Hollow because I have never seen my own parents' graves. You all may think of this day as the day I defeated a megalomaniac with a god complex. However, I think of it as the annual reminder of the day I became an orphan. So do excuse me for wanting to pay tribute to my parents on their death anniversary." And for the record, Professor McGonagall was with me the entire time. His voice grew louder as his rant continued, and it attracted a crowd. In the end, he stormed up to the Gryffindor Tower to put away his charms books, leaving behind a cowed Hermione. Neville shot her a look of disappointment before trudging after Harry. Suddenly, a nearby Angelina Johnson walked up and slapped Hermione in the face. "You insensitive little b*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** king dare you? Are you that freaking obsessed with the rules? As far as I'm concerned, they were. With the professors, so they broke no rules. Also, lose all your hard-earned points? That is extremely selfish of you. You would value meaningless points over someone's emotional state. Hermione was pale. She didn't say anything more as she fled in tears. There was dead silence in the corridor, and Angelina shrugged. I'm not sorry. She had it coming, what with her constantly trying to, but into our business and telling us to keep on studying and not allowing us to take breaks. And the bloody hypocrite has the audacity to stake a claim on every damn book in the library? Heck, Deidre was almost late in her potion submission because that girl kept checking out all the reference books. You all know how Snape is like. He'd be only too happy to deduct points from Gryffindor. Let's leave her alone for a while to think over what she did. Ron muttered darkly. That girl's a bloody nightmare. No wonder she's having a hard time making friends. Eventually, everyone split up to do their own thing. Ron returned to the tower to check up on Harry and Neville. Soon, nighttime approached, and everyone filed down to the Great Hall. Harry went to look for an empty seat when he heard Angelina call him, "Hey, Harry, over here. We've saved you a seat." "Neville, you're also welcome to join us too." The two of them and Ron headed over to the three chasers. Katie laid a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "Hey, we heard the big row with Granger. That girl was way out of line. You okay?" He shrugged. "Still stings a little. I had a small moment at Godric's Hollow today. Sometimes I just wish I was just a normal kid without any megalomaniacs to worry about." She gave him a gentle squeeze. "It's okay to feel bad." Then he had a thought. Where's she anyway? Holed up in the library again? Madame Pants won't be too happy about that. Heard a rumor that she had to chase her away from the restricted section at least 3 times. Alicia piped up. "After your little rant, Lena here really laid into Granger. Called her insensitive and more concerned with meaningless points than actual people. Last I heard, she was bawling her eyes out in the first floor toilet." He mused. "Is it weird that now I feel bad for her? From what I can tell about her, she has little to no social skills. I think she was probably bullied when she was younger, so retreating into books is her defense mechanism. As for her obsession for rules, I think that kind of attitude has been drilled into her head, to the point that she cannot fathom that there can be rare exceptions to the rule." "You're probably right, Harry. I suggest we stage an intervention for her, if we can drag her out of the bathroom." Midway through the feast, a terrified Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall. He hollered, "Troll! Troll in the dungeons." He stopped in front of the head table. "Thought you ought to know." The dad professor then keeled over in a dead faint. Following the declaration, the screaming began. After a few seconds of panic, Dumbledore managed to get control of the hall. He ordered, "Prefects, please lead your students back to their dormitories." Percy Weasley immediately sprang into action. "Follow me. Stick together first years. No need to fear the troll if you follow my orders. Stay close behind me now. Make way. First years coming through." "Excuse me, I'm a prefect." Just then, Harry froze in his tracks, and so did Ron. Harry breathed fearfully. "Scatta, Hermione doesn't know about the troll. We got to warn her." Ron muttered. "I thought you were mad at her? She got pretty personal when she snapped at you." "That may be, but I don't want her potential death on my conscience." "Wait, I have an idea." Harry hurried forward and muscled his way through the crowd, with Ron following him. He made it to Percy and tugged on his sleeve. "Percy, we're missing someone." Hermione was not at the feast, so she doesn't know about the troll. The older boy paused. "Where was she last seen?" "First floor girls' toilet." The prefect agonized for a few seconds. "Okay, I am probably going to regret this. According to the professors, the troll is in the dungeon. I want both of you to run as fast as you can and warn her. If you three are not back in 5 minutes, I will come and get you or inform one of the professors. Now go." The two of them scrambled away and raced towards the first floor. Just then, an awful stench filled their lungs. For Ron, it was worse than the dung bomb that the twins lobbed on his bed last week. Meanwhile, Harry found the smell worse than the time the Stoll brothers dunked a carton full of rotten eggs on Clarice. Then they heard it, a low grunting and the shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. Ron pointed at the end of a passage to the left. Something huge was moving toward them. They shrank into the shadows and watched as it emerged into a patch of moonlight. It was a horrible sight. 12 feet tall, its skin was a dull granite gray, its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. The troll stopped next to a doorway and peered inside. It waggled its long ears, making up its tiny mind, then slouched slowly into the room. A few seconds later, there was a piercing scream from the doorway. The boys sprinted in, their wands drawn. The good news was that she was unharmed. The bad news was that the troll was advancing towards her with its club raised and smashing sinks and walls. Ron picked up a nearby broken tap and hurled it at the troll, hitting its back. That did the trick, as the beast investigated the disruption. Unfortunately, it found a new target called Harry Potter. The troll lumbered towards him with its club raised. Harry was sorely tempted to use his daggers, but hesitated, not wanting to expose himself. Luckily, Ron provided the perfect distraction for the troll. He lobbed a metal pipe and hollered, "Oi, pea-brain!" Harry took advantage of the distraction and rushed to the cowering Hermione. He grabbed her hand and yelled, "Come on, run!" However, she was completely frozen in shock, sitting flat against the wall, her mouth open with terror. Knowing that it was fruitless, Harry switched to Plan B. In a move that would probably earn him an earful from Annabeth and Silena, he took a running jump and parkoured over some debris before launching himself onto the troll, with his arms wrapping around its neck from behind. He fumbled for his dagger and tried to stab it through the face. Unfortunately, his hands closed around his wand instead. He thought to himself, "It'll do for now." He shoved the wand up the troll's nostril, to Ron's disgust. Naturally, the troll howled in agony. It twisted and flailed its club, with Harry clinging on for dear life. Ron racked his brains before getting an idea. With a swish and flick, he aimed his wand at the troll's club and bellowed, "Wingardium Leviosa!" Sure enough, the club flew out of the troll's hand and hovered above its head. He released the spell, allowing the club to drop down and bonk the troll on the head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face. Harry managed to recover and gently helped a trembling Hermione. She haltingly asked, Is it dead?" Harry quipped, "I think it's just knocked out. Let's get out of here. I don't think I want to be around when it wakes up." They shuffled out and walked back in awkward silence. Then Hermione blurted, "I'm sorry. To both of you. Harry, I was way out of line when I snapped at you, and Neville. I never meant to disrespect your parents' memory. I didn't know about Neville's parents being in St. Mungo's. But that's no excuse." Harry was silent for a minute. Then he spoke. "What you said, it hurt me a lot. I've always had mixed feelings about Halloween. On one hand, I like the holiday itself. But on the other hand, it's a constant reminder that my parents died to save me. I especially hated it when you threw the boy who lived tag in my face. That moniker is just another reminder that my parents are dead." Suddenly, there was a canine growl, and Harry froze in his tracks. Coming just around the corner was a massive black mastiff with glowing red eyes. The huge dog was the size of a rhinoceros, and it suddenly sniffed and looked in their direction. A terrified Ron stammered, "Harry, what is that thing?" Harry cursed in ancient Greek, "Scata, it's a freaking hellhound. Ron, Hermione, run or hide, right now. It's looking for me. We're not leaving you." He agonized for a moment before thinking, "Sod it. This was going to get out sooner or later." He unsheathed his daggers and called back, "I'll be fine." She spotted the daggers and yelped, "Harry, that's against the rules to carry weapons." He snapped back, "Do you want to be saved or not? Look, I will explain everything later if we survive this." Hermione got the hint, right? Shutting up now. The hellhound pounced, and Harry charged at it. The creature swiped at him with its paw, but he ducked under it. Harry then began hacking and slashing at the beast, all the while dodging its paws and knife, like teeth. Unfortunately, it got a lucky bite on his arm, and Hermione screamed. Gritting his teeth in pain, Harry rolled under it and stabbed the beast in the ribcage. On cue, the monster fell dead, just missing his body. Harry got and turned, clutching his wounded arm. He was just in time to see Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall enter and see the downed beast. Right in front of their eyes, the beast dissolved into a shadow and melted through the floor. The headmaster had a stunned look on his face, as did McGonagall. Then he schooled his features back to normal. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger. I trust there is an explanation why you three are not in your common rooms. Shall we take the conversation into my office? I'm sure there must be a story behind this." Minerva, Can you also fetch Poppy? The four wordlessly walked to the headmaster's office. Soon, Poppy Pomfrey and Minerva McGonagall joined them. The nurse clucked disapprovingly before she cleaned the wound on his arm. She then reached into Harry's emergency supplies, fished out some ambrosia, broke off a piece, and fed it to him. Before their very eyes, the bite marks faded a little bit and the bleeding stopped. After that, she took a roll of bandage and wrapped his arm in it. She spoke, judging by the scarring, it should take a couple of days for it to heal completely. Dumbledore smiled. Thank you, Poppy. If you would please stay back, Mr. Potter will explain how he got his injuries. I think it would be wise to start from the beginning, Harry. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. Okay, so before I begin, do you believe in gods? Hermione raised an eyebrow. I'm a Christian. Of course I believe in God. He gently corrected her. Gods plural. Specifically the Greek gods. They actually exist. Ron looked lost, but Hermione's eyes widened. They're real? Yes. Back in October 1979, my mother Lily was hit with a curse, rendering her barren. So, they looked for some fertility rituals before Sirius found something. From what I was told, he accidentally gave them a summoning ritual, not a fertility ritual. McGonagall snorted. I'm not surprised. He would have found the right ritual had he paid more attention in class and not focused on pranking people. He continued. Anyway, the summoning ritual called on the nearest deity to help them. Lady Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was the closest and answered the call. With a blood ritual, she was able to pass some of her essence into James' body and then into Lily Potter's womb. So, my mother was finally pregnant with me. The only caveat was that Lady Artemis is also counted as my mother. She swore an oath to remain a virgin forever, but my conception was a loophole in this oath. In other words, I am the first and only demigod son of Artemis. The creature that attacked was a hellhound from the depths of the underworld. Though I'm curious, how did it get inside the Hogwarts wards? Dumbledore replied, I believe I can answer that. We finally found the troll unconscious in the first-floor girls' toilet. My theory is that somebody opened the wards to let the troll inside. I'm guessing that the hellhound was also able to get inside before the wards could be closed. Harry nodded. It's possible. Anyway, after the attack by you-know-who, Lady Artemis appeared and took me away. I think you and Professor McGonagall witnessed that. Indeed. Right. Since then, she and the Hunters of Artemis have been raising me. The Hunters are a group of girls who have sworn loyalty to my godly mother. The perks are semi-immortality and eternal youth. Cons are that they have to swear off falling in love. Hermione asked, semi-immortality? Basically, the girls are immortal, as long as they do not break their vow of falling in love, or they are slain in battle. Everyone nodded, and Ron finally understood. Harry continued. After I turned 5, I was sent to a camp full of fellow demigods. Ron snapped his fingers. So that's what you mean every time you refer to summer camp. Also, what was that thing that Madame Pomfrey gave you? That's right. The thing is Lady Hecate, Greek goddess of magic, has insisted that the larger wizarding world should not be made aware of the existence of demigods. Only those who I can trust can be allowed to learn my secret. Also, that food is called ambrosia. It is literally the food of the gods of Olympus. Demigods can eat it because it has healing properties. However, eating too much of it can cause the body to literally burn up. Also, mortals are forbidden from consuming it or their bodies will burn up. So when I stopped you from eating it when you raided my suitcase, I was literally saving your life. Dumbledore replied, Lady Hecate fears that the pure-blood supremacists would make things a lot worse. That is correct. According to her, this world are not ready to learn of the existence of gods. Ron, Hermione, I would really appreciate it if both of you kept this a secret. Please, I am trusting both of you. The two promised him, and then Hermione blurted, Harry, why were you carrying the daggers? He said, hazard of being a demigod. Monsters can attack at any time. That is why we go to Camp Half-Blood, so that we can train to fight these monsters and survive. Besides, it was better to have them and not need them, than to need them and not have them. Also, they are not the only weapons I have. He took off his rings, and both transformed into a bow and a quiver full of arrows. Dumbledore looked grave. I appreciate you saving your friends like that. That being said, You will have detention for carrying these weapons. I shall decide your punishment at a later date, so let me think on it. Fortunately for you, I will allow you to keep your weapons, so long as they are well hidden and you do not use them in school unless in an emergency. Also, 30 points from Gryffindor for carrying the weapons. 10 points to Gryffindor for saving your classmates. Finally, McGonagall turned to the trio. Now, could you please explain why you were not in your common rooms? Hermione spoke up in a small voice. After Charms class, I had a massive row with Harry and Neville. I jumped to some wrong conclusions and we argued about it. Afterwards, I ran off, crying in the bathroom. I didn't know about the troll at all. I assume Harry and Ron came to warn me about it. The Transfiguration professor's lips thinned. I see. Thank you for your honesty. You three may go. They left, with Harry still cradling his injured hand. It may be healing, but it still hurt like Tartarus. Scattershit. So I got done with this chapter quicker than I thought. I had some time off from work because of Easter, so I was able to work on this. Chapter 11. The trio finally entered the Gryffindor common room. Percy and his fellow prefect, Angelica Cole, immediately accosted them. Cole exclaimed, "Oh, good. All three of you are okay. You three had us worried when Percy told me that we were missing someone. One of us would have gone with you, but we had to make sure the Weasley twins didn't sneak off to prank someone." Then Percy noticed Harry cradling his bandaged arm. He steered the three of them to the couch, and the other Gryffindors surrounded them. The oldest Weasley present in the school motioned to his arm. I take it there's a story behind that. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances and came to a silent agreement. Harry lied. "Yeah, we found Hermione, but the troll kind of found us first. Got hit with some debris while it hulkied out, but luckily Madame Pomfrey said it will heal in a couple of days. 'Tis but a scratch." Dean quipped. "Oi, Harry, quit the pop culture references and give us the story straight." Harry grumbled, "Killjoy." He continued. "Not much happened. Ron used the levitation charm to float its club away and drop it on the troll's head. Everyone cheered and soon split up to do their own thing." Katie suddenly sidled up to the trio. "There was more to the story, wasn't there?" Hermione asked. "She knows?" Harry nodded in response. "She's one of the newest hunters of Artemis. I kind of recruited her a week after McLaggen couldn't keep it in his pants. She took the news of me being a demigod pretty well. Anyway, Katie, I didn't get injured because of the troll. After we knocked it out, we were on our way back when a hellhound attacked." Alarmed, the second year whispered, "A what?" "Monster from the depths of Tartarus. According to Professor Dumbledore, someone opened up the Hogwarts wards and let the troll in. However, it seems that the hellhound was lurking nearby and managed to sneak in before the wards were closed. I managed to kill it, but I got sloppy and it got a lucky bite." She looked down in sadness. "I should have been there. You're pretty much my brother now." He gently pat her back. "Don't blame yourself. If anything, it was my fault for being sloppy. Also, I should start training you to use a bow and arrow. They're the primary weapons of a hunter of Artemis. Trust me, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be rivaling the Apollo kids in accuracy." She mused, "This could actually help us in Quidditch as well. From what I observed last year, Angelina is a pretty physical player. Basically, she can muscle her way through any defense. Alicia, on the other hand, is the expert at penalty shots. As for myself, Oliver mentioned that I'm light and nimble. Now with the archery training, it can maybe improve my aim, especially in open play. By the way, how early do you wake up?" 6 a.m., usually for training to fight. "I think I'll join you. Also, Quidditch season is starting next week, so you might have to wake up early for practice. Ravenclaw have already beaten Hufflepuff last week, and next week we're up against Slytherin." Harry winced. "Yikes. Already being thrown into the snake pit in our first game." She nodded. "Pretty much. Angelina warned me that Oliver can get pretty fanatical. I'll tell you what, you try and work out a schedule that blends the Quidditch training, your studies, and our personal training." He agreed, and the four split up to go to bed. Over the next week or so, Harry was kept quite busy. He had to juggle his schoolwork, Quidditch practices, and training Katie. To her credit, she managed to pick up archery fairly quickly. Her improved skills also translated onto the Quidditch pitch, as her open play throws were deadly accurate. Not that Oliver was complaining. As for Harry's friendship with Ron and Hermione, the girl became a lot less fanatical about school work and her rule obsession. thought that was largely down to the fact that the entire house staged an intervention for her. The seniors told her in no uncertain words that their academics were none of her business. Also, she was not allowed to check out any books unless it was related to the first-year course. Additionally, she was not allowed to hoard the books because her own classmates need them too. When she asked why, a seventh year called Deidre stepped up and flatly told her that she was almost late for her potion submission because Hermione checked out all of the reference books from the library. The other seniors also had similar complaints, as well as students from other houses. That was enough to silence the girl, and she looked down in shame. Meanwhile, Ron was a little nicer to Hermione, though they still argued with each other. Soon enough, the day of Gryffindor's first match dawned. Katie was a bit nervous, as were Angelina and Alicia. To their and Oliver's surprise, Harry was fairly calm. Fred aired the question, hanging over everyone's heads. He said, "Boy, Harrykins, you seem awfully calm about it, considering it's your first Quidditch match." Harry replied, "Nah, this is just like back at summer camp where we play capture the flag. Except, the teams are smaller and the roles are much more defined. I'll explain everything after the match." Oliver nodded. "We'll hold you to that. Now let's get that Quidditch cup back into Gryffindor hands, where it belongs." As they ate, Headmaster Dumbledore walked up and told him that he was adjusting the wards to allow for portkey travel into the grounds. This was because Sirius and Remus were coming to watch the game. At 11 o'clock, the 7 of them trooped out of the castle doors, ready for the first game. Suddenly, there was a massive commotion as 2 figures popped out of thin air and were dumped on the ground of the courtyard. Moments later, 3 more figures were spat out, a few feet from them. Harry recognized all 5 people immediately. "Connor? Travis? Silena? What the heck are you 3 doing here? I was just expecting Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus." Silena Beauregard got up and smoothed out her jeans before glaring at the Stoll brothers. The 2 boys shrank in fear, and Remus explained, "I think what happened was that Sirius and I were preparing a portkey. Then these 2 stole it right from Sirius' pocket. Of course, we had another one ready, just in case of an emergency. Silena over here tagged along to fetch these 2 before they got up to any mischief. She stalked over and grabbed the Stolls by the ears. She snapped. And these 2 idiots caused a lot of chaos in my cabin when they replaced Drew Tanaka's shampoo with hair-removing solution. I was in a counselor meeting when I heard her screams of rage." Fred and George snickered, prompting Angelina and Katie to smack them. The dark-skinned girl warned, "Don't even think about it." Harry pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned. "Right. Anyway, Sirius, Remus, is there any way we can send them back to camp? They weren't supposed to be here anyway." Remus sighed. "Unfortunately, it takes a bit of time to create another portkey. This is largely because the process is a little tedious, and we have to get approval from the Ministry of Magic. So until then, the 3 of them are stuck here. I was thinking maybe they can stick around to watch the game. We'll make sure they don't get into trouble." Soon, Harry and the Quidditch team headed to the changing rooms. Meanwhile, Silena, Connor, and Travis joined Sirius, Remus, Ron, and Hermione to head to the stands. In the changing room, Oliver gathered everyone after they're changed into scarlet Quidditch robes. He opened his mouth and started off, "All right, lads and ladies. This is it. This is the big one." Just as he was about to continue his inspiring speech, the Weasley twins ruined the moment by imitating him. With a tick mark on his forehead, he snapped, "Do you mind? We were all having a moment. This is the best team Gryffindor's had in years. We're going to win. I know it." They headed out onto the field, and all of them stood in front of their Slytherin opponents, decked in green. Madame Hooch stood between them with her hands on her hips. She gave them all a stern warning that she wanted a nice and clean game. Harry observed that most of her focus was aimed at the Slytherin contingent. He remembered Sirius' advice about the Slytherins not playing fair during his school days. Judging by the looks on Captain Marcus Flint's face, nothing had changed since then. Though he also noted that Slytherin beater Erica Rath was focused on Hooch's words. Harry filed that piece of information away for later. As Madame Hooch gave the call to mount their brooms, Harry clambered on his Nimbus 2000. He gave it a cursory look just to ensure that all the enchantments that Sirius and Remus had placed were still working fine. With a loud blast of Hooch's whistle, 15 brooms went airborne. In a built-in tower in the stands, commentator Lee Jordan was in his element. Though, aside from commentating, he was trying and failing to flirt with Angelina. Jordan only succeeded in getting repeated earfuls from Professor McGonagall. Jordan excited screamed, "She's really belting along up there," and neat pass to Alicia Spinnet. A good find of Oliver Woods. Last year, only a reserve. Here we go. Back to Johnson, and no. The Slytherins have pinched the quaffle off her. Slytherin Captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle, and off he goes, Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's going to SC Nope. Stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor keeper Wood. Lee continued jabbering away. The Gryffindors take the quaffle on the counterattack. Leading the charge is chaser Katie Bell. Oh. Nice dive around Flint, off up the field, and OUCH, that must have hurt. She gets a bludger to the back of the head, and the Slytherins take advantage. That's Adrian Pusey speeding off toward the goal posts, but he's blocked by a second bludger. Fred or George Weasley obviously didn't take too kindly to the stunt with Bell. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater. Now it's Johnson back in possession of the quaffle. A clear field ahead, and off she goes. Golly, she's really flying, and she dodges a speeding bludger. The goalposts are ahead. Come on now, Angelina. Keeper Bletchley dives, misses Gryffindor score. Harry simply tuned out the commentary and hunted for the snitch. Within minutes, he had his eyes on it, tracking its movements. His keen eyesight was largely thanks to his time with the hunt. However, he made no move for it. This was because Oliver had told him to wait until the chasers had put up at least 70 points on the board. Instead, he simply opted to fly around lazily, though his eyes rarely left the snitch. Occasionally, he would run interference, mainly using his body to redirect quaffle passes that were out of reach of his teammates. In the build-up to the game, Hermione and fellow Gryffindor Murphy McNully pored over the Quidditch rules. One of the interesting things that they discovered was that he was legally allowed to run interference, as long as his hands were not touching the quaffle directly. Suddenly, he dropped it to a barrel roll to avoid a bludger from Wrath. Then, Harry spotted the snitch hovering just behind chaser Adrian Pusey. Fellow seeker Terrence Higgs hadn't spotted it yet, as he was on the other side of the pitch. Harry began to slowly fly over to Pusey, not enough to alert Higgs, but close enough to perform a surprise attack. Unfortunately, Jordan ruined it by pointing out where the snitch was. Higgs came to his senses and raced over, but Harry was quicker and closer. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Flint hurtling towards him. Harry dipped low at the last moment to avoid the captain and saw a startled Flint pass over him and nearly collide with Higgs. In the ensuing melee, the snitch pulled a Houdini and disappeared. Then, the Slytherins upped the ante in terms of aggression. Bludgers flew wildly from Slytherin bats, forcing Fred and George to defend, occasionally going two-handed. Harry barely missed getting brained in the head on 3 occasions. Just then, his broom gave a brief lurch before calming down. Harry's eyes narrowed as serious warning echoed in his head once again. In the next few minutes, there was not a peep from the broom, so he assumed that the enchantments were working. Meanwhile, in the teacher's box, Quirinus Quirrell was frowning and glaring as hard as he could. He wondered, why wasn't the jinx working? The Potter brat should have been bucked off ages ago. His master was not going to be pleased with this unexpected development. Unbeknownst to him, Severus Snape cast a wary eye on him, then looked at Harry, and then settled down to watch the game. He noticed Sirius and Remus earlier and figured that those two had it under control in case Potter was in trouble. Just then, Alicia Spinnet scored, making Gryffindor lead 90-40. As if on cue, Harry's lazy flying ceased, and he showed off the true speed of the Nimbus 2000. Terrence Higgs was also closing in, and the two were side by side. Higgs, a 7th year, assumed that since he was older and bigger, the puny first eye would be no match for him. However, there was one thing that Harry knew that he didn't. Harry Potter was a demigod, and he had undergone several years of training with the Hunter and at Camp Half-Blood. Hence, he built up a fair bit of muscle, not that his regular robes and Quidditch robe showed it. So, when Higgs barged sideways into him, Harry didn't budge. When Higgs did it again, Harry decided that he could give just as well as he could take it. Harry muscled Higgs out of the way and swiped the snitch from out of the air. Just as he did that, Lee Jordan's excited shouts filled the stadium. He hollered, "He's done it. He's got the snitch. Potter's got the snitch." Madam Hooch's whistle screech pierced through the cheers, and she declared, "Gryffindor win, 240 to 40. Katie was the first one to him, and practically hugged the life out of him. Alicia and Angelina were next, followed by Oliver and the Weasley twins. When the seven landed, the rest of the Gryffindors converged on them in a giant group hug. The Stoles heartily pat him on the back, while Silena hugged him and swung him around. As everyone walked back, Lavender asked Silena, "You and Harry seem close. Are you two?" The demigod blinked. "Me and Harry? Oh, no, he's like a brother to me. My siblings also treat him like a little brother." Lavender nodded. "Also, I love your makeup. Can you give me any tips?" Quaffle to line up another attack. Angelina flew next to her. "Damn girl, where the heck did you get this good?" She shrugged. "Took some archery lessons during the Christmas holiday. I was a fast learner." Angelina intercepted the pass and dodged a bludger. "Well, I'm not complaining. I might do the same when school lets out. I'll rope in Ally as well." A few meters up above them, Harry carried out his lazy flying tactic. Like in the Slytherin game, his keen eyes picked out the snitch already and was just tracing its patterns. Brief glances behind him showed that Cedric was not so subtly trying to tail him. Harry noted that this game was a lot harder than the Slytherin game. For one, the chasers were a bit more competent, and the keeper could give it a run for his galleons. After 15 minutes of a pretty close game, Alicia scored to make the score 90 to 60, and that was when Harry took off. Right on cue, Diggory also took off after him. Both players dodged and weaved through their teammates and rivals, while still pursuing the snitch. Just then, one of the Hufflepuff beaters smashed a bludger straight at Harry's face. He waited until the last second to roll under his broom, letting the bludger sail past where his body used to be, and almost give a startled Diggory his first kiss. Instead, it smacked his shoulder and sent him veering off course. Harry righted himself and continued chasing the snitch. The rain was making it harder to see, but Harry was able to make out the snitch in front of him. He lunged and somehow swiped it out of the air. As soon as he did so, Lee Jordan's excited screams filled the air. Once again, Harry found himself as the meat in a 7-layer Gryffindor sandwich. Oliver was bawling his eyes out. "One more, and we finally have the trophy." Back in the common room, the party was epic. Even when McGonagall came in to warn everyone about curfew, she didn't have the heart to stop everyone. Chapter 15. Apologies for the delay. This chapter needed a couple of rewrites just to get it right. The Daily Prophet, January 7th, 1992. Miracle at St. Mungo's. Longbottom's cured. The entire wizarding world knows what happened on that fateful Halloween when the boy who lived defeated the Dark Lord you know who. However, even after his defeat, there were still remnants of his Death Eater followers. Among them were Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband Rodolphus, and brother-in-law Rabaston. These three criminals attacked the Longbottom family and tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom to insanity. Since then, the couple have been permanent residents in St. Mungo's, as Medi-Wizards desperately try to cure them, but in vain. All of that changed last night, when renowned and reclusive Greek Medi-Wizard Lester Papadopoulos walked through the doors of St. Mungo's with his stepson Michael Yu. This reporter was able to catch up with Mr. Papadopoulos after he performed his miracle. He said that he had heard about the Longbottom case long ago and was intrigued. Mr. Papadopoulos declared that he is regarded as one of the best healers in the wizarding world, but was very picky about his cases. So when he heard about the Longbottom family, he could not resist a challenge. Of course, he only turned up now because he needed time for research and to gather his supplies. This reporter also noted how young Mr. Papadopoulos' stepson was. However, the Medi-Wizard said that Mr. Yu is a prodigy, in his words, a real chip of the old block. So, he took him on as his apprentice and has not regretted it ever since. This reporter begged to know the procedures used to cure the Longbottoms. At that moment, the hospital staff insisted that Mr. Papadopoulos is bound by the Asclepiad oath to not reveal his medical practices. Dame Augusta Longbottom has been informed of her son and daughter-in-law's recovery. Both Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom will be released from hospital this afternoon to recuperate at home. We at the Daily Prophet wish the Longbottoms a quick recovery. We also hope that they have a happy reunion with their family. Harry had just finished reading the papers when he heard a loud clatter across from him. He glanced up to see Hermione's jaw drop, along with a porridge spoon on the floor, which he assumed she dropped. Reading over his left shoulder, Ron blurted, "Bloody hell! This is massive. Where's Neville?" The three of them were the first ones down in the Great Hall, and thus got the newspapers first. This was also because Hedwig took her delivery job way too seriously. Hermione looked at the door. "Here he comes." "I don't think he's aware of the situation yet." Neville sat down to Harry's right, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He sleepily mumbled, "Hey guys, what's the matter?" Harry slowly moved the prophet under his nose. At first, Neville didn't react and his eyes closed. Then his eyes snapped back open and he snatched the paper from Harry. When he finished, he stared straight ahead and then keeled over backwards and fainted. Harry murmured, "Blimey." Fletch worked pretty fast and outdid himself. Ron tilted his head curiously and spoke. "What do you mean, mate?" Harry rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He said, "I may have written to Lee Fletcher from the Apollo cabin. You remember him, right? 15-year-old guy with blonde hair? That's him. I remember back on Halloween, Sirius told me about Neville's parents. I kind of felt bad for him and wanted to do something nice for him. So I wrote to Fletcher and called in a favor that he owed me. Honestly, I was just expecting him or one of his older siblings. I definitely didn't expect him to get his dad involved." Hermione's eyes widened. "Dad? You mean Dash?" He nodded. "Lester Papadopoulos is an alias Apollo takes when in his mortal form. I'm guessing that he's used it a lot to hang out in the Greek wizarding world. So they didn't really question it." Neville finally came to and snatched the newspaper once again. His face split into a broad grin and hugged all three of them. Harry pat his back. "I'm happy for you, mate. You deserve it. According to the paper, they'll be returning home in the afternoon. You can talk to Professor McGonagall to excuse you for some time." The boy rushed over to the head table, where the equally stunned faculty were seated. In a daze, McGonagall allowed Neville time off to visit his parents. When he returned, an hour after lunch, the boy was deliriously happy. Even Snape, who often made his life unpleasant in potions, decided to leave him alone. Just then, Harry noticed something different about Neville. He said, "Hey Nev, is it just me, or is that a new wand?" The boy flushed slightly. "Yeah, I was actually using my dad's old wand all along. It was Gran's idea, and she said that I should be honored to use his wand." Dad wasn't too pleased when he found out and got involved in a massive row with Gran. In the end, Dad won and Mum took me to get my own wand, 13 inches, cherry with a unicorn hair core. I've been able to cast spells a lot better now. A couple of weeks later, the trio were in the library researching about Nicholas Flamel when they noticed Hagrid walking in. The large man came over to them and knelt next to Harry. The boy turned and smiled at Hagrid. "Hey Hagrid, how are you?" His shaggy face broke into a large grin. "Just peachy, Harry. Listen, if you three are not too busy, I wanted to show you a new critter I found." Hermione interrupted. "Is it the moon calf that you were expecting yesterday? I hope it's nothing dangerous like that chupacabra you showed us last week." Ron's only just got out of the hospital wing, and we had a really awkward conversation with Madame Pomfrey. He waved his hand dismissively. "Nah, it's nothing like that." "Well, you'll see. The mooncalf's arrival has been delayed by a couple of weeks." Later on, Hagrid ushered the trio into his hut as they tried to shield themselves from the pouring rain. It had been raining intermittently for the past few weeks, with occasional thunderstorms. When Hagrid closed the door, the first thing that hit them was the sweltering heat. Right by the fireplace was a large cauldron with a large black egg in it. Harry joked, "Hagrid, we just had lunch. Were you planning to make an omelet?" He gave a short belly laugh. "Ha ha. Nonsense, Harry. This is a dragon's egg. I was actually in Hogsmeade the other day. Came across an odd chap at the Hogshead Inn and beat him in a game of cards. Bloke had a lousy hand, and I won easily. He told me that he was a lover of exotic creatures, and his next expedition was to look for a three-headed dog. He said he heard some rumors of one in Albania and wanted some tips to deal with one. I told him that all he had to do was play some music, and it will drop off to sleep." Hermione squeaked, "Hagrid, You know that breeding dragons without a license is illegal, right? Wouldn't it be better off in a reserve somewhere? I read that there are many dragon reserves in the country. Also, did you see that man's face? He could have been a smuggler. He blew off her warning. Now, no need to fret. There's all sorts of folks at the Hog's Head Inn. The fellow heard through the grapevine that I was rather fond of dragons. So he used some of his influence to find one for me. Ah, just in time. Look, it's hatching. Sure enough, the egg was wobbling a little, and there was a cracking sound. Then, it burst open to reveal a reptilian head followed by a serpentine body, and Hagrid exclaimed happily, "Isn't he beautiful?" The bloke who I won it from said that it was a subspecies of the Norwegian ridgeback, or something like that. Eri sudenliblirted. De immortalis. That's not a dragon. Everyone turned to see his pale face. Ron questioned, "It's not." The demigod nodded. "There's good news and bad news. The bad news is that this is a draken, and they are much deadlier." Hermione, ever eager for more knowledge, asked, "What's the difference between a dragon and a draken?" He dodged a spray of venom. "Like I said, drakens are deadlier, and they are several millennia older than dragons. They're also a lot more vicious than dragons." Ron yelped, "And that's the bad news. What's the good news?" "This is a Theban draken. It's a little less aggressive than other draken species, but no less dangerous. Most draken species, including the Theban draken, can spit acidic venom, and they can grow at alarming rates." "I'm sorry, Hagrid. It needs to go now. Look, it's already trying to snap at me. It has already recognized me as a demigod, and all monsters, including drakens, will go to kill any demigod." Hagrid tried to argue. "Surely you don't mean that, Harry. It's just a wee little baby. It will not survive alone." However, Harry was firm. "Sorry, Hagrid, but I'm not budging on this. Look, I like you because you're a friend, but I don't want to risk this draken growing up and putting the four of us and the entire school at risk. Imagine the fallout if someone discovered it in your hut. You could get into major trouble." The large man agonized over it for a few minutes before his shoulders slumped. He mumbled, "I suppose you're right. You should go and take care of it in the Forbidden Forest, outside the castle." "Wards," Ron's voice trembled. "When you said growing at alarming rates, what do you mean by that?" The reply came just as he dodged another venom shot. "There are reports in the demigod world that drakens can be as long as a skyscraper. Haven't seen one myself, and I don't plan to. It'll take an entire army just to take down a full-grown draken." "What's a skyscraper?" The baby draken had begun to slither towards Harry, snapping at him. "Imagine a creature as large as Hogwarts Castle and multiply it by 10. Some of the largest drakens are as tall as the Empire State Building." At this, Hermione was also white as a sheet. She whimpered, "Good grief. If that's tall." He motioned to Hermione and Ron, never taking his eyes off the draken as it continued to advance towards him. Harry ordered, "Do me a favor and make sure the coast is clear. I'll try and lead it to the Forbidden Forest so that I can get rid of it." The two of them nodded and exited the ramshackle hut, leaving Harry to continue backing up as the baby draken chased him. After 5 minutes, there was a series of knocks on the door. Harry recognized it as Morse code, something that Annabeth had taught him. Avoiding another attack, he quickly opened the door and ducked out, with the draken following him. He motioned to his two friends, "Get back to the library and try and look up anything else about Flammel. I'll join you once I've got rid of this monster. Don't worry about me. I can handle the bugger." They sprinted away, and Harry began backing towards the Forbidden Forest. In response, the draken lunged and barely missed him. As it pounced at him again, Harry began to feel for his rings, only to touch bare skin. Turns out he left it back in his dorm room, and he cursed his own stupidity. He instantly went for his daggers and dropped in a fighting stance, still backing up towards the forest. Suddenly, it leaped at him with its jaws agape, and he quickly thrust one dagger and stabbed it. In an instant, the baby draken screeched and dissolved into dust. Breathing heavily, he sheathed the daggers and shakily made his way back to the castle. A few days later, the trio were no closer to finding out about Nicholas Flamel. The first-year end-of-term exams were also steadily approaching, so they had to study for those as well. One day, Harry trudged into the common room from his dorm after a short afternoon nap and sat down at a desk. He fished out a few blocks of wood and one dagger before unconsciously carving it up. He wasn't really paying attention to what he was doing, but cast his mind back on a weird dream. In it, he was at a beach where the sea was really rough. Additionally, there was a white horse and a golden eagle attacking each other a little ahead of him. The eagle appeared to scream, "Where is it? Where is it?" Harry could not make head or tail of it at all. Suddenly, he noticed someone sitting on the desk in front of him. He looked up and saw a smiling lavender brown sitting in front of him. She chirped, "Hi, Harry. What are you up to?" He shrugged. "I finished my revisions a while ago and took a nap. Now I'm just fiddling around. I have ADHD, known as attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So I have to keep my hands busy or I'll go crazy." Lavender nodded sympathetically. Then she looked at the block of wood that he was whittling. The only thing was it no longer resembled a block of wood, but looked like a small wooden figurine of a roaring lion. She emitted a low whistle. "Wow, you're pretty good at this. Looks incredibly detailed." Harry shrugged again and used his wand to summon a few more blocks of wood. "Back at summer camp, we had arts and crafts. It was a pretty good way to get creative." This time, he managed to carve out figurines of a snake, a badger, and an eagle, the Hogwarts house mascots. Later on, Parvati also joined her friend to watch him carve. Eventually, he stopped after carving a stag, a tiger, and even a hydra. He looked up and saw that Dean was also a spectator. Then Harry's stomach rumbled, and he blushed. Dean chuckled and tossed him a chocolate frog. Harry opened it gratefully and caught the frog before it could get away. Biting into it, he absently noted that the card he got was a Dumbledore card. He flipped it over, and the information hit him like a ton of bricks. Fortunately, he made no outward reaction other than to calmly get up and head out of the common room. Once past the portrait, he broke into a sprint, heading straight for the library. When he reached, he screeched to a halt and then calmly opened the door to enter. Sure enough, he found a bored Ron and an increasingly frustrated Hermione consulting stacks of books. He sat down between them and muttered, "I found him. I found Nicholas Flamel." She looked at him with hope in her eyes. "You did?" He handed the chocolate frog card, and she studied the information. Something clicked in her, and she grabbed a nearby book. She flipped through it and jabbed his finger at a random paragraph. The girl excitedly whispered, "I knew it. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. This stone is said to have the ability to turn any metal into pure gold. It is also one of the key ingredients in making the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal." Ron muttered, "Bloody hell. I can think of many people who would want to get their hands on it. You want to bet that that's what the three-headed dog is guarding?" Harry quipped, "He's a Cerberus, and that's a sucker's bet, mate. Listen, I'm trusting you too with this information. I've been speaking to Dumbledore. He seems to think that you know who is not dead. At the moment, he's my prime suspect, but I still don't know how he will try to get it. I was also thinking about that, Wraith. What if that was you-know-who?" Hermione suddenly had a horrible thought. It was drinking unicorn blood. The blood is supposed to keep a person alive, even when they're close to dying. Harry mused, "It's a solid theory. Also, don't you think it was suspicious that the fellow who just so happened to have an egg of a dragon-like creature? There was also a big hole in his story because the Cerberus is native to Greece, not Albania." Hermione said, "We've got to watch out. Though I suppose as long as Dumbledore is still in the castle, you-know-no won't do a thing. Dumbledore is the only person that he ever feared. As long as the headmaster is here, no one will make a move for the stone. So for now, let's just focus on our exams." Chapter 16. As the days passed, the exams crept even closer. Headmaster Dumbledore managed to catch up to Harry one day and revealed that he managed to pull a few strings with the ministry about his dyslexia. Initially, he had approached the Hogwarts Board of Governors to rope in a Greek examiner who would be grading a dyslexic student's paper, as they were more comfortable writing in Greek. Unfortunately, one of the board members, Lucius Malfoy, promptly shut it down. So, Dumbledore managed to go over the Board of Governors' heads and appealed straight to the ministry. To be precise, he went to the Department of Magical Education. This pretty much ensured that the board's hands were tied. As they talked, Dumbledore also made a curious comment about the weather. When Harry prodded further, he revealed that the wards around Hogwarts also helped to keep the weather out. So it was odd that it had been raining for such a long time and within Hogwarts grounds. Eager to solve another mystery, Harry wrote to Annabeth, though he had a bit of a suspicion. One morning, Hermione and Ron were busy revising in the common room when a pale Harry stumbled in. Noticing their friend's distress, Hermione got up and ushered him down between them. Ron whispered, "What's the matter, mate?" Still in shock, the dark-haired boy put up a privacy charm that Katie had taught him. Harry murmured, "I just found out why the weather's been so wonky in the past few weeks. I was talking to Professor Dumbledore last week, and he admitted that the wards around the castle normally keeps out the weather. Had a bit of a suspicion, so I wrote to Beth. According to her, someone stole Lord Zeus' lightning bolt. Now my dream makes so much sense." Hermione exclaimed, "What? Who did it? When did it happen?" WH-. Ron clamped a hand over her mouth. "Blimey, Hermione. Breathe, will you?" "Also, what dream, Harry?" Harry shrugged. "No one knows who did it. He's accusing Poseidon, for some reason, though Poseidon is denying it. According to the ancient laws, gods are forbidden from stealing each other's symbols of power. As for the dream bit, dreams are a pretty common occurrence for demigods, and they can show the past or future. My dream showed a scene at a beach with an eagle fighting a horse. The eagle was screaming, 'Where is it? Where is it?' I think the eagle was Zeus and the horse was Poseidon. The eagle and the horse are their sacred animals. How did I not see it before?" Ron patted his back sympathetically. "So what's going to happen, Hal? When the term ends, will you be able to go back to camp?" Harry shrugged. "Maybe. I just have to pray that I don't get blasted out of the sky while on the flight. Look, there's nothing we can do now. Hopefully someone finds it and returns it to him. For now, let's concentrate on our exams, then worry about the stone afterwards." Before anyone knew it, exam week was upon them. Firstly, there was the practical segment, which went fairly all right in Harry's opinion. His favorite exam was Data, where Quirrell had set up a course, and each student had to send offensive spells at cardboard cutouts of Death Eaters and avoid hitting hostages. They also had to complete the task in 30 seconds. Ron managed to hit 7 Death Eaters, but got a point knocked off for a stray stunner grazing a hostage's elbow. Hermione only managed 8 targets, and Quirrell noted that she took too long to decide what spell to use. Neville was actually doing decently until the 8th cutout popped up, and it appeared to resemble a tall woman with curly dark hair, thick eyebrows, and long eyelashes. That was when the poor boy faltered and clammed up. When it was time for Harry to take his practical, he set a record, hitting all 10 Death Eaters with no hostages harmed, all in the span of 15 seconds. His performance earned a nervous smile from Quirrell and a stuttered congratulations. Then came the written exams, and they were a little harder for the demigod. Unfortunately for him, the question papers were all in English, which did his dyslexic brain 0 favors. The first paper was Transfiguration, and McGonagall informed him that Dumbledore tried to get separate question papers written in Greek. However, the Board of Governors were still smarting from Dumbledore's earlier decision to get a Greek examiner for him. So they blocked this move and were not budging on their stance. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick came up with a solution. Harry would be placed in a different classroom with a different professor supervising while appearing for the exam. Later on, Ravenclaw prefect Penelope Clearwater was roped in to read the questions to him. Her own exams usually finished much earlier than his. As a Muggle-born, she was aware of conditions like dyslexia and was sympathetic, so she was willing to help him. Finally, there was History of Magic serving as the final exam. After a painstaking couple of hours, Penelope finally read the last question to him, and he dutifully wrote down the answer. After submitting the paper, he shook her hand and thanked her for her help. The girl was pretty gracious about the whole thing and wished him luck with his results. Before they parted ways, she knelt and whispered, "In my personal opinion, you did pretty well. I think it'll be a good result. Now you can go and enjoy the next few days in peace." "I know that I definitely will." A few days later, Harry made his way to the Great Hall for a small bite to eat. He sat and waited for Ron, Hermione, and his other housemates. Just then, Hedwig flew in with a small note in her talons. He opened it, and on it were the words, "It's time, Harry. I will be away on some business. I assume that you have learned of what is being guarded on the 3rd floor. For the record, I have done what the Muggle folk call the old switcheroo. The Philosopher's Stone in the corridor is fake. The real one is with me, and being returned to my friend Nicholas. It's up to you to keep up the ruse so as to not arouse suspicion from the Dark Lord. I need you to protect the item from him. Destroy the note after reading. I will try and return as soon as I can. Should you need my help, with a small incendio, he burned the note and waited. A minute later, Ron and Hermione entered the Great Hall, arguing as usual. She was still hung up on their recently concluded exams. The girl complained, "I'm sure I got question 10 wrong in astronomy. Oh, I should have ensured that all of my answers were at least 6 feet long. Oh no, oh no, I'm going to fail." A fed-up Ron snapped, "Come on, quit lying to yourself. You say this every bloody time we have a test, and then you come out and top the whole damn thing." Harry called out, "I hate to say it, Hermione, but Ron has a point. You're just worrying over nothing. Also, 6 feet more of parchment? Are you planning to keep all of our professors stuck grading your first-year papers by the time you're in 7th year? Take it from me, no professor is going to have the patience to grade insanely long essays." Beth learned that lesson the hard way when she was 9. One answer was 3 pages long, and the professor put a massive line across 2.5 pages. Told her that she wandered well off the point, and he has no patience to read 3 pages worth of a single answer. She sulked for a bit, and Ron asked Harry how his final exam was. After assuring them that his exam went well, he ushered them to sit next to him. He muttered, "Got a message from Dumbledore. He has some business in the ministry. With him out of the castle, it gives you-know-who the perfect opportunity to strike." The two looked alarmed, and Hermione murmured, "We'll go tonight." "Harry, do you think you can take him?" "I mean, we're all just kids," he whispered back. "Hermione, I've been training to fight for my life most of my life. I'll be okay. If you want, I can help train the two of you to fight as well." Ron was puzzled, "But mate, we have our wands. Why would we need to use swords and other weapons?" Harry glanced at his female companion. "Hermione, I agree with Ron." Harry turned to them and raised an eyebrow. "Okay, what if you were in a duel and you got disarmed? By your logic, you would have to run away or be dead." Ron slumped. "Yeah, you have a point. I was just a little jealous that you've had to save our arses, and we were pretty much useless against those monsters. Which is precisely why I wanted to train both of you. Judging by both of your responses, wizards don't rely on anything other than their wands. That kind of thinking will get you killed in the real world. The worst part is that the regular mortals won't be able to do a thing to help." He stealthily took out one dagger. "This is made from celestial bronze. It is the only thing that will hurt or kill any monsters. Regular swords will just go through them without harming them." With that, he sheathed the weapon before anyone could notice. Harry continued, "Anyway, we have to protect the stone from the Dark Lord." That night, Ron and Hermione waited as Harry headed upstairs to fetch his invisibility cloak. He stealthily opened his trunk and took the cloak and a rucksack when a voice interrupted him. "Harry? Is that an invisibility cloak?" He looked up to see Neville looking at him curiously. The demigod waved him off. "Yeah, I was just going to show it to Hermione. She hasn't seen it yet." Neville sat up. "Mate, I'm not stupid. You're planning to sneak out, aren't you? You can't. What if you get caught?" When Ron, Hermione, and I were caught out of bounds, we lost 50 points each. I couldn't look the rest of our housemates in the eye for weeks. We're so close to beating Slytherin for the first time in 7 years. Then he got off the bed and raised his fists, shaking slightly. He stammered, "I'll fight you if I have to. I won't let you and the other two lose points for Gryffindor." Harry paused and had an idea. "All right, plan B. You're coming with us." To be honest, Neville was not expecting that response. He backpedaled in surprise. "And me? You want me to come with you guys?" I didn't stutter. "So yes, you're coming with us. I have a feeling you could be a big help to us. Come on, mate. Time to prove that you're a real Gryffindor." He led the trembling boy down the stairs, ensuring that both of them were quiet. When he rejoined Ron and Hermione, they raised a curious eyebrow at him. He just shrugged. "Trust me on this. I have a gut feeling that he'll be a big asset." They were able to sneak out of the portrait because the fat lady was gallivanting elsewhere. Luckily, the cloak was able to cover all 4 of them. There was a moment when they barely dodged Filch. Hermione even had to clamp Neville's mouth shut when Mrs. Norris crossed their path. Avoiding a couple of prefect patrols, they finally reached the corridor. Since Ron and Hermione had been there before, they led the way. The trio even filled in Neville, and his eyes nearly popped out of their skull. They stopped outside an ordinary door, but could hear a harp playing inside. Hermione raised her wand and whispered, "Alohomora," and the lock clicked open. Before he opened the door, Harry looked at his three companions. Last chance to back out. "Do you still want to do this?" Hermione huffed. "Don't be silly, Harry. What kind of friends would we be if we abandoned you?" Ron quipped, "She's right, mate." Neville stammered, "I have spoken to my dad the other day, and he asked about you. He was quite happy that we're friends because he was a firm ally of your dad's. Dad insisted that no matter what happens, Potters and Longbottoms always had each other's backs. I'm not going to abandon you either." Harry smiled gratefully and opened the door and closed it behind all four of them. As soon as they entered and Hermione shut the door, they took off the cloak and Harry folded it up. Inside, there was a massive three-headed dog, the size of a truck. Ron and Neville whimpered in fear. Fortunately, it was sleeping due to an enchanted harp playing a Celestina Warbeck song. However, Harry realized that the song was just winding down. So his hand crept into his rucksack and he pulled out a flute, a gift from Hagrid. He ordered the other three, "See if you can move its paw away from the trapdoor. I'll keep it distracted. The harp's about to stop playing." Sure enough, it stopped. But Harry put the flute to his lips and began to play a soft, mournful tune. Hermione's eyes widened. "Is that Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen? That's one of my favorite songs." He nodded and kept playing, while there was not a single peep from the Cerberus. The three of them successfully moved the dog's paw and, one by one, dropped down the trapdoor. Harry slowly began moving to the open trapdoor and eventually stopped playing. He quietly hopped in and closed the door. Hanging on for a second, he let go and dropped like a stone. When he landed, it was on something pretty soft. Harry called out, "Everyone okay?" Ron called back, "Yeah. Good thing this plant thingy is here to break our fall." She shrieked, "That's a good thing. Do you even recognize this plant?" Neville's voice piped up, "This is Devil's Snare. A real nasty piece of work." Harry quipped, "If we weren't in mortal danger, I'd be making a hentai joke right about now." Ron and Neville were confused, but Hermione screeched, "Harry, don't be crude. Now let me try to remember how to kill it." Neville helpfully called out, "It likes dark and damp conditions." Harry hollered, "Come on, light a fire." She yelled back in panic, "But there's no firewood." Visibly annoyed, Ron roared, "Bloody hell, woman. Are you or are you not a witch?" Cowed, she took out her wand. "Close your eyes." Lumos Solum Maxima. A bright light filled the room and the vines all recoiled. Now that they were relatively free, the quartet escaped the vines and scampered away. As they walked away through a passageway, Ron muttered, "And they call her the brightest witch of her generation. Can't think straight in a crisis. There's no firewood." Honestly, just then, they heard a curious sound. Neville whimpered, What's that sound?" Harry shrugged, "Sounds like wings to me." "Look, there's a light up ahead at the end of the passageway." They hurried down the passage and were met with a curious sight. High up above them, there were hundreds of bird-like things flying up above them. Harry groaned. They had better not be the Stymphalian birds. Otherwise, we're screwed. Neville was lost. Stym for what? Harry waved him off. Long story. "Listen, we got to make a run for it. Hopefully they won't attack us." To their surprise, the flock above them did not move towards them. Ron suddenly blurted, "It's locked." Hermione tried the Alohomora charm, but it failed. Then Harry had a good look at the flock. What a second. Those are not birds. They're winged keys. Then he had a good look around the room before spying his target, a set of brooms propped up against the wall. He made a beeline towards them. "I'll take care of this." "What kind of key are we looking for?" Hermione called out. "A big old-fashioned key, preferably a silver one, so that it matches the door handle." He took off and plowed into the flock. His keen eyes searched this way and that for the key. Unfortunately, after 10 minutes of searching, he came up fruitless. Harry glided back down and picked up his rucksack. Whoever came before us covered their tracks well and must have taken the key with them. Okay, plan B. He fished out a lock-picking set. Compliments from the Stoll brothers for my 8th birthday. In 2 minutes, he had successfully picked the lock and opened the door. When they entered, the first thing they saw was a life-size chessboard, complete with all the pieces. Ron looked like it was Christmas, Easter, and his birthday, all at once. He rubbed his hands and gloated. My time has come. Come on, guys, we'll take the black pieces. Now we got to take the places of some of the pieces. Harry stopped him immediately. Are you having a laugh? There is no way that I'm risking the lives of any one of you. Ron, you can direct the pieces from the side. They argued back and forth, but eventually Ron gave in. What followed next was an intense battle between the white and the black pieces. The white pieces were especially brutal, obliterating the black pieces as they eliminated them. In the end, Ron managed to checkmate the White King by sacrificing his knight and allowing the bishop to take the king. When the game ended, Ron's face was so pale that they could see his freckles. He whimpered, "Bloody hell, I'm glad you talked me out of putting ourselves on the board. That knight would have been me." Harry shrugged. "I told you so. Now hurry up. You know who could be closing in on the stone at any moment." They hurried through the next passageway when a familiar pungent stench filled the air. Holding his nose, Harry turned to Ron. "You think you could do the same trick as last time?" He fished out his wand. "I'll try." Just as they were about to open the door, a familiar voice called out to them. It said, "Not to worry, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. I have stunned the troll. The stone is fine, but to be on the safe side, we'll go together." Hermione got excited. "Professor Dumbledore is here. Come on." Suddenly, Harry grabbed her hand and fiercely whispered, "Wait. Think about it for a second. Trolls are incredibly resistant to spells. There is no way that a stunner could down a troll, no matter how powerful Dumbledore is. Whoever is in that room, it's not Dumbledore." Additionally, he never mentioned Neville. "I've got a bad feeling." Harry debated with himself, and then reached for his waist, where his daggers were. He whipped them out, and Ron grabbed the door handle. The redhead wrenched it open, and Harry charged, brandishing his weapons. As he suspected, there was a Cyclops waiting for him, with one foot resting on a dead troll's head. The one-eyed monster grinned and grabbed a nearby spiked club. Well, well, well. It's my lucky day. First an unconscious troll, which I took care of. Now I finally get to kill a demigod. And it is the moon goddess. Child. Neville momentarily got over his fear. What's he talking about? The Cyclops brought down the club, intending to turn the pesky demigod into past. However, Harry dodged the strike and stabbed the monster in the calf. The monster roared in pain, and Harry called out, "Hermione, can you fill Neville in? The gig's up anyway. I'd do it myself, but I'm a little busy here." Harry ducked under another swipe, then stabbed the other calf. Then he straddled the Cyclops' back and stabbed him them. There were more roars of pain and rage. It began trying to grab the demigod with its meaty arms. Ron and Hermione tried to help by sending stinging hexes and stunners. Finally, a wild, tripping jinx from Neville managed to send the Cyclops on its back. This allowed Harry to straddle its chest and stab the monster in the throat. With one final roar, it crumpled and dissolved into dust. Panting in exhaustion, Harry crumpled to his knees. His legs felt like jelly, and he could barely move them. He gestured to his rucksack. "Hermione, can you feed me some ambrosia? Just a small piece will do." She started forward and rummaged through it. Finally, she pulled out a Tupperware box labeled emergency supplies. As she fed him a piece, she snorted, "The label is pretty apartment. This definitely qualifies as an emergency." Eventually, he was able to stand up, though he was a bit shaky. Ron and Neville got on either side and draped an arm over their shoulders. The timid boy asked, "You all right, Harry?" He gave a single nod in reply and sheathed the daggers after cleaning them. "Yeah, I'm steadily getting my strength back. It's one of the perks of being a demigod. We can heal a little quicker. By the way, good job with the tripping jinx, Neville." Neville flushed and mumbled, "It was nothing really." In the next room, there was nothing except for a table with 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes. When they fully entered the room, there was a small boom, which made Neville jump, and the room was surrounded by a huge sheet of purple fire. Hermione noticed a piece of parchment on the table and snatched it. She read, "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever one you find. One among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among outnumber hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting bidden in line. Choose unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you with your choice, we give you these clues for First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on Nettlewine's left side. Second, different are those who stand on either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different in size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. The girl gushed, "This is brilliant. It's a logic puzzle, and a fair number of wizards don't have much logic. They would be stuck in here forever, but not us, not on my watch. Give me a minute." She paced around the table, muttering away as she kept studying the parchment. Then, she clapped her hands. "I've got it. The smallest bottle would get us through the black flames and towards the stone." Unfortunately, Harry noticed a small problem. There's only enough for one person. I'll have to go it alone." "Which one takes us through the purple flames?" She pointed to a round bottle at the other end of the line. Harry took out his invisibility cloak and ordered, "One of you drink it and try and go back and send a letter to Professor Dumbledore. You can use Hedwig if you want, and use the cloak to evade Filch and the patrols. The other two can wait for me here, or wait for the bottle to replenish." Suddenly, Hermione hugged him. "Oh, Harry, be careful. You're a great wizard. You know that, right?" He shrugged sheepishly. "You're far smarter than the three of us. No offense, guys." Ron and Neville spoke in unison. "None taken." She scoffed. "Books and cleverness can only take me so far. I realize that now. It takes a lot more than that. Friendship and bravery are far more important." With a quick swallow, she downed the larger potion, and he did the same with his own. Both shuddered simultaneously, and he coughed. "Blimey, it's like ice is flooding through my body." With a deep breath, he stepped through the black flames. When he entered the room, the first thing he noticed was that he was not alone. Harry blurted, "Wow, I had a feeling it was you." The turbaned professor finally took notice of the new occupant. He smirked. "You were? Well, I suppose you were smarter than I thought. I had a feeling that you would be coming, Potter. Let me guess. You were expecting Severus? He does seem the type, always swooping around like an overgrown dungeon bat. So who would suspect PP? Poor St. stuttering P. Professor Quirrell." Harry glowered at him, but Quirrell continued talking. He said, "You know, I tried to kill you during your first Quidditch game. In a spot of oversight on my part, I forgot about your mud of a godfather. Those blacks were always a paranoid bunch. So I should have taken into account that he had added an anti-jinx charm to your broom. I had planned to off you during your second game, but the headmaster was already onto me. But that won't matter now, since I will finally be able to kill you myself." With a snap of his fingers, rope appeared out of nowhere and wrapped him up. It was so tight that he couldn't even access his daggers nor his rings. So, Harry switched into distraction mode and decided to keep Quirrell talking. He said, "Am I assuming that the troll on Halloween and the troll in the other room were your handiwork?" There was no need to mention the Hellhound or the Cyclops. Nevertheless, Quirrell obliged him. "Of course it was. The first troll was a distraction, and I have a certain affinity for them. On Halloween, I was only too happy Tom send the faculty on a wild goose chase. I would have gotten away with it if it were not for Severus and you meddling kids." Deciding to annoy him, Harry quipped, "Didn't know you were a Scooby-Doo fan, Professor." He snapped, "Enough of your insolence. Now sit quietly while I examine this interesting mirror." That was when Harry realized that Quirrell was in front of the mirror of Ariste and grinned to himself. The Dada professor muttered to himself, "The mirror is the key to finding the stone. Trust Dumbledore to come up with a contraption like this. No matter, by the time he gets back, I will be far away." Harry tried stalling again. "To be honest, I didn't really suspect Professor Snape. He and I have no beef with each other. I actually suspected that it was the Dark Lord himself." Quirrell paused momentarily. "Truly, you were smarter than I thought." Harry shrugged, or tried to. "Well, the Sorting Hat did say that I could have fit into any house. Gryffindor and Slytherin were the strongest candidates. However, he doubted that Slytherin would survive with me in it." He chortled, "Of course you wouldn't survive in Slytherin, Potter." Harry didn't have the heart to correct him and say that Slytherin would not survive him, and not the other way round. By then, the deranged professor was back to observing the mirror. He murmured, "I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master. But where is it? Is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it?" Harry thought to himself, "I'd love to see you break it and incur the wrath of Aphrodite and nemesis. Suddenly, a chilling voice emanated, seemingly from Quirrell himself. It chanted, "Use the boy! Use the boy!" Quirrell whirled around. "Potter, come here." Harry shot him an "Are you serious" look. He deadpanned, "I'm a little tied up at the moment, you twit." The professor scowled and loosed the ropes with a flick of his wand. "Enough of your cheek, you brat. Now, come to the mirror and tell me what you see." Harry dutifully obeyed and looked in the mirror. Surprisingly, it was blank except for himself. Just then, Aphrodite sauntered up to him and stood next to him. She winked and one hand reached into her glamorous dress. The other went up to her luscious red lips in a silent gesture. The hand fumbling through her dress came back out, and she was holding a red crystal-like stone. The Greek goddess of beauty gently slipped the stone into his reflection's pocket. At the same time, Harry felt something slip in his own pocket. Quirrell was losing his patience. "Well, I'm waiting. I see my mom and dad. They are smiling and playing with me when I was a baby. And now it's changing. I'm shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've just won the house and Quidditch cups for Gryffindor." The man growled and shoved him out of the way. Harry stumbled and slowly and stealthily tried to sneak away. Unfortunately, the disembodied voice spoke again. "The boy lies. He lies. Let me speak to him, face to face." Quirrell blanched. "Master, you are not strong enough." The voice snapped back. "I am strong enough for this." Then, the older man began to unravel his turban. When he turned away from Harry, the boy had to fight down some bile rising up his throat. On the back of Quirrell's head was another face. This one was pasty white with glaring red eyes and slit-like nostrils. It was Lord Voldemort. Voldemort snarled, "Harry Potter, see what I have become? Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body. There have been those who were willing hosts, and unicorn blood has sustained me for the past few weeks. My vessel, Quirrell, has been most faithful, and once I have the elixir of life, I can create a body of my own. With that said, give me the stone in your pocket." Harry backed off immediately, not wanting him to get his hands on it. Voldemort cackled. "Do not be foolish, boy. Better save your own life and join me. Refuse, and you will meet the same end as your parents. They died begging me for mercy." Harry immediately raised a hand. "I'm going to stop you there. That is the biggest load of dragon dung I have ever heard in my life. Besides, why would I willingly join the man who murdered my parents?" He spat in Voldemort's face. An enraged Quirrell raised his wand, but Voldemort stopped him. He sneered, "How touching. Yes, I lied about them. I always valued bravery, and your parents were brave. I dueled your father first, and he was a worthy opponent. However, your mother needn't have died. The silly girl was trying to protect you. Now give me the stone and prove that your mother did not die in vain." Harry bellowed, "Never," and backed away. Quirrell was faster and clamped a hand on his wrist. Then the strangest thing happened. The professor began howling in agony and let go of him, clutching his blistered hand. The demigod already had a good idea why this had happened. Voldemort was busy screeching, "Kill him! Kill him!" Then Harry went to the offensive and grabbed Quirrell's face. The homicidal professor tried to backpedal away, but Harry had a vice grip. After more struggles, Harry felt his strength draining and soon fell unconscious. Chapter 17. When he came to, the first thing he registered was a straw, millimeters from his lips. He blinked and looked at the smiling face of Madame Pomfrey before taking a drink of nectar. The matron was quite delighted to see him awake. She said, "Oh, wonderful. You're up. I dare say you've recovered far quicker than I thought, though I suppose your demigod physiology must have lent a hand. You have been out of action for a week now. The official word is that Professor Quirrell was possessed by a dark spirit and abducted the four of you. The other three are all right, but you're still recovering." He nodded. "When do you think I'll be up and about?" She pursed her lips. "I'd give it until tomorrow to be on the safe side. You will be glad to know that you will recover in time for your Quidditch game against Ravenclaw. Had you been a regular wizard, you would have been out longer and forced to miss the game." Harry snorted. "Oliver's going to be thrilled." She waggled a finger at him. "Indeed, but no straining yourself, young man. Your father was in here far too many times for my liking." He fired back, Let's try and keep out any Greek monsters. Turns out, we didn't face Quirrell's troll. A damn Cyclops snuck in and managed to kill it, meaning that I had to kill the Cyclops. Fortunately, I don't think Quirrell knew about it, and I prefer to keep it that way. Then she looked up. Ah, I think we have some company. I'll leave you to it for now. Sure enough, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Katie were gathered around his bed. Katie reached over and hugged him. Then she frowned and gave him a light bonk on the head. She scowled and wagged a finger at him. That was for not keeping me in the loop with your little harebrained scheme, you prat. I promised your mother that I would protect you. She hugged him again. I'm glad you're safe and sound. These three told me the full story, and Dumbledore revealed that Quirrell was possessed. Next time you get any more funny ideas, at least let me know or let me tag along, just so that I can make sure that you lot are not in over your heads. Or at least I could have covered for you. He had the decency to look sheepish. Sorry, Katie. Next time something big happens, we'll keep you in the loop. She sighed and tightened the hug. I'm just glad that you're okay. Neville piped up next. Hey, Harry, I have a lot of questions, actually, regarding your parentage. I know Hermione told me, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Harry explained, from what my godly mother told me, she was accidentally summoned in a ritual that my parents performed. Prior to that, my mortal mother was cursed to be barren. Sirius looked for an ancient fertility ritual, but accidentally gave them a summoning ritual. Lady Artemis transferred some of her essence into my mortal mum's body. So if we're being technical, I have 3 parents. It was also a loophole in her oath to never fall in love and have children. Trust me, the consequences of breaking a godly oath is very dire. Just then, there was a gentle cough behind them. They all turned to see Professor Dumbledore, who was cycling through various emotions. He asked Harry, Mr. Potter, may I have a word, please? Hermione got up and asked him politely, Hello, Professor. Would you like some privacy? He waved her off. There's no need, Miss Granger. I won't be long. Now, Harry, I wanted to ask you, what do you know of your mortal family? Harry shrugged. Not much, Professor. Sirius has just regaled stories of all his Uncle Remus and Dad's pranks together. He gave a single nod. I see. Does the name Petunia Evans Dursley mean anything to you? Harry thought for a bit before shaking his head. No, sir, he sighed. Petunia was your mortal mother's sister. She was one of your last remaining relatives, aside from Sirius. In a way, I am glad that your divine mother claimed you. As the Muggle saying goes, you dodged a massive bullet because of that. Additionally, I would have made one of the biggest mistakes of my life and lived to regret it. As you know, the school term is ending, and enrollment letters are already going out. He reached into his robes and pulled out a letter. Harry took it and read, Mackenzie Dursley, number 4, Privet Drive, the cupboard under the stairs. Dumbledore sighed again. I couldn't believe it myself when I first read it. So I had to investigate it personally, and there were some horrifying discoveries. Young Ms. Dursley was being abused by her parents and older brother, simply because she had magic. Hermione looked appalled. Ron and Neville were shocked. Meanwhile, Harry growled and looked ready to storm out of his bed if Katie had not restrained him, though she looked murderous as well. Dumbledore raised his hands placatingly. Not to worry, I have rescued her, and she is safely in Diagon Alley. I was hoping that you and the hunters would take Ms. Dursley under your protection. Petunia and her family want nothing to do with the poor child. It also had me thinking that it could have been you in her stead. I got a message from Chiron the Centaur. Someone will be picking you and Ms. Bell up at King's Cross Station. Ms. Dursley will also be with them. Harry didn't even hesitate. Of course we'll take her in. She's family after all. Also, we may be adding 3 more members to the Jackalope community in the future. Lady Artemis may tolerate males due to my influence, but she shows no mercy to abusive ones. She is especially vengeful if females are either abusive or are abetting it. I'll probably send a message to Zoe to stake out number 4 and gauge how they are treating her. Dumbledore nodded and walked away. Hermione shivered and Katie hugged Harry tighter. The older girl declared, If they ever dared harm a single hair on your head, I would hex them to oblivion. Harry quickly changed the subject. By the way, Neville, I have a bit of a confession. Michael Yu is a demigod, the son of Apollo. I wrote to one of his older brothers, Lee Fletcher, and told him about your folks. I honestly didn't expect their dad to tag along. It clicked for Neville. Why, you mean that an actual god healed my parents? Harry nodded once, before he found himself buried deep in his hospital bed with Neville's arms around him. The boy was babbling, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I owe you so much, mate." The demigod simply pat his back. "It was my pleasure, mate. I felt bad and wanted to help." A day later, Harry was finally up and about and returned to Gryffindor Tower. As they walked back to the tower, Hermione suddenly spun around and fixed him with an expectant look while walking backwards. Harry looked at her, utterly confused. "You wanted to say something, Hermione? When were you going to tell us that you could play the flute? Don't think that I haven't forgotten that you lulled the Cerberus to sleep with a rendition of Hallelujah." This was news to Katie. He did. Harry rubbed the back of his head. "I'm an all-right player, though I prefer an acoustic guitar. The children of Apollo are loads better, and we often play songs around the campfire." Things returned to normal for the most part, except that Oliver would really put him through the ringer. His justification was that he missed several crucial days of training, so he had to cram in several days' worth of training to catch him up. This time, Harry's demigod strength and stamina was really put to the test. On the bright side, Katie and the other two chasers did their best to rein Oliver in. It got to a point where Katie actually slapped Oliver and yelled at him, saying that Harry was no good in the game if he collapsed from exhaustion. Finally, the day of the Ravenclaw match arrived, and it was raining as usual. As everyone lined up, ready to play, Oliver marched up and down like a drill sergeant. "All right, everyone. This is it. We are finally here in the final. If we win this, the cup is back in Gryffindor hands for the first time in a long time." He pointed to the chasers. "Lena, Ally, Katie, I've gotten word from McNully that his fellow First Eye, Sky Parkins, has been teaching the claws her dad's moves. I want the three of you to watch out for the Parkins pincer. From what I know of it, two chasers get on either side of an opposing chaser, while the third one rams into them. If one of you happens to be trapped in it, and you can't muscle your way out, I want the other two to be on standby in case the quaffle is dropped. Thistlethwaite, I have a strong feeling that the pincer could injure one of the girls, so you'll be a reserve chaser." He turned to the twins. "Fred, George, disrupt their plays as much as you can. Also try and keep the bludgers off our chasers' backs or fronts. Harry, we may need you to run interference from time to time. They've got a new seeker in the form of Cho Chang. Belle, she's in your year, right? What do you make of her?" Katie tapped her chin thoughtfully. "She's a nice girl. But you remember in the Hufflepuff match, right? She started flirting with Diggory and distracted him long enough to snatch the snitch." Oliver gave a firm nod. "Right? So long story short, don't fall for her flirting, Potter." Harry mumbled, "I've been raised in an all-female household. I think I'll be fine." Katie had to suppress a snort, but Oliver shrugged. "Your funeral." The team discussed tactics a little more, before mounting their brooms and flying into the stadium. Right off the bat, the Lions knew that the Claws were going to be crafty opponents, and the rain was not helping at all. As the stereotypically smart house, Ravenclaw were well-versed with tactics and judiciously used them to their advantage. During the game, Cho had tried to flirt with Harry a few times, but he was unfazed. After half an hour, the score was 70-70, with neither side giving an inch. Katie fell victim to the Parkins pincer twice, with Angelina and Alicia being caught in it once. 3 of those attempts led to a Ravenclaw scoring. However, Katie was quick enough to prevent it from being 4 out of 4 and scored one of her own. When Gryffindor led 90-80, Ravenclaw pulled out the big wands. Cho had been tailing Harry during the entire game, but suddenly abandoned him and zoomed over to fly shoulder to shoulder with one of the Ravenclaw chasers, who was holding the quaffle. The other chasers and the beaters also crowded around them and began streaking towards the Gryffindor goalposts. Oliver recognized the move and yelled, "Power play," prompting everyone to charge at the cluster. Fred and George smashed a bludger each in their direction before following the bludgers. Angelina used her muscular build to her advantage and barreled through the group. A few Ravenclaws fell, but the main chaser was unscathed. Alicia and Katie unseated the rest before Harry suddenly flew in and body-checked the chaser with the quaffle. Alicia scooped up the loose ball and took off towards the Ravenclaw goalposts at breakneck speed. Since the keeper had also been part of the attack, it left the goalposts vulnerable. Just then, Harry suddenly darted away, evidently spotting something. Cho came to her senses and rocketed after him. The two were neck and neck, but Harry was able to outmuscle the second year, Ravenclaw, and swipe the snitch. Madam Hooch's whistle blew, and commentator Lee Jordan went nuts. He hollered, "He's done it! Potter's done it! Gryffindor have won!" Final score is 250 to 80. The entire Gryffindor stand erupted into massive cheers as Harry proudly brandished the captured snitch. Being the closest, Cho stuck out a hand for him to shake. "Great game, Potter. It was close. Though I'm curious, how come you weren't affected by my distractions?" He grinned back cheekily. "Perks of living in a predominantly female household. My foster family have a lot of girls, and they used to enjoy teasing me. You're gonna have to do a lot better than that, Cho." She smirked, challenge accepted. Cho flew off, just as Harry teammates swarmed him, led by a sobbing Oliver. Up in the stands, Dean chanted at the top of his voice, "It's coming home! It's coming home! It's coming! Quidditch is coming home!" Slowly, the other Gryffindors picked it up, and the chant grew louder. After a loud and boisterous party in the common room, everyone was too tired to trudge to their beds and spent the night sprawled out in the common room. When they woke up, there were a bunch of awkward situations, with Ron's face somehow buried into Lavender's chest. The two spent the rest of the day avoiding looking at each other. Harry himself ended up as an unintentional teddy bear for Alicia. When he woke up, he desperately tried to pry himself off, but she lived up to her nickname, Limpet. When the girl finally woke up, she was unrepentant, but Katie and Angelina found it hilarious. Finally, the end-of-term feast kicked off in spectacular fashion. Harry made his way to the Great Hall, admiring the red and gold decor as he did so. Gryffindor had finally won the House Cup, snapping Slytherin's 6-year stranglehold. At the head of the Great Hall, Dumbledore stood up and held out his arms in a grand gesture. He spoke, "Another year gone, and I'm afraid I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into this delicious feast. What a year it has been! I hope your heads are nice and full compared to the start of the year. With the holidays approaching, you have plenty of time to empty them once again before the new term begins. Now to business, the House Cup needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In fourth place with 3,520 points, it is Hufflepuff. In third place, with 3,630 points, it's Ravenclaw. Second place is Slytherin, with 3,870 points. Finally, in first place is Gryffindor with 4,000 points. Congratulations to Gryffindor for a wonderful job of winning the House Cup. It is also my pleasure to announce that Gryffindor have also won the Quidditch Cup for the first time in nearly 7 years. The red table exploded into raucous cheers and repeated goblet banging on the table. A day later, the exam results came in, and Harry was thrilled to learn that he had passed in all of them. He even barely beat Hermione to the top rank in defense by 1 mark. The girl had topped in all other subjects, and he was a little worried that she would resent him for ruining her perfect record. When he aired the concern, though, she huffed and smacked him on the head. Hermione scolded, "Harry, I'm not that shallow. Sure, I'm disappointed that I didn't top in Dada, but it just means that I have to work harder. In fact, I welcome the competition." Soon, everyone was packed and boarding the Hogwarts Express to go back home. Katie had stuck with Harry since they were traveling together. By then, they had changed to casual wear, with Katie sporting the typical hunter gear. Eventually, the train reached the station and students were sent out in small groups. Before they split up, Ron made Hermione, Neville, and Harry promise to write letters. He also invited them to stay with him during the summer. As Harry and Katie stepped onto a dripping wet King's Cross station, he spotted a familiar figure. He hollered, "Coach Hedge, what are you doing here? I thought Grover was coming to pick us up." The man in question was in his 40s, was a bit short, and had a goatee. He was also sporting fake feet, and one hand hefted a cricket bat. Hedge grinned. "Hey, Cupcake, Underwood's been sidetracked a little, so the council sent me instead." Hedge left to bring a rental car, and Harry noticed another figure standing there. The newcomer was a little girl with curly, dirty blonde hair, who was just a year younger than him. He turned and gave her a gentle smile. "Hi, you must be Mackenzie Dursley. I'm Harry Potter, and I'm your cousin." The girl was quite shy, but he noticed that her stance was guarded. He knelt slightly. "Hey, sweetie, I'm not going to hurt you." Professor Dumbledore told me about what your mean family have been doing to you. Don't worry, you'll never have to go there ever again. Not on my watch. Suddenly, she hugged him and refused to let go. He gently rubbed her back and, to his surprise, was able to lift her up. She was a year younger than him, but she weighed almost nothing. Then he had a good look at her and noted that she was unnaturally thin. He thought, were those people starting her? Just because she had magic. As Hedge brought the car, Harry gently ushered the girl onto the front seat with Coach Hedge. Meanwhile, he got in the back with Katie. He turned to his older companion and quietly revealed his observations. He slowly murmured, "Let's wait until we're with the hunters. We'll see if we can get revenge on her behalf." Katie had a dark look on her face. Agreed. Nobody should have to go through this much abuse. From the shotgun seat, Mackenzie innocently asked, "Where are we going?" Harry replied, "We're going to my home in America. By the way, this is Katie. She's a good friend of mine, and she's going to be staying for a while. Afterwards, we're off to a summer camp. Kids like us generally go there for a few months or year-round. Don't worry, it'll be fun and you'll have lots of friends." Her brown eyes lit up. "Really? I can finally have friends without Dudley bullying them away from me." "That's right, sweetie," Katie whispered to him. "You going to tell her about your status?" He whispered back. "That can wait. Let's not overwhelm the poor thing. I'll tell her after we reach Camp Half-Blood." After a bit of silence, Mackenzie fell asleep while Hedge drove. Katie looked out of the window at the pouring rain and mused. "Do you think our flight will be able to take off in this weather?" Hedge grunted. The big guy is still mad about his lightning bolt. Still accusing his brother, especially since rumors have emerged that his brother had a kid. Grover's just gone to verify those rumors. "I think we should be relatively all right." Then he groaned, "I can't wait until I get these stupid things off. My hooves are killing me." Katie was puzzled. "Wait, hooves?" Hedge grunted. "Right. I forgot you're new to this. I'm a satyr. We're usually assigned to protect demigods and guide them to camp. Potter didn't really need one, since he had the hunters with him. I have these fake feet to hide my hooves. Otherwise, I'd be having awkward conversations with the mortals." Following a lengthy flight, the four of them finally touched down in New York. Admittedly, it was a harrowing experience, as there was lightning and thunder all through the trip. When they left the airport, Hedge decided to part ways because he had some other duties. While walking around in the pouring rain, looking for a car, Harry heard a voice call out to him. He and the others turned and saw another satyr hobbling up to them. He recognized the satyr as his friend, Grover Underwood. Grover exclaimed, "Ma, am I glad to see you guys. Listen, there's not much time, we gotta go. Jay, just follow me. We have to pick up a couple of people." Soon enough, the group stopped at an apartment and two people came out. One was an older woman with long brown hair with gray streaks. The other was a boy, around the same age as Harry. He had jet black hair and sea green eyes. The woman looked relieved when she spotted Grover. He bleated, "Sally, there you are. Come on, there's no time. We have to go now." The satyr turned to Harry and his group. "This is Sally Jackson and her son Percy. They're also heading the same way as us." Sally, though, for a second. Well, the Camaro's no longer an option. In half an hour, she rented a minivan and everyone piled in, and she stomped on the gas. There was awkward silence until Percy broke it. "Hey, I'm Percy Jackson." "Katie Bell, Harry Potter." "Mackenzie Dursley," Sally called out from the driver's seat. "This is a little redundant, but I'm Sally Jackson." Percy addressed Grover. "How do you and my mom know each other?" "As far as I'm aware, I never introduced you two." Grover was nervous. "Well, we don't know each other personally, but she knew I was watching over you." "Watching over me? What are you?" Harry cut into the conversation. "He's a satyr, half man and half goat." Percy was incredulous. But how? I thought satyrs were myths?" Harry snorted. "Considering that there's one in front of you, not so much of a myth anymore." Grover gulped. "Listen, it was best that you were kept ignorant of this world as long as possible. That way, you attract less monsters." Suddenly, there was a bellowing sound coming from a couple of miles behind them. Mackenzie clutched Harry in fear. "What was that?" Harry grimaced. "Nothing good, that's for sure." He took off his rings and handed them to Katie. The boy muttered, "Get ready for anything." Meanwhile, Percy and Grover were arguing, and Mackenzie huddled closer to Harry. Suddenly, the minivan swerved and everyone got a glimpse of a blurry figure. Sally grit her teeth. Come on, come on, come on. We're almost there. Just one more mile. Then, there was a deafening booming sound, and the van found itself in a ditch. The first thing that Harry did was check on Mackenzie for any injuries, and she had none. Then he promptly opened the doors and crawled out, with the others following. Harry observed the damage and noted that the car was a smoking ruin. Evidently, lightning had struck and blasted them off the road. The only casualty was Grover, who was unconscious and bleeding. Percy was dragging the satyr away from the wreck when lightning flashed again. A couple of 100 meters away was a bipedal figure lumbering towards the group. Harry immediately turned to Katie. Listen, I need you to do me a favor. You see that big tree over there? Take Mackenzie and run over there as fast as you can, and then come back here, with reinforcements, hopefully. The witch nodded firmly before taking the younger girl's hand. Mackenzie was surprisingly cooperative, but Katie wasn't complaining. Together, they sprinted to the property line. The two encountered some kind of ward which put up some minor resistance, but let them through. She knelt in front of the terrified child. Listen, sweetie, I need to go back and help your cousin. Wait for us here, and don't come out of the boundary line. We promise we will explain everything. Katie sprinted back, turning the rings into a bow and a quiver full of arrows. Back with Harry, he and Percy were dragging Grover, with Sally limping behind them. Mother and son were arguing, with Sally begging him to enter the camp borders. However, he stubbornly insisted that he wasn't going without her. All the while, the monster closed in on them, and Harry got a good look at it for the first time. Harry spoke to Percy in a low voice. We'd better hurry, mate. The Minotaur's sight and hearing is rubbish. However, that noggin of his will smell us out soon enough. Percy gave him a weird look. Dude, you talk funny. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm a Brit. We can argue about the English language when we're either behind the camp wards or after that bugger is dead. Then, Harry made a decision. You think you can handle him? I'll try and make sure Grover and your mum are safe. Have you seen the Spanish bullfights on TV? Want to play Matador with him? Here, take this. He unsheathed one of his hunting knives and handed it to Percy. Harry said, This will kill the creature. Try not to get yourself killed. Sally spoke up. Percy, when he charges, wait until the last second to jump away. He can't change directions when he is charging. They split up, with Percy running off on his own with Harry's knife. Harry, Sally, and Grover went the other direction, straight up the hill. The Minotaur charged at Percy, evidently perceiving him as the bigger threat. Percy waited until the last moment and dodged easily. Then, things went pear-shaped when the monster turned towards Harry and company and charged. Harry did his best to protect Sally and Grover, charging towards the Minotaur. He managed to stab it in the gut, but it bowled him over and sent him flying back into the other two. Sally recovered quickly just as the monster charged again. She tried to take her own advice, but the creature had learned its lesson. A meaty fist grabbed her and began choking the woman. Harry was the next to recover and pounced on the Minotaur's back, stabbing it. The creature roared in pain, but did not let go of the woman. Suddenly, before everyone's stunned eyes, Sally dissolved into a bright, golden light and faded away. Percy screamed in rage and went on the offensive. He shucked off his raincoat, which was ironically red in color. He backed himself to a tall pine tree and waved the jacket like a matador. The Minotaur charged, with Harry still clinging on its neck. It slowed a couple of times, as two arrows embedded themselves on its back. Katie had evidently joined the party after getting Grover to safety. Nevertheless, it continued bearing down on Percy, with both arms outstretched. Then, the boy leaped upwards, kicked off from its head, and joined Harry on the monster's neck. Percy latched onto a horn and pulled. Harry did the same as he yanked on his knife. Finally, both of them leaped off its back as an audible crack sounded. Harry finally freed his knife, while Percy liberated a horn from the bellowing monster. It charged once again, and as if on instinct, Percy dodge-rolled and drove the horn into its gut. With a roar of agony, it disintegrated into dust and was blown away. The two panted for a bit, before Harry got up and offered Percy a hand. He said, "Come on, mate. Let's get out of here before anything else shows up." Percy grabbed the hand, but then swayed unsteadily on his feet. Katie rushed up, and the two Hogwarts students carried the weakened boy through the camp borders. As they entered, Harry hollered, "Medic!" and a camper wearing an orange camp blood t-shirt rushed over and relieved Harry and Katie off their burden. Chapter 18. Over the next couple of days, Harry, Katie, and Annabeth stood vigil by the unconscious Percy Jackson's bed. Even Grover stopped by from time to time as he continued his own recovery. Fortunately, Percy seemed to be improving as he kept drifting in and out of consciousness. At one point, Percy was awake when Annabeth began grilling him about the summer solstice. Harry had to haul her out of the big house and gave her a ticking off. He snapped, "Ease up on the bloke. It sounds like Jackson doesn't have a clue of what we're talking about. You didn't see him out there against the Minotaur. He barely knew anything about being a demigod. What makes you think that he'll know about what happened in the solstice?" She had the decency to blush, and he walked back in, just in time to stop Percy from dropping his glass of nectar. Harry chuckled. "Whoa, easy there, mate. That stuff isn't cheap." Percy slurred and began to get up from his bed. What's going on? Where am I? This isn't our cabin in Montauk. Where's Grover? Where's my mom? What about your cousin and that other girl?" Harry gently pushed him back down. "Whoa, one at a time. Katie's all right. She's a tough girl. Mackenzie's a little shaken, but she's okay. I think Grover's on his way here to the big house." Right on cue, Grover burst in, bleeding frantically. "Percy, oh, thank the gods that you're okay. I owe you a lot. Why you saved my life." Then he offered a seemingly ordinary shoebox to the prone boy. Grover stammered, "Harry and I went back to the hill and managed to recover this. It's the least that we could do. Sure, he helped with the kill, but you delivered the final blow." Harry piped up, "In short, this is yours by right of conquest. Go on, mate, take it, it's yours." Percy's reluctant hand reached in and pulled out a white horn with a black tip. He blurted, "Is this the Minotaur's horn?" Harry grinned. "You bet your arse it is, Jackson. You have questions, I'm assuming? Are you up for a short walk to the patio? Come on, Chiron and Mr. D are waiting. Even Katie and Mackenzie are there. I promised my cousin that I would explain everything, and I didn't want to repeat myself." Harry and Grover looped Percy's arm around their shoulders and helped him out of the room. Along the way, Grover mournfully bleated, "I'm the worst satyr in the world. I promised to protect Sally, and I failed." Harry snapped, "Quit beating yourself up, Grover. It wasn't your fault. We tried our best, but that damn beast was too strong." Percy interjected, "He's right, Grover. Did Mom ask you to protect me?" The distraught satyr moaned, "No, it's literally my job to protect people like you." He was puzzled. "What do you mean, people like me?" Harry interrupted this time. "Look, Jackson, I promised I'd explain everything. We're almost there. Just be patient for 5 minutes." Then, they finally stepped out of the house, and Percy uttered an audible gasp. Spread out in front of him was a scene out of an architect's wildest fantasy. The landscape was dotted with various Greek-style buildings. There was also an open-air pavilion, an amphitheater, and a circular arena. Somewhere nearby, a group of satyrs and children in orange t-shirts were playing volleyball. Then, Harry led them to a porch where Annabeth, Chiron, and Mr. D were waiting. Katie and Mackenzie were also with them. Harry positioned himself between Katie and Mackenzie, and the others got settled as well. Mr. D drawled, "Well, I suppose I have to say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood. There. Now, don't expect me to be glad to see you." Katie murmured, "Wow, he makes Snape sound polite." Harry had to suppress a snort. "How do you think I was able to handle Snape in potions class? He's got nothing on Mr. D." Then he got serious. "Hey, Jackson, do you believe in gods? What about you, Mackenzie?" They both nodded. "Well, the short version is that the Greek gods are real and often roam among us. Sometimes they fall in love with mortals and have children. Those kids are known as demigods. Annabeth and I are demigods, as are you, Jackson." Percy looked at him weirdly. "Dude, what's with the last name?" "My name's Percy." Katie piped up, "Harry and I know another Percy. It's easier for us." He shrugged. "Fair enough. Wait, what about Katie and Mackenzie? Are they also demigods?" Harry replied, "Technically no. However, Katie is a hunter of Artemis. The hunters are maidens who are the companions of the goddess Artemis. Mackenzie isn't a demigod, but she is a witch. Katie is also a witch, and I'm a wizard. Mackenzie is here because I was going to offer her asylum. Her parents abhor magic and treated her badly. Since I'm her cousin, She'll be staying with me for most of the time. Right? Hey, Mr. Brunner? Do you work here? Chiron chuckled. Actually, Mr. Brunner is a pseudonym that I use when in the mortal world. My name is Chiron, and I must say, I am pleased that you reached here safe and sound. I do not normally handle demigod affairs personally, but Grover sensed some great potential in you. I'm surprised that you're taking this very well. Percy groaned. Oh, believe me, I'm actually going to have a private freak-out afterwards. Mackenzie visibly flinched when he said the word freak. Harry noticed and bent down. What's the matter, Kenzie? She murmured. Mummy and Daddy, you used to call me Freak B because of my magic. He hugged her. Don't listen to them, love. You're not a freak. You just have magic, and they clearly hate it. I have magic too, and so does my friend Katie. Mr. D coughed. Anyway, Grover Underwood, come with me. We must discuss your less-than-perfect performance in this assignment. Grover gulped and trotted after him nervously. Chiron turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, I trust you know where to put Mr. Jackson and Ms. Disley? Ms. Bell will be in cabinet with you. Harry saluted. Yes, sir. Come on, Jackson. Let's get you settled in. As they walked, Percy asked, So, you're both a demigod and a wizard? How does that work? Well, both of my parents were witch and wizard. Sometime before I was born, the wizarding world was caught up in a civil war. They were fighting against a wizarding dark lord. My parents were among the good guys. During one skirmish, my mom was hit with a spell, rendering her barren. So they looked for a fertility ritual. One of their friends found something, but he mistook a summoning ritual for a fertility one. When Mom and Dad performed the ritual, the closest deity answered. In this case, it was Artemis, goddess of the hunt. She helped out with a ritual, but the caveat was that she was also counted as my mother. One of the hunters told me that my birth was a technicality and does not go against her oath. That's cool, man. Soon, a pretty girl with long dark hair came running over to them. She came up to Harry and beamed at him. There you are, Harry. Firstly, Beckendorf wants to talk to you. Also, I just wanted to let you know that you've officially earned lifetime entry privileges in our cabin. Harry laughed. Lifetime entry privileges? Any reason why, Silena? You just fulfilled the dreams of every little girl with your new equestrian edition. Also, Beckendorf didn't tell me anything. He said that you have to meet him at the forge. He was surprised. They made it back to camp? That took longer than I thought. They came over last week. They're very picky about their riders, though. In fact, they only let girls ride. However, one of them refuses to let anyone ride her. Percy made a timeout gesture. Hold up. What are you guys talking about? Silena noticed Percy for the first time. Hi, I'm Silena Beauregard, daughter of Aphrodite. Harry rescued a herd of unicorns from some dark wizard. Half of the herd are with the hunters, and the rest are here. All of my half-sisters have been dreaming of unicorns since they were little, and the herd had made their wishes come true. Percy whistled appreciatively. Damn, dude. Major props to you. Harry chuckled. Thanks, bruv. Right? I'll go see what Beckendorf wants. Katie, why don't you come with me? I'll ask him to craft some weapons for you, so you don't have to keep borrowing mine. Jackson, feel free to explore a bit, but report to Luke in cabin 11. Take care of Mackenzie and tell Luke that she is a guest. Also, ask him to tell the Stoll brothers that she is off limits for their pranks. Also, from what we've heard about unicorns, they prefer a woman's touch, but the younger ones don't mind males. You got it, man. Come on, Mackenzie. She shyly followed him away, while the two Hogwarts students went in a different direction and Silena ran off elsewhere. Eventually, Harry reached the forges and met with a huge beefy camper who would not have looked out of place in an NFL squad. He grinned and waved at Harry. Hey, Harry, come on. I've got a surprise for you. It just needs a few finishing touches. Can I borrow your wand for a sec? Harry shrugged and handed it over to the son of Hephaestus. Beckendorf took out a length of measuring tape and wrapped it around the wand. Then he turned around and tinkered with something before handing it to Harry. He proudly said, Worked on this baby with a little bit of help with Llewellyn. As you can see, it's a wand holster, but she added a charm that will transform it into a shield. The charm is voice-activated and will just be keyed to your voice and a specific keyword. According to her, the spell is called Mutatioda. Harry high-fived him. Thanks, bruv. I owe you one. Think nothing of it, Harry. Wait, Let me craft a few weapons for your friend here. Back with Percy and Mackenzie, Grover was back from his discussion with Mr. D and was giving them a tour. Mackenzie raised a hand. Hey, Grover? I couldn't help noticing, why are 3 cabins empty? He smiled down at her. Well, campers are decided according to who their godly parent is. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades made a pact to not have any children. It's a long story, though Lord Hades doesn't have a cabin here. Why not? Grover stammered. Well, he usually sort of does his own thing in the underworld and doesn't really have a throne on Olympus. Percy interjected. That's a little messed up. I mean, he's their brother, right? What about the other one? There's Hera's cabin, which is an honorary one. She's not really the type to sire children with mortals. She's the goddess of marriage. So it kind of goes against her principles to have affairs with mortals outside her marriage to Lord Zeus. Admittedly, Artemis' cabin used to be empty, but like Harry said, he was an exception to her oath. Percy spoke up again. So what was this about a pact between Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades? Grover gulped. Well, nearly 50 years ago, after the Second World War, they vowed not to have children. This was because their kids were getting way too powerful and often affected the course of mortal history. World War II was basically a fight between the children of Zeus and Poseidon on one side, the children of Hades on the other side. Because of the devastation and the losses on both sides, the 3 eldest gods took the vow. Here we are at cabin 11. We'll talk later, Percy. Grover peeped inside. Hey guys, you have company. A voice called back. Regular or undetermined? One undetermined. The other is a guest. A guest? That's new. One of them is Harry's cousin. Where's Luke? I'm here, Grover. A tall, muscular guy with sandy blonde hair and a friendly smile came over. He looked like he'd pass off as a fairly handsome guy in a roguish way, but a thick white scar from his right eye to his jaw ruined the image. He stuck out a hand. Hi, I'm Luke. I'll be your cabin counselor until you are determined. Hey dude, I'm Percy and this is Mackenzie. She's Harry's cousin. I actually have a message from Harry. He wanted me to tell you to tell the Stoll brothers that she's off limits for their pranks. Got it, buddy? Luke shivered slightly. Harry's pretty scary when he's mad. I remember when they pranked a kid from the Apollo cabin. She was a newcomer and they shut her in a closet as a prank. They didn't realize that she was claustrophobic and had a huge meltdown. Harry was furious and pranked them back viciously. Honestly, sometimes he makes me forget that he was the son of a prankster, and 2 of his uncles were pranksters as well. Don't worry, I'll let the Stolls know. I doubt they'd want to feel his wrath. Percy led Luke away from Mackenzie. From what Harry mentioned, Mackenzie was abused by her parents, so she might still be a little traumatized. Got it? Anyway, this is where you will be sleeping. You'll be here until your godly parent claims you. It's kind of our duty to take in visitors and unclaimed demigods because Hermes is the god of travelers. A few days passed, and Percy soon managed to fall into a steady routine. He tried to learn archery but sucked at it. Harry still wondered how he managed to shoot an arrow in a Chiron's tail when he was right next to him. So, after that happy accident, Harry asked Katie to teach him, as she was getting pretty good at archery. Meanwhile, he taught Percy the art of fighting with daggers. Later on, Harry and Percy sparred with Luke, as the former was hoping to improve his swordplay. He and Annabeth also fielded questions from Percy about life as a demigod child. The boy asked him what made everyone so sure that he was a demigod. Harry replied, Firstly, you survived the Minotaur and even helped kill it. Second is the stuff we've been feeding you to help you heal. That's called ambrosia, and the drink is nectar. Regular mortals cannot consume them, or else their bodies will burn up. Admittedly, demigods can't have too much ambrosia, or their bodies will burn up as well. Being who we are, our tolerance is higher, but it could still kill us. Their conversation was interrupted by a raspy voice hollering. Potter, Blondie, Newbie, Clarice, and a few of her siblings were sauntering up. Annabeth sighed. What do you want, Clarice? Don't you have better things to do, like polishing your spear? She sneered. I'll get to it in some time so that I can run you through it. Her face morphed into a more serious one. Also, Potter, Chiron has asked me to train you to use spears and javelins. Luke will continue training you in swordplay. Chiron wanted you to be more well-rounded in your battle style. Also, I'm looking forward to maiming you lot on Friday. Percy asked, Who's Miss Sunshine and Daisies? Annabeth scowled. Clarice, daughter of Ares. Clarice fixed Percy with a look. You got a problem with that, punk? Before anyone could stop him, Percy blurted, Nah, it just explains the bad smell. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Suddenly, she grabbed Percy by his collar and dragged him off to the toilets. Come on, Percy, we got an initiation ceremony for newbies. Annabeth made to grab him, but Harry held her back. She whirled around and snapped. What are you doing? She'll make his life miserable. Harry was unfazed. Let's wait and see. I doubt Jackson wants us to fight his battles for him. We'll hang back for now, but if she goes too far, we'll step in. They followed the group and watched as Clarice taunted Percy. She attempted to give him a swirly and claimed that the Minotaur probably died laughing after looking at his pathetic face. To his credit, the boy was kicking and punching as much as he could. Then it happened. Inexplicably, the plumbing in the toilet exploded. The toilet water lurched and blasted Clarice and her siblings in the face. Oddly enough, all the other toilets, showers, and sinks blasted them with water. The water eventually shoved the Ares campers out, drenching everyone, including Harry and Annabeth. Percy was the only one who was as dry as a bone. Harry blurted, Bloody hell, mate. Are you sure you're not a wizard? Percy looked lost. Not that I'm aware of, dude. Outside, Clarice shot Percy a look of pure loathing. She swore, You're dead, newbie. You are totally dead by the time I'm through with you. Unfortunately, Percy chose that exact moment to be petty. I'd suggest you close your mouth, unless you want to gargle toilet water again. Enraged, she flew at him, intending to pummel him into the ground. Fortunately, her siblings saved Percy from her wrath and dragged her away. Annabeth grinned. Percy, you're going to be a big help in capture the flag. Harry also clapped him on the back. Congratulations, mate. You just found yourself your very own Malfoy. He was confused. Who's Malfoy? Thinks that he is bane of my existence. But the reality is that he's just an annoying prat who runs to his father to fight all of his battles for him. 9 times out of 10, the first thing he says is, My father will hear of this. Although he did manage to get 3 of my friends at detention. Though if we're being honest, Clarice is a lot tougher and can fight her own battles. As the daughter of Ares, fighting is in her blood. Yeah, I know that she can be a bit of a bully, but if you can give as well as you can take, she'll respect you. Percy didn't know what to say. Right. Soon, word spread of the confrontation like wildfire. With that, the boy earned a lot of respect from campers who were often bullied by Clarice. A few days later, Katie decided to part ways with Harry and rejoin the rest of the hunters. As she hugged him and Mackenzie, she promised to keep in touch and would meet them at Diagon Alley before the school year began. On Thursday evening, a day before Capture the Flag, Percy and Harry were sparring, while Annabeth was supervising. Suddenly, the demigod asked, So, when do you think my dad will claim me? Harry charged and clashed swords with him. No clue, mate. There are lots of demigods who often go unclaimed for a long time. It may happen soon or after a long time. Sometimes the gods can be very busy, so it takes a while for them to notice their kids and claim them. Percy drew back and prepared to charge again. That's messed up. They're definitely not winning Parent of the Year. Also, are you sure we're safe here? I mean, if the Minotaur exists, there will definitely be other monsters, right? Annabeth answered him this time. Normally, the camp wards will keep them out. So, this is pretty much a safe haven. Also, the ability to attract monsters depends on how powerful the demigod or their parents are. For a child of Demeter or Aphrodite, they will largely ignore them. In Harry's and my case, we are a medium threat since children of Athena, and Harry himself is pretty powerful. Admittedly, sometimes Chiron can intentionally stock a few monsters in the forest for practice fights, but that's it. Eventually, the 2 boys stopped sparring and walked around with Annabeth. Percy queried, You've been here for long? She fingered her camp necklace. I'm one of the year-rounders. I've been here since I was 7. 2 weeks after I came, Lady Artemis and her hunters dropped off Harry when he was 6. Hey Harry, you've been with the hunters, right? What about your mortal parents? Harry scowled. Some wannabe wizard Dark Lord murdered them when I was a 1-year-old baby. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go meet Luke to improve my swordsmanship. He walked away and Annabeth whacked Percy on the back of his head. She snapped. That was extremely rude, you idiot. Percy paled. Right? I'll go apologize. She grabbed his arm. Not now, let him calm down a little. If you went now, you'll only make things worse. He changed the subject. When you were feeding me that ambrosia, you mentioned something about a summer solstice. Annabeth appreciated the shift. You know something about it? He shrugged. Not a thing, though I happened to overhear Grover and Chiron talking about it. Grover mentioned a deadline. What's that all about? She led him away to a fairly private area and looked around for eavesdroppers. Deciding not to reveal everything just yet, Annabeth explained, something got stolen. Something belonging to one of the gods. They've been pretty up in arms about the whole thing. The last time we went to Olympus, things were just so normal. There was myself, Luke, Clarice, Harry, and a few others who attended the winter solstice. Sometime after the visit, the weather started acting funny. It even spread as far as Scotland, because Harry got in touch with me to report it. According to some satyrs, if whatever was stolen wasn't returned by the summer solstice, the consequences were dire. I was hoping that maybe I could get a quest so that I could find what was stolen and bring it back. Maybe. She trailed off. On that happy note, she and Percy split up and went to their respective cabins. Chapter 19. Percy's sleep was suddenly interrupted with a pillow hitting his face. He woke up to see Harry and Luke grinning at him. Wake up, sleeping beauty. Today's the day for Capture the Flag. The Athena cabin is facing off against Ares. So, Annabeth and her siblings have allied with Apollo and Hermes. Meanwhile, Ares have allied with Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, Artemis, and Hephaestus. I know it sounds lopsided, but Apollo and Hermes are two of the biggest cabins, so it evens out. Percy scrambled out of bed to get ready, while Harry left to prepare. Luke waited, and once Percy got changed, he escorted him to the forges to get his armor. As they walked, he leaned in and whispered, "In a way, I'm glad that Annabeth and Harry aren't on the same team. She's got a cap that makes her invisible, and he has an invisibility cloak. Kind of evens up the odds." Soon, Percy was kitted up in a classic Greek armor, which he had to admit was quite heavy. He also donned a helmet with a blue horsehair plume and got his hands on a shield that was the size of an NBA backboard. Harry jogged up. "Looking good, Jackson. I know that we're friends, but I won't go easy on you. Though I'll try and rein in Clarice and her siblings. They're pretty much on the warpath." Soon, he left, and Percy joined Luke, Annabeth, and the other members of the blue team. The blonde girl was going over strategy and assigning various duties. She pointed at him. "Hey, Percy, you're on border patrol. Got it? Just stand by the creek, and don't let anyone from the red team over on our side. Not even Harry. Trust me, Athena always has a plan. Oh, and one more thing. Try and avoid Clarice's spear. Don't let it touch you at all." He gulped. "Gee, got it. Glad you wanted me on the team." Just then, Chiron clopped forward and delivered his usual pregame speech. As usual, he declared that magical items were allowed and no one was allowed to kill or maim. Then he blew his conch, and Percy mentally guessed that it was to start the game. With a war cry, Annabeth, Luke, and several others surged forward, leaving Percy all on his own. The other campers on border patrol were out of his line of sight as well. He grumbled to himself about missing out on the fun. Suddenly, there was a low canine-like growl that made him almost jump out of his skin. Percy frantically looked back and forth, trying to find the source of the sound. At the same time, he had a horrible feeling that he was being watched, and not by a fellow camper with invisibility tricks. Just as suddenly as it started, the growling stopped. Unfortunately, it did not put Percy at ease, because he saw the answer right in front of him. Clarice and 4 of her siblings had burst through the foliage and were making a beeline for him. She yelled, "Cream the punk," and swung her spear threateningly. One Ares kid swung his sword, but Percy managed to dodge it sideways. Unfortunately, he quickly realized the difference between a minotaur and 5 trained demigods out for blood. They soon surrounded him, and Clarice thrust her spear at him. Luckily, he used his shield to deflect it, but felt a painful tingle all over his body. His hair stood on end, and his shield arm grew numb. A horrible realization struck him. The damn spear was electric. One of her brothers took advantage of the brief moment of incapacitation and whacked Percy with the butt of his sword. The impact sent the boy tumbling, and he tried to raise his sword arm. Unfortunately, Clarice swung her electric spear and immobilized that arm as well, rendering them useless. Percy tried to distract them. The flag's that way, if you're interested. One guy sneered. Screw the flag. Our focus is on the guy who made our cabin look stupid. Did you seriously think that you wouldn't get what's coming to you? Percy sassed back. I made you guys look stupid? You did that yourselves? I just helped out. That prompted two of them to advance, and Clarice to poke him with her spear again. A fourth one slashed him in the arm, leaving a nasty-looking gash. Percy snipped indignantly. Amen. Chiron said no maiming. The guy smirked. Oops, I guess I forgot. Then he shoved the boy into the creek. Somewhere behind them, Harry had finally managed to catch up to Clarice's troop. It was times like these when he was a little jealous of Annabeth, because her invisibility cap could make her move faster. Meanwhile, he had to make sure that he didn't trip on his own cloak. He spotted the camper push Percy into the creek and wanted to get them to back off. However, what happened next made him pause and watch the scene with interest, and the pieces began falling in place. When Percy got dunked, the tables were turned. It was almost as if something had awoken in him, and his senses were in overdrive. The 5 Ares kids waded in to continue tormenting him when he recovered very quickly. He pounced, and the first guy had his helmet knocked off, and he was down soon. 2 others were dealt with pretty easily, and the fourth was just beginning to realize that they were screwed. However, Clarice kept advancing and thrust her spear again. This time, Percy was ready for her and caught the shaft between his sword and the edge of his shield. With a bit of pressure, he snapped it, and in the background, an invisible Harry winced. This could either end well or end pretty badly. Sure enough, Clarice went ballistic and called him every insult under the sun. She raged. You idiot. You corpse breath worm. You. Then Percy bonked her hard with the butt of his sword. Suddenly, there were more whoops and cheers coming from behind the group. Luke and a few Hermes and Apollo kids burst through the undergrowth with a red banner in Luke's arms and a blonde daughter of Aphrodite in pursuit. Harry quickly shucked off his invisibility cloak and charged at the group, but Lee Fletcher broke off from the group and engaged him. This bought Luke enough time to sprint over the creek and back to friendly territory. When he was safely through, the red banner turned gray, the colors of the Athena cabin. Chiron's conch blew, and the entire blue team burst into cheers. They mobbed Luke and carried the teenager on their shoulders. Clarice was fuming. It was a trick. It was a dirty trick. They tricked us. Percy quickly moved away to avoid her wrath. Meanwhile, Harry collected his cloak and walked over to Percy. Nice one, mate. Didn't know you had it in you. The other boy scowled. You were here the whole time? Why didn't you help me? We were on opposite teams, bruv. Also, when you were in the creek, it looked like you had it under control. Then, Annabeth materialized next to them, taking off her cap. She hip-checked Percy. Nice job, hero. Where did you learn to fight like that? It was like the other day when you were able to disarm Luke once, but couldn't do it again. Harry chipped in. That's what I'd like to know, too. Also, what's the deal with your arm? Percy shrugged. Sword cut. Should we call a medic? Annabeth's eyes widened, and she stammered. Percy, it was a sword cut. Past tense. Confused, he glanced down, and she was right. The scar had faded dramatically, and there was barely any blood. He blurted, Whoa, I didn't know demigods healed so quickly. Harry shook his head. Actually, they don't. Then what dash? Annabeth interrupted. Percy, just step out of the creek for a second. Still puzzled, he did so, and almost stumbled. Luckily, both of them steadied him and let him lean on their shoulders. Harry mused, Well, I did not see that coming. She was less amused. Oh, sticks. This is not good. I thought it would be dash. Annabeth never finished her sentence, because a piercing howl tore through the forest. Chiron hollered in ancient Greek, Stand ready, my bow. Everyone drew their weapon and faced the direction where the sound came from. The bushes in the distance rustled, and a massive hellhound stepped out. Its glowing lava-red eyes were trained on Percy. Instinctively, Harry and Annabeth moved in front of Percy. Then it pounced, leaping straight over them and right on top of a stunned Percy with its jaws snapping away. Percy tried to wrestle the beast, but it got a few good bites in. Harry immediately drew his bow and fired a few arrows at the monster. More arrows from the Apollo campers joined him and embedded themselves in the monster's neck. The creature was killed, and its dead body slumped over a struggling Percy. Eventually, he managed to lug it off him, and it dissolved into shadow. Annabeth was in shock. The immortals? That was a hellhound from the fields of punishment. How did it get in here? Clarice screamed. It's all Percy's fault. He summoned it. Harry snapped back. The bloody thing was attacking him. Why would he summon a monster that would try and kill him? You, Bellin. Annabeth grabbed Percy and led him to the creek. You're injured. Come on. Almost as soon as he stepped in, he began to feel much better, and the crowd gasped as all of his wounds healed. However, they were not watching his wounds, but looking at his head. Percy joked. What? Is there something on my face? Harry called out. More like something above you, mate. He looked up and saw a hologram of a sea green circle with a trident on it. Everyone knelt as Chiron announced. It is determined, Poseidon, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god. Harry uttered, bloody hell. This just got interesting. Over the next couple of days, Percy was moved to cabin 3. One could tell by looking at him that he was miserable. One morning, Percy woke up from a particularly vivid dream. He was on a beach, and nearby there were two muscular bearded men clad in Greek-style tunics, and they were fighting like wrestlers. One of them was shouting at the other to give something back. Percy tried to run towards them to stop the fight, but his legs felt like lead. To make matters worse, a very creepy voice chortled evilly, and it crooned, "Come down, little hero, come down." And the earth opened up and swallowed him. The son of Poseidon woke up and was just contemplating whether he should even turn up for training. Besides Harry, Luke and Annabeth were the only ones treating him normally. Though Luke began pushing him much harder, and Annabeth slowly began acting a little weird around him. If he was being honest, Percy was getting sick of the staring, pointing, and whispering. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. He moaned petulantly, "Go away. If you want to treat me like some stupid museum piece, the least you could do is pay me." Harry's voice replied back, "Doesn't get any easier, does it, mate? Welcome to my world. I know what you're going through. I've been there before." Percy continued sulking. "Stop lying, buddy. If you're trying to make me feel any better, you're doing a bad job." Harry was having none of it. He entered the room, dragged Percy's legs off, and sat on the bed. He coolly replied, "Actually, I've been there before. I'm the son of Artemis. I wasn't technically supposed to be born. So, to the campers, I am still an anomaly. It was worse back in magic school. Remember that dark wizard I told you and Mackenzie about? The wanker murdered my mortal parents and tried to kill me. Somehow the killing curse rebounded back to him, thanks to my mortal mom invoking the blessing of Aphrodite." Percy sat up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The killing curse? Who was the idiot who invented that? They actually teach you about that in school. Don't be silly. That spell is actually forbidden, and anyone caught using it is sent straight to the wizarding prison of Azkaban. Anyway, as I was saying, the curse reflected back on him and destroyed his body. Because I survived, the wizarding world calls me the boy who lived. Honestly, mate, when I first entered the school and my name was announced, I was subjected to stares and whispers for weeks. Some crazy witch who was in her 7th year also tried to drug me with a love potion because she had dreams of marrying the boy who lived. Fortunately, it didn't work. Later on in a dream, Lady Aphrodite told me that since my mortal mother invoked her blessing to protect me from the dark wizard, I'm kind of immune to love potions. I was never so thankful in my entire life. Her blessing also means that I'm an honorary child of Aphrodite. Harry paused for a breath. My point is, you're going to have to bear it for a few days. Afterwards, something new will come up and everyone will move on. By the way, who's Gabe? And what kind of last name is Ugliano? I'm asking because one of the Hermes kids smuggled in a newspaper about this bloke reporting that his deranged stepson abducted his wife. Percy scowled. He's my stepfather, if I can even call him that. Dude is a grade A jerk, and sometimes I wonder what mom saw in him. Harry clapped him on the back. All right, mate, up and at them. We'll plot revenge on Mr. Ugly later. Get dressed. Chiron and Mr. D want you in the big house ASC. 5 minutes later, the duo walked out of the cabin to see overcast skies sprawled out before their eyes. Grover joined them, and they nervously walked to the porch of the big house. Chiron, Dionysus, and Annabeth were waiting for the trio. Mr. D drawled, Well, if it isn't our resident celebrity. Percy flinched, and Harry's eyes narrowed. Mr. D was reminding him too much of Snape. The god continued, "If I had my way, I would cause your molecules to erupt in flames. Unfortunately, Chiron has insisted that this goes against my mission to safeguard all the brats in this accursed camp. There is an option for you. My colleague shall flesh out the details. As for myself, I'm needed at Olympus before Barnacle-Beard and Thunderbeard begin a grudge match." The overcast sky rumbled, but Dionysus looked unrepentant. Instead, he somehow pulled out a security card and vanished into thin air, leaving an afterscent of fermenting grapes. Chiron sighed and gestured for everyone to sit down. He said, "Percy, what did you think of the Hellhound?" The boy stammered, "It scared me. If Harry and the others hadn't shot it, I would have been dead. Thanks, dude. I owe you." Harry patted his back. "You're my friend. Of course I'd save your arse." Chiron looked grave. "I'm afraid that the Hellhound is just the start of what you would face in the near future. Especially before you are done." "Done? With what?" This time it was Annabeth who spoke. "Your quest. It's pretty much a rite of passage for most demigods." Chiron picked up where she left off. "Of course, the details are still a little vague. What do you think it entails, Percy?" Percy haltingly said, "Zeus and Poseidon are fighting over something. I think something was stolen." Harry turned to him and raised an eyebrow. "Percy flushed? Yeah. I had a dream about it. Also, Harry and Annabeth told me about something being stolen. This was after I accidentally overheard you and Grover talking about a deadline. Though I don't know what was taken." Chiron nodded. "Allow me to clarify. Your father and Lord Zeus are having their worst quarrel in centuries. This was because Lord Zeus' lightning bolt got stolen." Percy choked. "His what?" The centaur chided. "Do not dare take this lightly, Mr. Jackson. This is a 2-foot-long cylinder of high-grade celestial bronze, capped on both ends with god-level explosives. Zeus' master bolt is the symbol of his power, and many lightning bolts are patterns after it. The Cyclopes forged it during the war against the Titans, and it overthrew the king of Titans, Kronos. This weapon is so powerful that it makes the hydrogen bomb seem like a firecracker." Percy winced. "Yikes. Who do you think stole it?" Chiron paused and then told him, "Well, Lord Zeus seems to think that you did it." Percy's jaw dropped. But, how? I've never been to Olympus. I can't even steal a slice of pizza, even if my life depended on it." Chiron nodded. "I understand that you are innocent. However, in Lord Zeus' eyes, his brother has some influence over the Cyclopes, especially since their forges are underwater. Since your father openly claimed you as his son, his suspicion has fallen on you. The good news for you is that you can redeem yourself. Lord Zeus has demanded that his lightning bolt be returned by the summer solstice. That's 10 days from now, and as you can imagine, a civil war between the gods will be devastating. Your quest is to find the lightning bolt and return it to Lord Zeus. Think of it as a peace offering from the son of Poseidon to return Zeus' property and uncover the real thief. Come, Percy, it is time to consult the oracle. Head upstairs to the attic. When you come back down, we shall talk more." What followed next was an agonizing 15-minute wait, while a jelly-legged Percy trudged up the stairs. To pass the time, Harry, Grover, and Annabeth played a few hands of pinochle with Chiron. Soon a steady thumping sound greeted them, and Percy stumbled in, his face in shock. Harry was at his side immediately. "You okay, mate?" Chiron looked at him expectantly. "Well," the son of Poseidon breathed. "She said that I would retrieve what was stolen and see it returned." Grover beamed. "That's great." However, Chiron was not convinced, and neither was Harry. The centaur pressed further. "What else did the oracle say?" She said that we would go west to face a god who had turned. And he stammered again. That's about it." Chiron scrutinized his face again before relenting. "He spoke very well then. But know this. The oracle's words often have double meanings. Best not to dwell on them too much. The truth is often obscure until the events have come to pass." Percy had the feeling that Chiron knew that he was hiding some things. However, he wondered what the oracle meant when she mentioned a sacrifice to save what mattered most in the end. He changed the subject. "So, any idea who the god in the West is?" Chiron adopted a thoughtful expression. "I might be overthinking this, But who stands to gain if Zeus and Poseidon fight? Percy guessed. Someone else who wants to take over? Annabeth nodded. It would have to be someone with a grudge. A god who got the short end of the stick when the world was divided. Someone whose kingdom could grow stronger with the deaths of millions. Percy thought about the creepy voice from underground, Hades. Annabeth nodded. It's possible. I mean, Zeus and Poseidon forced him to swear an oath to never have children. Now he will be thinking that they are hypocrites, since both of them have sired children, while he followed the oath to the letter. Obviously, he will be furious. Grover spat out a scrap of aluminium, which was whatever was left of a Dr. Pepper can. He blurted, "What? How's that possible?" Chiron calmly said, "My dear Grover, as per your report to me, a Fury came after Percy. The Furies only obey Lord Hades. Hellhounds also fall under his domain. It's quite possible that he had a spy in the camp, and once your lineage was revealed, he could strike. The gods are forbidden from directly taking each other's sources of power. So he must have acted through another demigod." Percy slammed his head on the pinnacle table and moaned, "Great. That's two major gods who want to kill me." Harry rubbed his back. "Welcome to my world. This is me in the wizarding world." Then Percy sat up. "So let me get this straight. I have to go to the underworld and confront the Lord of the Dead. Find the most powerful weapon in the universe. Then return it to Olympus in 10 days' time." That is correct. His mind was made up. "I'll do it then. I'll go." Annabeth got up as well. "I've been waiting for a quest for a long time, Seaweed Brain. I'm in. I'll admit, Athena is not the biggest fan of Poseidon, but I'll have your back." Harry piped up, "I've got some business with Lord Hades as well, so I might as well tag along. Also, just so you know, I was in Scotland for several months. I couldn't have stolen it." Finally, Grover raised a hand. "Count me in, Perce. You're my best friend. I'll always have your back." Chiron clapped his hands. "Excellent. The four of you shall head out this afternoon. Argus can only take you as far as the bus terminal. After that, the four of you are on your own. Now I suggest you all go and pack." Chapter 20. The first thing that Harry did was head to the Hermes cabin. He poked his head in and spotted Travis. "Wait, Travis, any idea where's Luke or Mackenzie?" He shrugged. "Don't know, I think he should be somewhere around here. Last I heard, Mackenzie had gone to the stables to see the unicorn herd." "Never mind, I'll ask Silena." Travis went back to his work, and Harry made his way to the Aphrodite cabin. When he poked his head in, he spotted Silena and a few of her sisters. He beckoned to the dark-haired beauty, and she came over. Silena chirped, "Hey Harry, what's up?" "Hey Seely, I need a big favor. I'm going on a quest with Annabeth, Grover, and Jackson. Could you look after Mackenzie for me? I wanted to ask Luke first, but I couldn't find him." She smiled. "Of course I will, Harry. Take care of yourself." As he turned to head to his cabin, he called back, "I will. Thanks, Seely. You're the best." Soon, he was packed and gave a tearful Mackenzie, who had returned from the stables, a hug. He told her to be good for Silena and that he would be back in 10 days. Harry and Percy also stocked up on American dollars and some golden drachmae. The demigod wizard was also surprised to learn that the camp store also doubled as a Gringotts branch and took out some nuts, sickles, and galleons. A goblin he found there told him that once his account manager Griphook had learned of his demigod status, Gringotts had gotten in touch with Chiron and were able to transfer one of their employees to work in the camp store. The goblin he found there also told him that he loved the place and often sparred with Clarice and the Ares kids. The boys also stocked up on nectar and ambrosia, with Chiron explaining the basics to Percy. Annabeth had her trusty Yankees cap and a bronze knife hidden in her sleeve. Harry had his rings and daggers strapped to his sides and hidden from view. He also sported his new wand holster/shield, and his wand was neatly tucked in. Additionally, he had a backpack while held all of their supplies and his cloak of invisibility. Grover had a set of reed pipes and wore long baggy trousers to hide his fake feet and a rasta cap to hide his small horns. Chiron had also handed Percy a ballpoint pen, which turned into a sword. Just as they were about to leave, Luke jogged up. He panted, "Glad I caught up. Wanted to wish you guys luck. Hey Percy, I thought you could use these." He handed the boy a pair of ordinary sneakers and called out Maya. At that command, the shoes sprouted wings and began hovering around. Annabeth's cheeks turned crimson when Luke came over. Harry took one look at her before his own face broke into an evil grin. This was just too perfect. He had ample ammunition to tease the daughter of Athena with. Luke told Percy, "Those things really saved but during my own quest. Apparently it was a gift from Dad. Though for being honest, I don't have much use for them anymore." "It'll look better on you, buddy." Percy's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. "Hey man, thanks. I'll definitely treasure them." Luke choked out, "Listen up, a lot of hopes are riding on you, buddy. Just kill some monsters for me, will you?" They shook hands. Luke patted Grover on the head between his horns, hugged a cherry-red Annabeth, and gave Harry a bro hug. After he left, Harry looked at a still blushing Annabeth and songed, "Beth's got a crush." That snapped her out of it, and she slugged him. Furiously fighting her blush, Annabeth stomped away to a white SUV that was waiting for them out in the rain. Then Harry's face grew serious. "Listen, mate, I don't think Luke really thought this gift through. I mean, you're the son of the sea god. The same sea god who is feuding with his brother, the sky god. Now I'm not a son of Athena, but it'd be pretty stupid and suicidal for you to be taking joyrides in the sky." Percy hesitated for a split second. "Good point. Hey, Grover, you want a magic item too?" The satyr's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Before long, Harry and Percy slipped the shoes on Grover, and the world's first flying satyr was ready for takeoff. He shouted, "Maya," and the shoes sprouted wings again. The ride lasted for a few seconds until Grover lost his balance and his backpack began dragging on the ground, weighing him down. Chiron chuckled. "You just need practice, young satyr." Eventually, the shoes began to act normal and Grover regained his balance. Soon, all four of them filed into the SUV, with Harry stealing the shotgun seat. With Argus driving, it meant that Percy, Grover, and Annabeth were sitting at the back. There was an awkward silence for about a few miles before Percy blurted, "So far, so good. No monsters. I guess we're in the clear." Annabeth shot him an irritated look. "Don't say that. It's bad luck to talk like that." Harry also called out from the front, "Don't jinx it, mate." Percy faced Annabeth and grumbled, "Why do you hate me so much?" She shot back, "I don't hate you. It's just our parents are rivals, so we're not supposed to get along." Harry snorted, "For someone as smart as you, that's the dumbest excuse, Beth. Also, have you heard the phrase, 'The sins of the parent are not the sins of the child'? Heck, my potions professor once told me that he knew my parents. He and my dad were bitter rivals, and both of them loved my mom, Lily. Dad used to prank him a lot, and I'll admit, he was a bit of a bully. I'm pretty much the everyday reminder for that professor that he didn't get the girl. He could have been petty and taken out his frustration on me, especially since people used to keep telling me that I look like my dad. Instead, we worked out our differences and he treats me like any other student. What's your excuse, Annabeth?" The girl had nothing to say. Breaking the awkward silence, Percy asked, "So what was the beef between Athena and Poseidon?" Annabeth answered him, "There are many reasons why. One time, they competed to be the patron god of what is now called Athens. Your dad created a saltwater spring, and my mom created the olive tree. The citizens found her gift more useful. Soon, the group reached Manhattan, and Argus dropped them off at a Greyhound station on the Upper East Side. After Argus left, the quartet decided to wait a little. Just then, Percy noticed a wanted poster with his name and face on it. He ripped it down and tore it up before anyone could notice. He found the area familiar, because it was close to his and his mom's apartment. Grover interrupted his thoughts. "You want to know why she married him? She did it for your sake. Even though he was smelly, his smell served a purpose. In other words, his smell masked your own, which pretty much hid your demigod scent from most monsters. Without him, you would have been found out long ago. She loved you so much that she put up with him for a long time." Percy was silent, still contemplating those words. He then thought about his real mission, to save his mom. Chiron had told him that she was not dead, but most likely held hostage by Hades. Then that blasted prophecy repeated itself in his mind. "You shall go west to face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. And you shall sacrifice to save what matters most in the end." Eventually, everyone got bored while waiting and decided to pass the time. Harry fished out his Rubik's Cube, while Percy, Grover, and Annabeth played hacky sack. Unfortunately, The hacky sack game ended prematurely when the apple got too close to Grover's mouth, and it disappeared in one mega goat bite. The scene was enough to make the other three burst out laughing as the satyr blushed. When the bus finally arrived, the quartet lined up to board it. Just then, Grover began sniffing, and Harry instantly began twiddling with his rings. Percy whispered, "What is it?" The goat man sniffed again and whispered tensely, "I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. I'm probably being paranoid." They boarded the bus and took seats right at the back. As more people began to board, Annabeth's hand shot out and landed on Percy's knee. The demigods looked up to see an old lady with a crumpled velvet dress, lace gloves, and a shapeless hat enter. Just behind her were two other ladies, who were similarly attired, but with different color schemes. All three occupied the front row and splayed out their legs in an X shape. They essentially blocked the way to the front. As if nothing was wrong, the bus pulled out of the station and everyone was on their way. Percy murmured she didn't stay dead for long. "I thought they would be dispelled for months, years, or even lifetimes." Annabeth whispered back, "Unfortunately, we're really unlucky." Grover whimpered, "The immortals, all three of the kindly ones." Harry slowly examined the windows. Escape from the windows is out of question. They're sealed shut. There's no back exit either. With a little hope in his eyes, Percy whispered, "They won't dare attack with many witnesses around, right?" Annabeth whispered back, "Hard to say. The mist might show the mortals completely different." By then, the bus had reached the Lincoln Tunnel. Harry slowly unzipped his backpack, ready to pull out his invisibility cloak. When it plunged into the tunnel, the darkness enveloped the passengers, with the occasional flashing lights. Just then, one of the Furies got up and declared that they were going to the restroom. The other two also got up, declaring the same thing. With that, they began shuffling down the aisle, heading straight towards them. Annabeth carefully pressed her Yankees baseball cap in Percy's hands. He looked at her questioningly, and she muttered, "They're looking for you, Percy. Turn invisible and go up the aisle and let them pass you. You're the most powerful of us, so we might be of little threat to them." Percy clearly didn't like the stealth approach because he felt that it was too cowardly. With trembling hands, he slipped the cap on and moved to somewhere in the middle of the bus. He waited with bated breath as the Furies slowly passed him, one by one. There was a hairy moment when one of them, who he recognized as his evil math teacher, Mrs. Dodds, stopped. She sniffed the air, and her eyes turned in his direction. After a few agonizing moments, Mrs. Dodds turned away and followed her sisters down the aisle. Percy made it to the front and noticed that they were just leaving the Lincoln Tunnel. He was about to press the emergency stop button when he heard screeching. The Furies finally showed their true form. Their faces were the same, but their bodies were shriveled into leathery hag bodies, with bat wings and claws replacing their hands and feet. The lead Fury hissed, "Where is it? Where is it?" Annabeth yelled back, "We don't know where he is. He's gone." The passengers were all screaming, and the bus driver was trying to see what the din was all about. Meanwhile, all three Furies pulled out flaming whips, prompting Annabeth and Harry to pull out their own weapons. Seeing his friends in danger, Percy made an impulsive decision. With the driver still trying to see what the fuss was about, the demigod grabbed the steering wheel and jerked it to the left. On cue, everybody was flung to the right. The driver snapped back into action and tried to wrestle the wheel back. However, Percy was not letting go anytime soon. The bus slammed into the guardrail and ground against it, sending sparks everywhere. Eventually, the wayward bus exited the tunnel and back out into the pouring rain. Unfortunately, it was heading towards the Hudson River, so Percy whacked the emergency brake. The bus did a full 360-degree spin and crashed into a tree. With the vehicle now stationary, the driver staggered out, with the passengers barreling after him. Meanwhile, the battle between Harry, Grover, and Annabeth versus the Furies was still raging. Percy doubled back to help the trio and took off the invisibility cap. Mrs. Dodd spotted him and sneered, "Perseus Jackson, you have offended the gods. You shall die." He quipped back, "I like you better as a math teacher." She snarled and prepared to pounce. Meanwhile, he fished out the ballpoint pen that Chiron gave him. Percy uncapped it, and it transformed into a shimmering double-edged sword. Mrs. Dodds faltered very briefly and hissed, "Submit now, and you will not suffer eternal torment. No thanks. She cracked her whip, and the other two Furies lunged, ready to tear him to pieces. The first one got batted away, while the other one got sliced open. With a shrill scream, the monster dissolved into dust. The first Fury came back for round two, but Percy was ready for her, and she joined her dead sister. Only Mrs. Dodds was left, and she was busy wrestling Annabeth, while Harry shot her with arrows. Grover managed to grab her whip and tie her up with it. Just then, the hair on the back of Percy's neck stood up, and the atmosphere smelt electric. They scrambled out, but not before Harry snatched up their bags. They disembarked, not a moment too soon, as the bus exploded. The passengers were all freaking out, and the quartet booked it into a nearby forest before anyone could realize it. As they crashed their way through the trees, they could hear Mrs. Dodds screeching in rage and probably calling reinforcements. As they trudged away, Annabeth laid into Percy for jeopardizing the plan and coming back for them. Percy argued back that he couldn't let them die for him. The bickering continued before Harry broke it up and played peacemaker. He grumbled, "Bloody hell. You two are worse than Ron and Hermione." "Jackson, thanks for saving our arses, Annabeth. He did the best he could, and he didn't even know the bloody plan." Harry soon found a small clearing. "Let's rest here and heal up for a bit. I'll try and see if I can order some healing potions. They should work on you guys. I could try and brew it myself, but I'm not sure if the ingredients are available out in the wild, and I don't know how far we are from the nearest wizarding district." He cupped his hands over his mouth and hooted loudly. In 2 minutes, Hedwig came swooping down and handed on his shoulder, nuzzling him. Harry got out a piece of parchment and a quill, and quickly scribbled down an order of 6 vials of Wiggenweld potion. He also handed her a few galleons before she flew off. Not long afterwards, she came flying back with 3 other owls. They were all sharing the burden of a fairly large container. He opened it, pocketed a few sickles and nuts, and brought the crate back. Before handing out the vials, he warned that all potions tasted horrible. With a small countdown, they downed their potions and struggled to not throw up. Percy screwed up his face. "Dude, that tastes horrible." Harry sighed. "I know, Jackson, but you've got to bear with it for now." They waited for a few minutes before finally getting a move on again. Grover led the group as he attempted to play a song on his reed pipes. As they walked, Annabeth fell into step next to Percy. "Hey, I appreciate you coming back for us. That was really brave." He shrugged. "I mean, we are a team, and I would like to consider you guys as my friends." Harry squeezed his shoulder. "Got that right, mate." As she gazed up at the evening sky, despite its cloudy nature, Annabeth mused, "In a way, I'm glad we had this quest. This was pretty much my only chance to see the real world. I've been in camp since I was 7 and haven't ventured out except for short field trips. I ran away from home when I was 7 because my dad and I had a fight. Once I left, I was rescued from a monster attack by Luke and Talia. Since then, we had to fend for ourselves." Harry was lucky that he had the Hunters of Artemis help raise him since he was a 1-year-old. Even still, he has also been at camp for as long as I have. Percy had no idea what to say after that. Then Annabeth perked up. "You know, when the Furies were attacking, they dash." Unfortunately, she was cut off by a tuneless note from Grover's reed pipes. Harry stopped him before he could murder 3 sets of ears. "Grover, how about I led? I'd hate to let Phoebe and Zoe's tracker lessons go to waste." "No offense, mate." Grover grinned. "None taken. I wasn't sure if I could remember the Pathfinder song." So, with Harry as the lead, the group forged through the forest. After 15 minutes of tripping, swearing, and shuffling from the others, Harry spotted some neon lights in the distance. With renewed hope, everyone surged forward. Finally, they came upon a deserted street, with the only landmarks being an abandoned gas station, a tattered billboard, and a seemingly ordinary curio shop which also doubled as an eatery. The sign was lost on all 3 demigods owing to their dyslexia. Meanwhile, Grover mused, "Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium." Annabeth and Percy crossed the road without hesitation. Grover fiercely whispered, "Hey, what are you doing?" The girl justified, "Lights are on inside. We can hit the snack bar." Percy echoed in agreement, snack bar. Harry was a bit hesitant because something felt off about this place. As they entered the premises, The first thing that greeted them was a garden full of stone statues. Before they could knock, though, Harry whispered, "Wait, let's just get our story straight." Percy was lost. "What do you mean?" Annabeth piped up. "No, he's right. We're 4, 11, and 12-year-old kids wandering without adult supervision. That's going to be pretty suspicious, and the last thing we need is police and CPS after us," Grover murmured. "So, what do we agree on?" Harry replied, "I'll think of something. Just let me do the talking and get the story straight." Meanwhile, Grover took in his surroundings. "This looks pretty creepy, guys. That statue there looks like my Uncle Ferdinand." The quartet entered, and an empty room greeted them. However, there was some rustling in the background, and Harry could hear a number of faint voices. Then a woman with a black veil stepped out of the doors leading to the kitchens. Her eyes, which was the only visible part of her, sparkled with surprise and delight. My, I didn't realize that we were going to have customers this late. Where are your parents?" Harry stepped forward. "Salam alaikum. We were part of a school trip, but got separated from our classmates. Our professors told us that if we were ever lost, then we had to go to the nearest shop or restaurant and wait there." Annabeth nodded. "That's right. And we were really hungry, so we stopped here." The veiled woman gave a gentle laugh. "Oh, my dear child, I'm not a Muslim. I actually had an accident which burned my face. That's why I have my veil. Call me Auntie M, the owner of this little establishment." Percy blurted, "I'm sorry, miss, but do you have company?" "I thought I heard a pressure cooker." Harry helpfully said, "I also heard several voices somewhere in the background." She waved him off. "Oh, it's nothing. I was expecting some family. However, I'm not one to turn away hungry children. Come and sit. I'll fix you all something really quick." Harry gave a short bow. "Thank you, ma'am, and apologies for thinking that you were a Muslim. I saw the burqa and just made an assumption." Before long, she dished out helpings of double cheeseburgers, milkshakes, and French fries. Annabeth smiled politely. "Thank you, ma'am. This looks wonderful and delicious." The lady stiffened very slightly, but relaxed almost immediately. "That's quite all right, Annabeth. I must say, you have such lovely gray eyes." Harry's eyes narrowed slightly, but his question was interrupted by Grover. He nervously asked, "Auntie M? What's that hissing sound?" Her eyes widened. "Oh dear. I must have left the pressure cooker on. I'll be right back." The hissing and the voices soon stopped or were reduced dramatically. Then, the hostess returned and sat down at a table next to them and watched them eat. Trying to make casual conversation, Percy asked, "So, you sell garden gnomes?" Her eyes brightened again. "Oh yes, as well as statues of animals and people. Sometimes I do custom orders and business has been flourishing." Harry was the next to ask a question. "Why do they all look terrified, though? Is it a personal art style of yours?" She replied, "Ah, yes, it was an unfortunate habit of mine, one that I've been trying to break. It's always the face. I started this statue business with my 2 sisters, but they have since moved on." Annabeth perked up. "Wait, 2 sisters?" Harry also caught on, and one hand crept towards his waist where his daggers were. Auntie M continued her story. "I was in love once, but one day my boyfriend and I were found by another. They caused a terrible accident, and my face bore the brunt of it. My sisters stayed with me for as long as they could, but eventually they moved on." Percy looked enthralled by the story, until Annabeth nudged him. She whispered urgently, "Percy, we have to go. Our teachers are waiting for us." Percy didn't move for a bit. It seemed like he was enthralled by the woman. Auntie M looked at them and pleaded, "Please, dears, I so rarely get children as customers. Before you go, won't you sit for a pose to commemorate the occasion? I might use it as inspiration for my next statue." Annabeth bounced on her heels nervously. "We appreciate the offer, Auntie M, but we're late enough, dash." Percy interrupted her. "Of course we will. It's just a photograph, Annabeth. What's the harm?" The woman led everyone outside and had them stand among the statues. Harry looked at the late evening sky and mused, "Not much light for a photograph, is it? Oh, enough for us to see each other, is it not? Now smile for me, everyone." Annabeth muttered in Percy's ear, "Percy." Meanwhile, alarm bells also rang in Harry's mind that something was definitely wrong. Then, she reached for her veil. "Hang on a minute. Let me get this veil off so that I can see you for better." The realization struck all four of them in an instant. Thinking fast, Harry tackled everyone to the ground, ensuring that nobody was looking at the woman. Harry heard a whole bunch of raspy voices hiss, "Arg! So close!" All four of them split up, with Harry taking cover behind a statue of a random man. He twisted his rings and turned them into his bow and arrows immediately. Harry risked a peek at his companions, spotting Grover activating the shoes. Percy was on the floor, looking dazed, but he didn't look up. Annabeth was nowhere to be seen, so he assumed that she had gone invisible. Auntie M, better known as Medusa, was slowly advancing towards Percy. She crooned, "Such a handsome face, it would be a shame to destroy it. Stay with me, Percy. All you have to do is look up. Annabeth's mother did this to me. She turned me from a beautiful woman into this." Annabeth screamed out from somewhere, "Percy, don't listen to her." Medusa snarled, "Silence, Athena spawn." She turned back in Percy's direction and spoke sweetly. "You see why I must destroy the girl. She is my enemy's child, and I will crush her statue to dust. You, on the other hand, need not suffer. Don't be a pawn of the Olympians." As she monologued, Harry silently flanked her. Eventually, he hid behind a statue of Grover's Uncle Ferdinand. That vantage point meant that Medusa had her back to him. He carefully took aim at her head and prepared to fire. Suddenly, a flying satyr dive bombed from the right and nailed the distracted monster. Percy took the chance to scramble away as Grover went for another attack. As the son of Poseidon struggled to get his bearings, Annabeth materialized next to him. She took off her cap and said, "Percy, you need to cut off her head. I'd do it myself, but she has a massive grudge against me because of my mom. Also, you have a sword while I have a knife." She grabbed a semi-transparent crystal ball and shoved it into his hands. "Look at her through the glass. That will protect you." She risked a peek through the ball, watching as Harry joined the onslaught, firing arrows. A few nailed the monster on the back, but Harry could hear the snakes warning her to dodge majority of them. All of this was enough for Percy to draw his sword and begin advancing towards the monster. Just as he got within range, Medusa managed to trip the flying Grover and send him careening into Harry. As she began turning back to him, he lunged and swung his sword at her neck. There was a sickening schlock sound, and something thudded on the ground. Annabeth came over, and with her eyes looking up, used the veil to wrap up the head. Finally, everyone looked down to see the wrapped-up bundle. Percy struggled to hold in his cheeseburgers. After recovering, he asked, "Why didn't the head evaporate like the rest of the body?" Harry mused, "Spoil of war, mate. Bloody thing can still turn you into stone, though. Best not unwrap it." The quartet double-wrapped the veiled head with 2 plastic bags and stuffed it into a cardboard box. Percy asked, "So why was she so fixated on me and hated Annabeth?" Harry stepped in before Annabeth could say anything. He explained, "Medusa was one of your dad's ex-girlfriends. One time they snuck into a temple of Athena with the help of her sisters. Obviously, Athena did not appreciate the stunt because, let's be honest, it's pretty disrespectful. So she turned her and her sisters into the Gorgon monsters. Annabeth couldn't stop herself. That's why she was so sweet to you. You reminded her of him." Percy shot back, "Oh, so it's my fault?" Annabeth mockingly imitated him. "It's just a photograph, Annabeth. What's the harm?" Before they could bicker, Harry jumped in and played peacemaker once again. He snapped, "Knock it off, both of you. Now what do we do with this bloody thing?" Percy grabbed the box. "I have an idea." He disappeared with it and returned 5 minutes later with a delivery slip attached. He asked, "What's the address for Olympus?" Harry cocked his head. Why? Wait, you're not seriously?" Grover agreed. "They won't like that. They'll think that you're impertinent." Harry sighed and gave him the address. Percy filled out the slip and placed a few golden drachmae in a pouch, which he placed on top of the box. Annabeth simply raised her hands in an "I give up" gesture. Chapter 21. After Percy sent the care package, the quartet left the place quickly. They walked for a while longer until it got too dark, and they decided to camp for the night. Fortunately, Harry brought some tents with him and had learned how to pitch them. Being with the hunters, he had to know how to set up camp. Percy and Grover volunteered to take first watch for the night, so Annabeth and Harry turned in. That very night, Harry had a strange dream. He was standing in a throne room, but it was definitely not the underworld. It was mostly dim, and the only source of light were a series of lit torches on either side of the room. In front of him were two figures. The first was a tall woman in black robes, standing in front of her throne. The woman sported dark shoulder-length hair and had black eyes. Next to her was a house elf, who looked pretty bedraggled. Harry bowed. "Lady Hecate, I am honored that you have visited me. Is it time for more of our lessons?" She shook her head. "Nay, son of the moon, I have taught you all that I could. However, this little fellow here with me has a message for you." Harry approached and crouched in front of the elf. "Hello, young house elf. What did you want to speak to me about?" The elf nodded excitedly. "Harry Potter, so long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir. Such an honor it is. Dobby has come to tell you, sir. It is difficult. Dobby doesn't know where to begin. Dobby's initially be thinking of warning the great Harry Potter to not return to Hogwarts because of great danger. However, as Dobby came to warn you, Mistress Magic appeared before Dobby. She's be telling Dobby about the great Harry Potter's true heritage as the son of the moon goddess. That is when Dobby's deciding to change his approach. Harry Potter must protect Hogwarts and her students. Great danger lies ahead. Harry asked, "What kind of danger is it, Dobby?" Dobby shook his bat-like ears. "Dobby's not be knowing, sir. But there is a plot. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts. Dobby has known of the plot for months, but not know the details." Harry was about to ask if he knew who was behind the plot. However, Lady Hecate interrupted. "Dobby's master is the one behind it, but the house elf is forbidden from revealing his master's identity. Just know that this will be a difficult quest. Also, for the record, I am aware of this trace on your wand that detects magic use in non-magical areas. However, I am allowing you to use your magic, and I am removing the trace. I do control the mist after all, and the mortals will be none the wiser. My only warning is that you should not abuse this boon." Harry bowed. "Thank you, my lady. Also, thank you for the warning, Dobby. Rest assured, I will handle the threat." Hecate nodded. "Very well. Now, young hero, it is time to wake. I shall see you soon." Also, young Dobby had intercepted your letters in his misguided bid to keep you away from Hogwarts. You will find them in your backpack. The next thing Harry knew, Percy was shaking him awake. He spoke. "Hey, dude, it's yours and Annabeth's turn to keep watch." Harry got up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "All right, Jackson, go get some shut-eye. Beth and I will keep watch." Close to dawn, Harry and Annabeth sat outside the tents, keeping watch. He was just going through the letters when she broke the silence. "Hey, Harry, I guess it sort of slipped my mind in all this madness, but I forgot to ask, how was magic school?" He perked up. "It was great. Remember I told you about Ron and Hermione? Ron and I hit it off pretty well, though Hermione was a bit uptight. I'm glad I wrote to you for advice on how to befriend her." She smiled at him. "You're one of my best friends, Harry. Of course I'd help you. I'm sure Percy and Grover would love to meet them as well. They weren't here during Christmas because Grover was busy watching out for Percy. Yes, speaking of which, Ron's invited me to his house later on. Of course, we'll finish this quest and hopefully not die. Do you, Grover and Jackson, want to tag along?" "Absolutely," Harry continued. "Anyway, during the school year, Headmaster Dumbledore and I were pretty much working together. He suspected that the Dark Lord who was after me was not destroyed. So, he used a trinket called the Philosopher's Stone as bait. The first line of defense was a magically locked door housing one of Cerberus' children. The dog was guarding a trapdoor to the next room. That room was full of vines from a plant called Devil's Snare. The next room had a bunch of flying keys, and one of them would open the door to the next room. Apparently, the Dark Lord played it smart and took the key with him. But I was able to pick the lock. The next room had a room-sized chessboard with life-size pieces. After that, there was supposed to be a troll in the next room." She tilted her head curiously. "Supposed to be?" "A cyclops snuck in and killed the troll. Damn, nearly fooled everyone with its mimicry skills. In the end, I managed to kill it, and we entered the penultimate room. This room had a table with a bunch of potion vials and a logic puzzle. When we entered, the whole room was surrounded by fire, and one would let us pass through the flames. The other would bring us back to the previous room. There was only enough potion left for me, so I entered and confronted our defense against the dark arts professor, who was hosting the Dark Lord spirit. Eventually, we had a fierce fight, and I managed to kill him. She was struck dumb. Wow, that sounds like a really cool adventure. He looked up at the sky. Hey, why don't you wake those two? I'll ask Hedwig to scout ahead and see how we can get out of here. She nodded and disappeared into the tents while he hooted. On cue, Hedwig came fluttering down and perched on his arm. He hooted and barked at her. Hey, Hedwig, can you do me a favor? Could you find the closest public transport area? She hooted back. Yes, Harry. I'll be right back. After she flew off, he got started on making breakfast. When Annabeth returned with the other two, he had already begun plating some scrambled eggs and toast. Once again, this was a skill that he had learned with the hunters, as everyone used to take turns cooking. Just as they finished, Hedwig's familiar snowy white form fluttered down and perched on his shoulder. She gently hooted in his ear. There is an Amtrak station around half a mile to the west. I read the signs, and the next train leaves in 2 hours, only as far as St. Louis. The last train to Los Angeles left an hour ago, and there won't be another until tomorrow. Grover overheard the conversation and bleated. We can't afford to wait until tomorrow. We'll freshen up and then get going. Percy was puzzled. Go where? Harry replied. While Annabeth was waking you two up, I sent Hedwig to scout ahead. According to her, there's an Amtrak station about half a mile west of here. The next train towards the west leaves in 2 hours, but it goes only as far as Denver. We missed the direct train to Los Angeles by an hour, and there won't be another until tomorrow. Oh, and before you ask, I can talk to animals. It's a child of Artemis thing. Soon, they were on the train, westbound towards Denver. As he sat, he read through Ron's letter again. The redhead wrote, Hey Harry, it's Ron here. I don't know why you haven't been replying to my last couple of letters. Anyway, I was hoping that sometime in August you could come over to the borough. I've already sent a letter to Hermione and invited Neville. By the way, a word of warning, my little sister Ginny is obsessed with the boy who lived. I know you hate that moniker and hate fangirls, especially after that 7th year tried to potion you. Just prepare for Ginny to be really awkward around you for a bit. I was also kind of hoping you would maybe talk to her and get her out of that phase. I'll see you soon, mate. Harry quickly penned his reply, explaining that a house elf had blocked his mail. He also explained that he was on a quest, so replies would be less frequent. However, he did promise to visit the borough. When the train slowed a bit, he quickly sent Hedwig with the letter. The others were asleep, and he was the only one keeping watch. On a couple of occasions, Grover's fake feet nearly fell off, but Harry quickly solved it with a sticking charm. He was then startled by Percy mumbling in his sleep. I won't help you. I won't. Harry reached over and shook him awake. You all right, mate? You were talking in your sleep. He looked at Harry, bleary-eyed, before blinking his sleep away. Percy grumped, Great. Anything else I do in my sleep? First, Annabeth points out that I drool, and now you say that I talk. Harry shrugged. Could be worse. My friend Ron snores, and we usually have to put up silencing charms around his bed to block out the noise. Anyway, you were saying something about not helping someone. What were you talking about? Hesitantly, Percy revealed that there was some evil voice coming from a deep, dark pit. In the middle of the story, Annabeth and Grover also woke up. She mused, That doesn't sound like Hades. He is usually seen sitting on a black throne and never laughs. He offered my mom in trade, but I don't understand why. Harry adopted a thinking pose. Doesn't make sense. Why is he asking you for the lightning bolt if he supposedly has it? Maybe another god is involved and Lord Hades wants to find it as well, so that he can get back in the good graces of his brothers. Annabeth pleaded, Look, you can't barter with Hades. Even if his kindly ones were holding back dash. Holding back? You've met them before? She instinctively fingered her necklace. Once. But my point is, you can't be tempted to make a deal for your mom. If it was my dad, I'd leave him there to rot. Percy was beginning to look angry when Harry jumped in. He got in between them and said, Look, Beth, I understand that your home life wasn't the best, but not all demigods had wretched childhoods. Out of the 3 of us, Jackson is the luckiest because his mom was understanding. I never knew my own mortal parents, so I really can't side with either of you. Afterwards, everyone was silent for the rest of the trip. Finally, on the second day, the train pulled into St. Louis. Annabeth gazed longingly at the gateway arch and sighed. I want to do that one day. Percy glanced at her with a questioning expression. Do what? She replied, Build something like the arch. I want to build something for the gods. Something that will last for centuries. He was struck dumb. Wow. I didn't know you wanted to be an architect. She flushed slightly. Yeah, I do. My mother expects her children to create things, not destroy them like a certain god of earthquakes. Harry smacked her shoulder. Since when were you diagnosed with foot and mouth syndrome? She got the message and blushed in shame. She said, sorry. That was mean, and you didn't deserve that. Percy pleaded, can't we work together somehow? I'm sure Athena and Poseidon cooperated on a few occasions. Grover helpfully quipped, there's the chariot. It was Athena's invention, but Poseidon created the horses to pull it. Finally, the train ground to a halt at the station. Annabeth got up. Come on, let's go sightseeing. This may be my last chance to ride to the top of the arch. On the way to the arch, the daughter of Athena kept rambling away and spouting facts. Meanwhile, Grover and Percy were snacking on jelly beans, with the latter mostly eating blue ones. Suddenly, the boy stopped in his tracks. Everyone else also paused. He stammered, guys, I had a thought about our friend downstairs dash. Hold that thought. Harry stopped him and stealthily took out his wand. He quietly cast a Notice Me Not charm. Okay, you can speak freely now. Percy nodded gratefully. As I was saying, Hades has a symbol of power, right? His helm of darkness? How do we know that he isn't invisible right now and watching us? The others thought about it. Then Harry spoke. We don't know that, mate. We'll just have to risk it. Finally, they reached the arch with half an hour left until closing time. As they waited for the elevator, Harry and Percy looked around them. Along with them was an obese lady and her chihuahua. There was also two families. One of them was a family of 4 who were just entering the elevator. The second family had 3 members consisting of the parents and a girl with black, ratty-looking hair. The girl looked like she was his age. Harry also couldn't help noticing that she looked a little familiar, but couldn't quite place her name. It also didn't help that her face was mostly turned away from him. Finally, the 4 of them and the dog lady entered the elevator when it was their turn, and it was a slight squeeze. The woman had beady eyes and was dressed in a floppy denim hat and a denim dress. She politely asked, hello, children. Where are your parents? Harry took the lead and stuck with the story they told Medusa. We're actually part of a school trip. Unfortunately, I left something behind on top, and my friends here decided to accompany me. Strangely enough, the chihuahua growled menacingly. They lady chided her pet. Now, Sonny, behave. Finally, they reached the top, and they all stepped out onto the observation deck. An excited Annabeth scampered out and began looking around. Then, she dragged the 3 of them and began yammering about the arch. Harry once again noticed the family with the familiar-looking girl and quietly slipped away to observe them. Then the girl turned around and recognized him. Potter? What are you doing here? It took him a second to recognize her. Wait, Parkinson? What are you doing here? Vacation? She replied back cordially. Yes, it's a vacation, and I believe I asked first. He shrugged non-committally. I'm on vacation too, and I'm here with some friends. Annabeth over there is a big lover of architecture. Then Pansy Parkinson's parents noticed him, and her father said, hello, Harry Potter, is it? We've heard a fair bit about you. He smoothly replied back, greetings, Lord Parkinson. It is a pleasure to meet you. We'll leave you 2 to catch up. Her mother also spoke up, and the couple moved away. As they looked out at the horizon, she said, so Potter, I'm surprised that you're talking to me. I figured that you hated all Slytherins on principle. He snorted. The only person who I have any beef with is Draco Malfoy. Even still, he is merely an annoyance, and I am good at ignoring him. Neither you, nor the rest of your year mates have been overly antagonistic. So I have nothing against you lot. She blinked. Fair enough. However, you do realize that when we are back in school, I cannot afford to have much interaction with you. Malfoy has a lot of power within Slytherin, especially since his father is in the Board of Governors. Her face soured. One thing you need to know about us purebloods is that when we start Hogwarts, we are expected to make alliances. My family had close ties with the Malfoys, so I tried to get close to him. Unfortunately for me, Snide and Merk got to him first. The Prat even had the audacity to insult me when I approached him to hopefully start an alliance. Father was furious at his disrespect and cut all ties with the Malfoy family. Since then, we have been allied to the Greengrass family. Daphne has a fair bit of political sway in the house. Harry nodded along. Right. Greengrass and Vole have been teaching me about my future lordship duties as well. I wasn't exactly raised in the wizarding world. Just then, a park ranger announced that they were closing soon. The first family filed into the elevator, along with Annabeth and Grover. They were about to get out when Percy convinced them to go on ahead. He and Harry would catch up with them. The only people left on the deck were the Parkinsons, Harry, Percy, and a lady with her chihuahua. The woman smiled at them, offering a glimpse of a forked tongue. Then, the chihuahua began to act up a little, jumping up and down, yapping away. His owner scolded once again. Now, Sonny, does this look like a good time? In front of all these people, the dog bared its black lips in a snarl, and she sighed. Oh well, son, if you insist. Percy blurted. Did you call that chihuahua your son? She gently corrected. Chimera, dear, not chihuahua. It's an easy mistake to make. With that, she rolled back her sleeve to reveal green, scaly arms. She smiled again, and this time, everyone could see that her teeth were like fangs and her eyes were transformed to look like slits of a reptile. Meanwhile, the dog continued barking, but with each bark, transformed into a hideous creature. The Parkinson parents yelled in shock and reached for their pockets. However, their hands came up empty and Mr. Parkinson cursed. Merlin's beard! I forgot that we left them down with security. The now-named Chimera finished its transformation. The end result was a large creature with a lion's head, body, and hooves of a goat, and a serpent's tail. Harry immediately went to shield the Parkinson trio. A terrified Pansy stuttered. P. Potter? What in Merlin's name is that? The snake lady hissed with laughter. Be honored, Percy Jackson. Lord Zeus rarely allows me to test a hero with one of my brood. Your friend and the others need not die. As for who I am the mother of monsters. I am the terrible Echidna. Harry slowly removed his rings and turned them into their bow and arrow form. Meanwhile, Percy looked at her in confusion. Isn't that some kind of anteater? Harry fought down a snicker, but Echidna had a different reaction. She raged. I hate it when people say that. I hate Australia. Naming that ridiculous animal after me. For that, Percy Jackson, my son shall destroy you and everyone here. The Chimera charged, but the two demigods dodged. Percy uncapped his sword and brandished it threateningly. Harry once again positioned himself in front of Pansy and her parents. He spoke, stay behind me, my friend, and I can handle it. I promise you that we will get out of this alive, and I will explain everything. The monster opened its mouth, and everyone got a strong whiff of smoke. Harry's eyes widened. Get down. Percy dived away, while Harry tackled Pansy and her parents to the ground as a sheet of flame blasted above them. The creature then burned a massive hole through the wall. Recovering, the son of Poseidon swung his sword, but it clanged against the Chimera's collar. Then, the tail serpent sprang out and sank its fangs into his calf. Almost immediately, Harry fired an arrow and killed the snake. Percy then positioned himself in front of the gaping hole, limping as he did. Echidna taunted, I guess they don't make heroes like they used to. Percy then caught Harry's eye and they came to an understanding. The demigod keeled over backwards, falling out of the hole and down into the Mississippi River. Harry fired more arrows. This time he managed to kill it with 3 arrows through the heart, and it dissolved into dust. Then he brought out his daggers and turned to attack Echidna. However, the mother of monsters swatted aside his first attack and grabbed Pansy by the neck. She snarled, Back off, hero, or your friend will be on my menu. Suddenly, he gave a piercing whistle, and in the next moment, a small feathery white blur shot in and began clawing at her face. With a screech, she let go of Pansy, who Harry promptly pulled away from the monster. He straddled the distracted monster's back as she tried to bat Hedwig and shake him off. Then he plunged both daggers into her neck. With a scream, she too dissolved into dust. After a few moments, a visibly bleeding Harry ushered the shell-shocked Parkinson family to the elevator, and they rode down in silence. Then, Pansy hugged him and stammered, Thank you, Potter. You saved my life from whatever that thing was. I owe you a lot. He tried to brush it off. It was nothing, Pansy. Can I call you Pansy? Her father interrupted. It wasn't nothing, Mr. Potter. We are grateful that you have risked your life to protect us. My daughter now owes you a life debt. With this being the first he ever heard of it, he asked, Lord Parkinson, what does that entail? The man replied, it is a magical bond created between the savior and the person they saved. As such, my daughter may feel a compulsion to repay you by doing something that may benefit you in the future. He tried to protest, but sir, I was just doing what I thought was right. Her father smiled. Nevertheless, there is no way of breaking such a magical bond without harming either party. Harry paused and said, thank you, Lord Parkinson. I acknowledge the life debt, and I shall call on her to honor it someday. Anyway, I promised that I would explain, but I need something from all of you. I need you to promise to never reveal to anyone what I am about to tell you. The wizarding world at large is not ready to learn of this. Honestly speaking, I was more than happy to not reveal this to anyone, but the situation forced my hand. The three Parkinsons finally collected their wands, and Mrs. Parkinson quickly healed him before anyone could notice. Then, they all took a magical oath to never reveal the information about Harry's origins. Soon, they said their goodbyes, and Mr. Parkinson promised to run interference with the media. After they left, a frantic Annabeth and Grover rushed up. Grover bleated, what happened? Where's Percy? We heard an explosion earlier. Harry led them away. Turns out, the lady and her chihuahua were actually Echidna and her son, the Chimera. Jackson got bitten by the snake head during the attack. After the Chimera blew a hole, Jackson jumped out of the hole and down into the river. The girl looked worried. He will be okay, right? I mean, a fall like that. Harry wrapped an arm around her. I'm sure he'll be okay. He's a son of Poseidon after all. To the water will protect him. Let's go and try to find him. After half an hour, they finally saw him wading out of the river and completely bone dry. Grover bro hugged him and bleated. You scared me, man. I'm just glad that you're okay. Percy turned to Harry. What happened to your friend's family? Harry smiled. The Parkinsons are okay. Mr. Parkinson has already promised to run interference and get some heat off our backs. Let's get out of here, mate. The son of Poseidon interrupted. Santa Monica. We need to go there. I met someone under the water. She said that she was a messenger from my dad. According to her, it was my dad's will, and we must go to Santa Monica before he go to the underworld. Somehow, they managed to get back to the Amtrak station and hitch a ride to Denver. Chapter 22. Upon reaching the city of Denver, the group wandered into an empty car wash area. They all moved to an area near the back of the building, where there were some spare spray guns. Annabeth's gray eyes lit up. This is perfect. We can talk to Chiron. We need to tell him about Percy's talk with the river spirit. Well, I am him. The boy looked lost. I am. Harry explained. It's called Iris messaging. Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, usually carries messages for the gods. Demigods also use it as a method of communication with each other, like an instant video call. Just need to make a rainbow. Bit of a headache, to be honest. There's got to be a better way of communication, other than letters via owl post. They finally got a thick mist going, and the sun beat down on them, creating a rainbow. Annabeth grumped. Yeah, well, this is good enough for now. Harry? Drachma, please? Harry dutifully handed it to her. She then raised it over her head. Oh, goddess, accept our offering. Annabeth flung the coin into the rainbow, and it disappeared with a shimmer. She then clearly intoned, show me half Blood Hill. Soon enough, the familiar strawberry fields came into view, and they recognized the big house's porch. Also present was a familiar sandy-haired figure, though his back was facing them. Harry grinned and called out, Oi, Luke. It's Harry and the gang. Luke spun around in surprise, and his scarred face broke into a grin. He cheerfully called back, Harry, Percy, Grover. Is that Annabeth too? Thank the gods. Are you all okay? Annabeth blushed and stammered. We're fine. Where's Chiron? His grin melted. Ah, he's down by the cabins. Some of the campers are having issues. Just then, Harry noticed a car pull into the car wash. He quietly took out his wand to cast a silencing barrier around them. Grover also noticed the car, and he tugged on Annabeth's t-shirt. Hey, Annabeth, give Percy the nozzle. We have some company. Looking relieved, she pressed the spray gun into Percy's hands and ran off. Luke continued. Chiron had to break up a fight. Things are getting pretty tense here. Rumors began flying of a potential standoff between Zeus and Poseidon. It's probably the same person who let in the Hellhound. Everyone's taking sides here. As far as I've heard, Aphrodite, Ares and Apollo are backing Poseidon. Athena is backing Zeus. The rest are staying out of it. Harry interjected. Hey, Luke, how's Mackenzie? She's settling in okay? Can I talk to her? He thought about it for a second. Last I saw her, Silena was taking her on a ride with the Pegasi. Kid was dive-bombing us earlier today. You know, I wish was with you guys. Sorry we can't help much on our end, but we'll try and keep the peace. If you ask me, I still maintain that Hades took it. Percy interrupted, but I thought that the gods couldn't take each other's items of power. Luke shrugged. He probably used a demigod to do his bidding. The only way that someone took it if they were invisible or something. Harry snapped. Tell me you're not insinuating what I think you're insinuating. He backpedaled. And no. Gods no. I didn't mean to accuse you or Annabeth. I've known you two for most of my life. You two are like my little brother and sister. Just then, the screen flickered. Look, we're almost out of time. By the way, Percy, how are the shoes? Percy flushed slightly. Oh, yeah, they came in handy. Harry scoffed. Are you kidding? You totally kicked Medusa's arse with them. Luke grinned. You did? Wow, that's awesome, dude. Listen, take care of yourselves out there, and tell Grover that nobody will turn into a pine tree this time. Whatever he was going to say next got interrupted as the connection faded and the mist disappeared. Just then, Annabeth and Grover turned up and Harry canceled the silencing barrier. She pressed. So what did Luke say? Harry shrugged. Things at camp are a little tense. Folks are starting to take sides in the whole matter. He didn't say it in so many words, but we'd better hurry and find the lightning bolt. Percy's stomach rumbled, and everyone laughed. Harry began leading everyone away. Come on, let's go and grab a bite to eat. A few minutes later, the four of them were seated at a local diner. Soon, a waitress came over to take their order. She took a look at them. You kids out here alone? Harry replied, Actually, we're waiting for my uncle. He told us that we would meet him here and to get started without him. He's running a bit late from his meeting. She was still skeptical. Can you pay for your food, or will your uncle be by later to pay for your meal? Annabeth was about to answer before a noise interrupted them. Everyone looked out to see a large, purring motorcycle roll up to the diner. The owner of the bike was clad in a red muscle shirt, black jeans, and a black duster. He also had a hunting knife strapped to his thigh and wore red wraparound sunglasses. As for his face, he could have passed off as a handsome man with an oily black crew cut, except that he had a few scars adorning his face and cheeks. For some strange reason, Harry's mind was filled with images of Draco Malfoy's smarmy face, and his blood boiled. He honestly would not have liked anything better than to punch his smug face in. The biker swaggered up to them and slid into the booth. He shot her what was supposed to be a charming grin and addressed the gaping waitress. Not to worry, doll. It's on me. After shooing her away, he looked at Percy. So you're old Seaweed's kid, huh? Percy bit out. What's it to you? Harry not so subtly kicked him under the table. Oi. Jackson, do you have any dash? The biker raised a hand. Don't worry, I don't mind a little attitude. Long as you remember who is the boss. I take it you know who I am, little cousin? Percy fumed. You're Clarice's dad. Ares, god of war. He grinned and took off his shades to reveal 2 burning eye sockets. That's right, punk. Heard you broke my daughter's spear. Percy sassed back. She was asking for it. Probably, it's cool. I don't fight my kids' fights. Anyway, to business. I heard that you were in town, so I got a little proposition for you. Soon, the waitress returned with the food, and Ares stretched out his hand with a few drachmae. At the last second, Harry stealthily transfigured the drachmae to American dollars. He continued talking, so I need a favor. I left my shield at an abandoned water park in town. I was on a date with my girl when we were interrupted. In our haste, I left it behind, so I want you to fetch it for me. I'd go get it myself, but I don't have the time and have better things to do. Percy's eyes narrowed. And if we say no, Ares leaned forward. A god is giving you an opportunity to prove yourself. Are you going to be a coward? Or do you only fight near a water body so that your daddy can protect you? Percy bit out. In case you haven't noticed, we're already on a quest. This isn't a video game where we accept side quests. Ares' flaming eyes glowed brighter. I know about your quest, punk. When the damn thing was first stolen, Zeus handpicked me, Apollo and their moms, gesturing at Harry and Annabeth, to find it. Trust me, I've got a nose for powerful weapons, but even I couldn't sniff out a weapon that powerful. If I can't find it, what chance do you have? Besides, I'm the one who told him about corpse breath. Percy was incredulous. You told him that Hades stole the bolt. He shrugged. Framing someone to start a war? Oldest trick in the book. In a way, you have me to thank for your quest, so you're welcome. Here, I'll sweeten the deal. You help me out, and I'll arrange a ride for you and your friends. Maybe I'll give you information about your mom. Percy grit his teeth. I'm listening. He chuckled darkly. Got your attention, huh? The water park is a mile west on Delancey. You can't miss it. Look for the Tunnel of Love ride. Percy blurted. What spooked you hard enough to interrupt your date? He dodged the question. You're lucky you met me, punk, and not one of the other Olympians. They're not as forgiving of rudeness as I am. I'll meet you back here when you're done. Don't disappoint me, chop, chop. A while later, the quartet seemed to wake up from a trance. Ares was gone, and everything seemed like normal. Harry quickly polished off his hot dog and got up, wiping his mouth. Come on. The sooner we find Ares' shield, the quicker we can get back to finding the lightning bolt. Percy gaped at him. Tell me you're not seriously considering finding that stupid shield. Grover bleated nervously. We have no choice. You can't ignore a god's request, no matter how banal. Annabeth piped up. He's right. I don't like Ares either, but it's suicidal to ignore the gods. Otherwise, you will be saddled with bad fortune. Ares has the power to turn you into a rodent and will run you over if he's mad at you. Why us? Why not ask Clarice or his other kids? Annabeth shrugged. Maybe this is a problem that requires brains and strategy. Ares mostly relies on strength, but even strength has to bow to wisdom sometimes. Harry spoke up. Come on, let's get this over with. He did promise to arrange a ride for us if we completed the side quest. By sunset, they finally found the water park, or what was left of it. Once upon a time, it was called Waddleland, but time hadn't been kind to it. Evidently, some vandals broke in and nicked a few letters from the name, leaving it to be called WATRAD. The main gate was padlocked and had barbed wire crowning it. Percy took one look at the gate and wire and mused, Great. How do we get in? Harry stepped up with his wand drawn. Allow me. Allohamra. The padlock clicked open and Grover dutifully removed it. However, it took all four of them to wrench the gate open because it was pretty rusty. In silence and with weapons drawn, they slowly made their way through the park. Eventually, they came across a souvenir shop, and Annabeth wasted no time in pinching several clothes. Harry searched a bit deeper and found some food, which he stocked up on. When they were done, they continued looking for the Tunnel of Love. Percy broke the silence. So who's Ares' girlfriend again? Aphrodite, came the simple answer. But isn't she married to Hephaestus? Annabeth replied. Yep, and he's caught them together several times. I remember one legend goes that he caught them together in a golden net. He then proceeded to invite the other gods to laugh at them. Hephaestus is always trying to humiliate them. So I guess that's why an abandoned water park could be an ideal location for a brief get-together. Soon, they stumbled upon an empty pool, which was 50 meters across and shaped like a bowl. It was surrounded by several bronze Cupid statues with their wings open and nocked bows and arrows. On the far end, there was a yawning tunnel with a sign above it reading Thrill, Ride, O Love. Grover noticed a small two-seater boat at the bottom of the pool. On one of the seats was a shield, which was polished very thoroughly. Percy said, This is too easy, so we just walk down and get it. Harry warned, Don't jinx it, mate. Here, the three of you go and get it. I'll look for higher ground and cover for you in case things go south. Annabeth's cheeks were crimson. Are you kidding me? Me and him? How embarrassing is that? What if someone saw us? They argued for a minute before she relented and sullenly followed him and Grover. Meanwhile, Harry scaled a nearby fence and perched on top of it. He could not shake the feeling that something was drastically wrong. Sure enough, there was a sound of several gears grinding together. The initial sound nearly made Harry jump and topple off the fence. The Cupid statues moved in such a way that their arrows were pointing at each other. They promptly fired, and each arrow was connected to a golden thread. The threads all interweaved to form a giant net. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover grabbed the shield and made a run for it. Harry yelled over the din. What did you do? What did you guys touch? All the while, The Cupid heads popped open and video cameras emerged as spotlights shone over them. A disembodied voice blared, live to Olympus in 1 minute 59:58. The nightmare didn't end as a bunch of mirrors that Harry missed from his vantage point opened up. From the mirrors, thousands of tiny metallic bugs and spiders came scurrying out. Sure enough, Annabeth began to freak out. Harry cursed and hopped down from his perch before sprinting towards them. He began firing arrows in a frenzy. Percy was desperately looking around and finally spotted something. He pointed. There! The water pipes. Harry fired a blasting spell, and the pipe exploded with water. Percy closed his eyes and reached out his hand. Sure enough, water came rushing out and swept the mechanical spiders away. The wave also picked up the boat, and it shot towards the tunnel. While all of that was happening, the countdown kept going and it was down to 30 seconds. By then, Annabeth had recovered from her freak out and was helping steer the boat. Harry was nearly unseated twice before he took out his wand and placed sticking charms on all 4 of them. However, there was a new problem as the gates at the end of the tunnel were chained up. Harry solved that with a well-timed bombarda, which blew the gates open. Eventually, they managed to get out of the ride, with Ares' shield still strapped to Percy. It was just in the nick of time, too, as they got out with 10 seconds to spare. The voice fell silent, and the Cupids turned back to their original positions. The spotlights also shut off, and the park was dark once again. Percy scowled. That was a close one. I hate being humiliated, and nothing's worse than it being broadcast to the public. We need to have a little talk with Ares. As promised, the war god was there with a cocky grin on his face. He chuckled darkly. Well, you didn't get yourselves killed. My only regret is that you 4 got the hell out of Dodge before the cameras started rolling. I was hoping to see the look on that crippled blacksmith's face when he sees a few stupid kids on TV. A fuming Percy chucked the shield at him. You knew that it was a trap. You're a grade A jerk. Annabeth and Grover looked stunned, while Harry elbowed him. Sure, he was also mad, but nobody would be stupid enough to take it out on a god. As soon as Ares got hold of the shield, he spun it on his finger and it transformed into a bulletproof vest. He sneered and pointed. Yeah, whatever kid, a deal's a deal. You see that truck there? That's your ticket to LA. Said truck was an 18-wheeler with a sign reading, Kindness International, Humane Zoo Transport. Warning, live wild animals. Percy was incredulous. You're kidding, right? The god snapped his fingers. Free ride west, punk. I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Oh, and before I forget, he tossed a nylon blue backpack to Percy, who caught it. The son of Poseidon barely bit back a snarky retort, but slung the backpack over his shoulder. He was about to leave when Percy yelled out, Hey, you promised me information on my mother. Ares paused. You sure you can handle the news? She ain't dead. She was taken from the Minotaur before she could die. She's probably being held hostage. The boy demanded, Why? You need to study war, punk. She's a hostage. The idea is to take someone to control someone else. We'll meet again, Percy Jackson. Next time you're in a fight, always remember to watch your back. With that, he revved his Harley-Davidson and roared off into the distance. Percy glared hatefully at the retreating bike before Grover nudged him. He whispered urgently, Percy, we have to hurry. The truck drivers are just paying for their meal. That snapped everyone into action, and they quickly piled into the back of the truck. The first thing that hit them was the stench of feces. The trailer was dark until Harry choked out, Lumos, and his wand lit up, illuminating the room. What greeted them was a sight that made Harry's blood boil. Even Grover looked equally mad at seeing 3 cages with a male albino lion, a zebra, and antelope. Whoever was in charge of feeding them had done a lousy job because the lion's cage had a sack of turnips, while the other 2 had hamburger meat in front of them. Harry turned to the trio. When we get out of here, make a note of the license plate. We're going to increase the jackalope population when my mother finds out about this. Unfortunately, the truck's engine roared to life and the trailer began moving. Then, Harry got up unsteadily and pulled out his wand. He quickly vanished the feces and tried to make the place smell a little better. The demigod wizard then intoned, Wingardium Leviosa, and levitated the turnips and meat away. Percy found a water jug and went to fill each bowl. The lion growled slightly, before Harry growled back, telling it that they were trying to help. With that, The lion was more cooperative, and Annabeth placed the meat in front of it. Meanwhile, Grover divided the turnips between the antelope and the zebra. Just then, Harry noticed another small cage hidden at the back. He raised his lit wand to see what was in it, when he nearly dropped it in shock. Bloody hell! Is that a golden snidget? I thought they were extinct. They came rushing up, and Annabeth squealed. It's adorable. Grover interrupted with his eyes narrowed. What do you mean, extinct? Harry sighed. These creatures were commonly found in Europe in the magical communities. They are well known for their extreme speed and their ability to hide. Unfortunately, around the 11th century, wizards and witches began hunting them for sport. Later on, when it was close to extinction, the Wizards' Council banned snidget hunting and declared it a protected species. Unfortunately, from what Uncle Sirius and Uncle Remus told me, the hunting still continued. It wasn't long before the snidget was declared extinct. Grover let out a cry. Man, that is such a crying shame. Then Harry stood up. I'm going to free it. I'll keep it safe with me until we find a place to release it. He quickly unlocked the cage, and the snidget buzzed happily before perching on its shoulder and nuzzling him. Annabeth slowly reached out a hand. See, can I pet it? He nodded. Yes, but be very, very gentle. Snidgets are pretty fragile. She hesitated, then reached out a finger to gently rub its head. Even Percy proved that he could be gentle and stroked its head. After a while, the four of them were sitting in silence. Harry was busy calming the snidget, and the other three were sitting down next to each other. Annabeth piped up, Hey, I'm sorry for freaking out at the water park. I hate spiders. Percy guessed. The Arachne story, I'm assuming? She got turned into a spider because she challenged your mom to a weaving contest. She shuddered. Ever since then, her children have had it out for children of Athena. Then Percy spoke. Back when we spoke to Luke, he said something about no one being turned into a tree. Both Annabeth and Grover's expressions looked sad. He mournfully brayed, I try not to think about it. It's just hard, man. I try to protect her, but I thought that if you knew about what happened to Talia, you wouldn't want a failure of a satyr along. Annabeth sighed. I was 7. I wouldn't have survived the trip to camp on my own. When I met them, Talia was 12 and Luke was 14. Like me, they too ran away from home. We survived 2 weeks before Grover found us. The satyr sniffed. My orders were to escort only Talia. Hades was after her, simply because she was the daughter of Zeus. However, I couldn't leave Luke and Annabeth alone. I bit off more than I could chew, thinking that I could lead 3 demigods to camp. In my arrogance, I took some wrong turns, and when monsters attacked, I froze up. So, the kindly ones caught up and attacked. If only I was a bit quicker. Annabeth sharply said, Stop it. No one blames you. Talia didn't. I don't either. Grover wasn't convinced. It was all my fault. The Council of Cloven Elders said so. Percy snapped. What did they expect you to do? Leave Luke and Annabeth to die? That's not fair. Harry piped up from where he sat, cradling the tiny bird. He said, Look, mate, we all make mistakes, but I'm sure that you will redeem yourself. Besides, which other satyr would dare venture to the underworld? Percy picked up where Harry left off. Yeah, you've got the biggest heart of any satyr. You're a natural searcher, and that's why you will be the one to find Pan. Grover bleated happily and hugged Percy. Then they all decided to get some sleep. Later on, at what everyone assumed was a red light, a tapping sound woke up Harry. It came again, and it sounded like it came from the door. Harry carefully unlocked the trailer door with his wand and opened it slightly. Just then, Hedwig squeezed in through the gap, and he closed it again. He spotted a letter in her claws and took it. The snowy owl then hopped onto the floor and carried out a conversation with the snidget. He read the letter, then put it down before cursing. Damn, it's serious. Where the hell did you disappear off to that's got Remus so worried? What is it? Grover was awake and looked at him questioningly. Harry sighed. Got a letter from Uncle Remus. According to him, Sirius took a small vacation to Vegas without telling him. It's been a week, and there's no word from him. I hope we're stopping off at Vegas so that I can find him and ease Remus' worries. Suddenly, the truck's engine stopped and voices could be heard. By then, Percy and Annabeth had woken up. Harry and Grover quickly huddled between them and Harry fished out his invisibility cloak. Annabeth moved out of the way and donned her cap. Soon, the doors opened to reveal a large trucker. He complained, "Man, I wish I hauled appliances for a living." He regarded the 3 animals in the cages as he poured water for them. His eyes fell on the line. "You hot big boy." The trucker then proceeded to dump the rest of the contents on the lion, drenching it. Naturally, it roared in fury, but he was unbothered. He then lazily chucked a Happy Meal at the antelope before glancing at the zebra. He mockingly said, "How are you doing, Stripes? We'll be getting rid of you at this stop. You like magic shows? Then you're going to love this one where they saw you in half." The terrified zebra gazed in Harry and Percy's direction. It pleaded, "My lords, free me." Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded on the side of the trailer. This successfully distracted the trucker to holler at his buddy. "What do you want, Eddie?" Eddie's voice faintly hollered back. "Maurice? What did you say? What are you banging for?" Maurice then lumbered out cussing at Eddie, and they began to argue. Back in the trailer, Annabeth materialized in front of the group, and Harry pulled off his cloak. The lion confirmed that Maurice and Eddie were animal traffickers. With a look, Percy and Harry came to the same conclusion. The son of Poseidon used his sword to slash the lock open. Meanwhile, Harry used an unlocking charm to free the antelope and the lion. The animals quickly jumped free, creating a ruckus. Then, Annabeth donned her cap, and Harry covered the 3 of them in his invisibility cloak. In the meantime, Hedwig fluttered away, and the Snidget buzzed into Harry's shirt pocket, nestling comfortably. Together, they stepped out of the trailer and carefully walked away. Fortunately, they were already in Vegas, which would make Harry's job easier. When the coast was clear, they became visible again and stopped at a nearby cafe. Munching on a taco, Percy asked, "So, what now?" Harry once again fingered his letter and sighed, "I guess we're hitting the casinos. I've got a godfather to find and give him a piece of my mind." Chapter 23. The first casino that they hit was the MGM Grand. When the quartet entered, a man with expertly coiffed black hair, aristocratic features, and a fancy cane walked over to them. He spoke in a genial tone. "Hello, children. Are you supposed to be here? I cannot imagine that you all are coming in to try my machines, are you? I'm afraid that you were a little too young for slot machines." Harry flashed him an apologetic smile. "Apologies. We didn't come here by choice. The thing is, my family and friends came here for a small vacation. We were just getting ready to leave when we noticed that my godfather was missing. He's a bit of a wild child, and we figured that he went to sample different casinos, mister." He started, "Oh, sorry, I'm Mr. Benedict, the owner of this fine establishment. Why don't you all come with me, and we'll check the register? I'd like to think that we take care of our guests." "What is your godfather's name?" Harry replied, "Sirius Black, sir." As the man perused the register at the front desk, he mused, "Sirius Black. Sirius Black. Wasn't he the man who was recently released from prison after being wrongfully accused of mass murder?" "That's right, sir. The real killer was caught and confessed that he framed him." He smiled. "Well, I'm delighted that justice has prevailed." Then his smile turned into a frown and he closed the register. "I'm terribly sorry, but I don't seem to have any record of a Sirius Black here. Might I suggest that you check out my other hotels, the Bellagio and the Mirage? If he isn't there, you can try Caesar's Palace or a few other casinos." He couldn't have gotten very far. Harry gave a small bow. "Thank you, Mr. Benedict. Have a nice day." Unfortunately for them, Sirius wasn't at the Bellagio or the Mirage. Even Caesar's Palace was a bit of a dud. Then, Percy noticed a place called the Lotus Hotel and Casino. He gestured towards it. "Hey, let's check in here? Maybe we'll find him here." The doorman smiled and ushered the quartet inside, and the scene took their breaths away. To say that it was a giant game room would be an understatement. It had everything from an indoor water slide, starting from nearly 40 stories above, to a climbing wall and indoor bungee jumping. A nearby bellhop came over. "Hi. Welcome to the Lotus Hotel and Casino. How can I help you?" As he spoke, he pressed a green plastic credit card in each of their hands. Harry smiled politely at him. "I'm looking for someone. I believe he may have come here to have some fun, but he's been taking a bit of time. I've come to fetch him before my group leaves." He replied, "Oh, that's a shame. I hope you find him. Also, could I convince you to try some of our games while you search for whoever you are looking for?" Annabeth replied, Of course, it would be rude not to try some of your games. They went up to a suite that was waiting for them and couldn't help marveling at how posh it was. Harry thought to himself, Draco Malfoy, eat your heart out. After freshening up, which included them gathering supplies and Percy dumping Harry's bag, they went back down. Harry turned to the other three. Okay, let's split up. We can cover more ground that way. Once we find Sirius, we'll meet up by the entrance and get back to the quest. Annabeth nodded firmly, but Percy and Grover grinned. We'll also get in some playtime. Harry rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Okay, fine. We'll have some fun too. The gods know we deserve it after all we've been through so far. With that, they took off in different directions. As Harry walked, he felt his mind become a little foggy and a very strong urge to play a few games. If he was being honest, NBA All-Star Challenge 2 was very tempting. Instead, he slammed down his occlumency shields, and the feeling disappeared. Finally, after what felt like 10 minutes, he found Sirius sampling Wolfenstein 3D. The man was muttering, "Come on, BJ! Get that Nazi scumbag." Harry waited until he finally defeated Adolf Hitler, equipped with a robotic suit and 4 chain guns. He grabbed the man's shoulder. "Hey, Patfoot, I found you at last." He turned, and his cloudy eyes brightened with recognition. "Pup, so good to see you. You want to play a 1v1 with me?" The feeling of succumbing to playtime came back, but Harry strengthened his occlumency shields. He shook his head. "Come on, Sirius, Mooney is getting worried." The man waved a dismissive hand. "Meh, he can wait. It's only been an hour." That was when Harry definitely knew something was wrong. He stammered. "Actually, Padfoot, you've been gone for nearly a week. I think Remus had a right to be worried sick." Sirius' eyes cleared briefly before it spaced out again. "Come on, Harry, Mooney has always been a worrywart. Now let's play a few rounds." He made to drag Harry next to him, but Harry moved back with his wand in his hand. The boy pointed it at him and chanted, "Finite incantatum." That did it, and Sirius' eyes cleared for good. He blinked. "What in Merlin's name?" Harry was done waiting and grabbed him by the hand. He began slowly dragging the man away. Just as they made it down the aisle, he bumped into a girl with dark, silky hair and olive skin, wearing a floppy green cap. The two of them tumbled down, just missing a younger boy, who also had dark hair and olive skin. He was on his feet immediately and helped her up. "Hey, are you okay?" "I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. I'm Harry Potter. This is my godfather, Sirius." She held out a hand. "Bianca D'Angelo. This is my little brother, Nico. You've been here long?" "We've stayed here for a few weeks." Harry shook his head. "I just got here, and Sirius has been here for an hour. But it doesn't make sense. I mean, dash." Just then, Percy came running over to us, his eyes panicked. He grabbed Harry's arm. "Dude, something's seriously wrong here. I was playing against this guy called Darren, and he said something weird, groovy. I got a bit suspicious and asked him what year it was. According to him, it was 1977. Nico piped up, "No, it's not. It's 1942. Harry and Percy looked at each other in horror. Sirius was also slowly catching on. The two hurried forward, and Percy breathed. "We got to find Annabeth and Grover." Eventually, they found her playing an architecture-themed video game. Percy shook her. "Come on, we got to get out of here." However, she ignored him, and he shook her again. The girl snapped. "What? Can't you see I'm busy? Listen, the underworld, our quest. Harry's found his godfather." "Come on," she protested. "But I just got to the towers. Just give me a few more minutes." Harry also tried. "Beth, there are people who are in here as far back as the 1940s, and they've barely aged a day." Sirius also said that he was in here for an hour, but it's been a week. "So, it's great over here. So, what if you lose track of time?" This time, Percy got impatient. He grabbed her by the chin and forced her to look in his eyes. "Spiders. Large hairy spiders." Sirius helpfully quipped. "Acromantulas." That was enough to snap her out of it. After assuring that she was okay, they finally found Grover. Together, all of them managed to drag the satyr away, much to his indignation. Eventually, the 7 of them managed to exit the hotel, though the friendly bellhop looked pretty gutted. Annabeth grabbed a nearby newspaper, and her face paled. June 20th, 1992. "We wasted 5 days in there." Bianca freaked out a little, but Nico was still lost. She breathed. 50 years. We were in there for 50 years. All of our friends and our family. Harry turned to Sirius. Padfoot, why don't you head back to Uncle Remus? Hey, Bianca, Nico, why not go with him? Look, I get that it must be really difficult for you too. I promise you, Uncle Sirius will help take care of you. You will? Won't you, Padfoot? Nico asked. Why do you keep calling him Padfoot? Sirius looked around him and didn't see anyone. He grinned and turned into a shaggy black dog and barked. He then bounded towards Nico and plastered his face in slobbery kisses. After he was done, he turned back into a human. The younger boy was delighted. That was so cool. Sirius then turned to Harry. What about you, Harry? Aren't you and your friends coming as well? Harry pulled him away and told him in a low voice, we can't, we're on a quest. Lord Zeus' lightning bolt was stolen. We're trying to find it and return it by the summer solstice. And that's tomorrow. We think that Hades had something to do with it, but something smells fishy about this. The entrance to the underworld is in Los Angeles, and we need to get there as fast as we can. He suddenly remembered his little feathered friend. Oh, I almost forgot. When we came here, we stowed away on a truck and found out that they were animal traffickers. Aside from a malnourished lion, a zebra, and an antelope, I found this little fellow. Harry reached for his front pocket, and the snidget hopped onto his palm. Sirius' eyes widened when he saw the tiny bird, Merlin's sagabolix. I thought they were extinct. Harry nodded excitedly. Precisely. Besides, the underworld is no place for such a little guy. I was hoping that you could bring him to Hagrid. You know he loves little magical creatures. Sirius stroked his beard. True, but I think bringing him to Professor Kettleburn is better. He is the care of magical creatures professor. After all, I'll take it to him. As for your transport, I have an idea. Sirius pulled out his wand and stuck it out. Suddenly, there was a deafening bang, and a triple-decker purple bus materialized in front of him. He nodded at Harry, trusting him to take care of things from there. He stepped away with Bianca and Nico, and after giving them a small warning, operated away. Just then, the bus door opened and a conductor in a purple uniform stepped out. He announced, "Welcome to the night bus. Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you like. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I'll be your conductor today. Say, what's your name?" Harry thought fast. Daniel Radcliffe. These are my friends, Percy, Grover, and Annabeth. Stan nodded and gestured for them to hop inside. He directed them to a brass bedstead, with curtained windows and a candle burning in a small bracket. He asked, "So, where are you lot headed?" Annabeth replied, "Los Angeles, by the Santa Monica Pier. We need to be there as fast as possible." Stan Shunpike sat down next to the driver and hollered, "Take her away, Ern." A second later, there was another loud bang, and the quartet found themselves flattened against the bed. When they were able to extricate themselves from the mess of tangled limbs, Percy told them about his latest dream from the smuggler's truck. It wasn't exactly accurate because the Lotus Casino ordeal was still fresh and had clouded some information. The best that he could recall that the pit monster's servant called him by a nickname. Annabeth's brows furrowed. The Silent One? The Rich One? Both of them are nicknames for Lord Hades. However, Percy was still not convinced. Even she realized that her theories were falling flat. The only other new information was that the pit monster was expecting 2 items. Before long, the night bus halted at a local beach in Santa Monica. They staggered out, and Harry handed Stan a few sickles and galleons before thanking him for the journey. Percy blurted, "Dude, wizarding transport sucks." Harry snorted, "No argument there, mate. Personally speaking, this is the second most unpleasant mode of wizarding transport. There are 5 of them. In order of most to least unpleasant, there's apparition, the night bus, port keys, foot travel, and broomsticks." Percy shot him a weird look. A broomstick? Dude, stereotypical much? They walked to the beach, and on a whim, Percy entered the water and kept walking. Annabeth spotted him going deeper and called out a warning, but it was too late, as his head went under. What followed was an agonizing wait while Annabeth fretted. Around 15 minutes later, he emerged from the water, bone dry as always. However, he was clutching something in his hand. He came over to them and spoke in a low voice. "I spoke to a Nereid and she gave me these." His fist opened to reveal 3 pearls nestled in his palm. He continued, "According to her, in times of great need, We should smash the pearl at our feet. Annabeth frowned. No gift comes without a price, Percy. He protested, but she gave them to me for free. Harry interjected. That's not what she meant, bruv. There's a phrase that goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. There's always a price. Eventually, after hitchhiking to a bus station, they were on a bus to West Hollywood. Unfortunately, the driver did not know of any place called DOA Recording Studios. Percy had told them about this place from a business card he picked up from Medusa's lair. Nevertheless, the bus driver dropped them off at the next stop. From there, they wandered for hours and had difficulty finding the place. As nighttime fell, so too did the mood of the city. There were all sorts of shady figures slinking around in the shadows. As they walked past an alley, there was a holler. Before they knew it, 6 boys had surrounded them, all decked in swanky clothes. One boy advanced, and they guessed that he was the gang leader. He bore down on them, but was cut off by a punch from Harry and Percy. The boys stumbled in shock, and the quartet took that chance to bolt. Meanwhile, the thugs recovered and gave chase. They ran for a few minutes until they ducked into another alley and burst into an open store. The group ran in and took refuge behind a waterbed, watching as the thugs ran past. Grover sighed in relief. I think we lost them. A voice spoke up behind them. Lost who? Was it those pesky kids again? I should have known. They hang around these parts every night, and more often than not, I get some unexpected but not unwelcome customers. Greetings. I'm Krusty, owner of this fine establishment, Krusty's Waterbed Palace. Would you like to look at a waterbed? The kids whirled around to see a man dressed in a silk paisley shirt, which was unbuttoned halfway. He also wore a velvet jacket with very wide lapels. Finally, he capped off his look with numerous silver chains. As for his complexion, Krusty was tall with a bald head, gray leathery skin, thick-lidded eyes, and a cold reptilian smile. With a large meaty arm, he steered everyone inside the store. As he stopped in front of a bed covered in black satin sheets and built-in lava lamps, he spread his arms proudly. This is my most popular model. Million Hand Massage. Why not try it out? Million Hand Massage. Sweet. Grover cheered and dived into the bed. Then, he guided Harry and Annabeth to 2 other beds, which were side by side. They put up a bit of resistance, but he out-muscled them and pushed them onto the beds. He snapped his fingers. Ergo! And on cue, ropes sprang from all 3 beds and fastened themselves onto the 3 helpless children, covering their bodies and wrapping around their wrists and ankles. Unfortunately for Harry, he couldn't quite reach his wand either. Krusty groaned. Darn it. Almost. He then reached out and grabbed Percy, who was just backing away. He said condescendingly, Don't worry, kid. We'll find one for you in a sec. A defiant Percy yelled. Let my friends go, Krusty replied back. We'll do that, but I gotta make sure that they fit first. Fit first? All beds are exactly 6 feet. Your friends are too short, and I hate imperfect measurements. So I got to stretch them out. They might just live. Percy thought fast. Your name is not Krusty. I'm assuming. It's a nickname, short for Procrustes. His eyes widened in realization. The stretcher. But who can pronounce Procrustes? It's a bit of a mouthful, and it's bad for business. Now Krusty. Everyone can pronounce that, and it's catchier. Percy then began to keep him talking while he figured out a plan. He ran a finger across the lacquered finish of a random bed. He said, Man, the workmanship on these beds are fantastic. I don't think I've ever seen a built-in lava lamp. Annabeth yelled out in protest, but Percy ignored her. He continued, What happens if a customer is more than 6 feet tall? He finally let go of Percy and reached for a huge double-bladed bronze axe. Hefting it onto his shoulder, he nonchalantly said, I just center the subject as best as I can, and lop off whatever hangs over on either end. Now terrified out of his mind, Percy gulped. Sensible. While all that was going on, Harry, Annabeth, and Grover were really looking like they were in trouble. Percy then pointed to a bed that had the tag, Honeymoon Special. He cried out, Hey, does this really have dynamic stabilizers to stop wave motion? Krusty beamed. Absolutely. Want to try it out? Actually, I'm curious about one thing. Will it work on a big guy like you? Guaranteed. No. You're joking. I'm not. I'll believe it when I see it. Procrustes bought it, hook, line, and sinker, and plunked himself onto the bed. He grinned up at the boy. No wave, see. He made to get up, but Percy was faster and snapped his fingers. Ergo! On cue, a whole swathe of ropes cocooned the giant, and he yelled indignantly, "Hey!" Percy ordered, "Center him just right," and the ropes obeyed dutifully. They adjusted themselves in such a way that his whole head was sticking out from one end and his feet at the other end. The son of Poseidon then brought out his sword, and Krusty began pleading and trying to bargain. The man was still bargaining when Percy raised the sword above his head and beheaded him. With Krusty's dead, he got to work chopping off the ropes, binding the other three. He couldn't help quipping, "You three look taller." Annabeth grumped, "Very funny. Be faster next time." Harry mused, "Heck of a way to have a growth spurt. I wonder how I'll explain this one." Grover then spotted a bulletin board nearby and noticed a bright orange flyer. It was about DOA recording studios, which offered commissions for heroes' souls. It also had the address and a map to the location on it. Fortunately, it was not too far away. They trooped down Valencia Boulevard until they reached an ordinary building. Outside was a black marble sign and gold letters etched on it, reading, DOA Recording Studios. No solicitors, no loitering, no living. By then it was nearly midnight, but the inside was lit and looked full. The four of them were nervous, but were not willing to outwardly say it. Percy turned to Harry. "Dude, do you mind doing most of the talking? You did say that you had some business with Hades, right?" Harry nodded. "I do have business. Thanks for the reminder." "No worries, Daxon." Inside the lobby, soft music played via hidden speakers. The studio's interior looked pretty dreary, with steel, gray-colored walls and carpets. There were also pencil cacti growing in the corners. The furniture was also decked out in black leather, and there were several dozens of people waiting. Percy couldn't help noticing that the people looked slightly transparent. They walked up to the security guard's desk, and Annabeth nudged Harry. The guard was a tall man with dark skin and bleach blonde hair in a military crew cut. He wore a pair of fancy sunglasses and a bleach blonde Italian suit. Harry smiled at him and placed his hands in his pockets. "Hello, Lord Sharon. I'm Harry Potter." He looked up from his magazine and peered at them. "Hello, welcome to the entrance of the underworld. Now, may I know how you all died? For the record, of course." Harry shook his head. "Actually, none of us are dead. However, I do have some business with Lord Hades. Information about a certain Dark Lord who has escaped from death." Karen's eyes hardened. Yes. I've heard Thanatos throw plenty of tantrums about that pesky spirit." "Well, godlings, in that case, I shall let you through on one condition. When you speak to Lord Hades, tell him that I need a pay raise. You have no idea how annoying it is to be forced to babysit these spirits. Always crying and groveling. Please don't let me be dead. Please let me across for free." By far, there are only 3 spirits who were the most cooperative. They were James Potter, Lily Evans, and Ignotus Peveril. Harry brightened. "James and Lily are my parents, and Ignotus is my ancestor." Percy interrupted. "You deserve better, Sharon. A little appreciation. Respect. Good pay." Harry caught on to what he was doing and slowly began stacking drachmae and even threw in a few galleons. Sharon whined petulantly. "I haven't had a pay raise in 3,000 years. Do you think these suits come cheap?" Percy smoothly replied, "We can mention a pay raise to Lord Hades if you want." Finally, Sharon noticed the assortment of drachmae and galleons. His eyes gleamed greedily and then gave a huge dramatic sigh. "Oh, well, boat's almost full anyway. I'll just add you lot and be done with it." He led them to the elevator, grumbling about freeloaders. Just before he entered, he called out, "All right, you lot. No funny ideas while I'm gone, or things will be unpleasant for you. And if anyone messes with my easy listening station one more time, and I'll make good on my promise to keep you all here for 1,000 years." As the elevator went down, Annabeth asked, "How long do these spirits wait in the lobby?" He shrugged. "Forever. Or until I'm feeling generous." She swallowed nervously. "Oh, that's fair." Sharon raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Whoever said death was fair, young miss? Just wait until it is your turn. Where you're going, it might come soon enough." Then, the descending motion stopped, and they got the feeling that they were moving forward. The air turned misty, and the elevator faded out and was replaced by a wooden barge. Karen's crisp Italian suit was also swapped out for a long black robe. Outside the barge, they were being ferried across an inky black river. On top of it were carcasses of dead fish, crushed dolls, flowers, and strangely enough, diplomas and other such paraphernalia. Grover murmured, "Is this the river Styx?" "But it's so." Sharon bitterly spat. "Polluted?" "That it is, young satyr, that it is. For thousands of years, humans have been dumping so many things in it. Hopes and dreams, wishes that went unfulfilled. Irresponsible waste management, if you ask me." At that point, the four of them began to realize that they were the only living things on the boat. With that thought, they all huddled together just to reassure themselves that they were alive. As they reached the shore, they heard a demonic howl in the distance. Sharon grinned at them, or at least they assumed that he was grinning, because his face was replaced by a skull. He chortled, "Old Three-Face is hungry. Bad luck for you, godlings. Maybe this time you'll be back as actual ghosts." They disembarked and followed the other spirits down a well-worn path. Suffice to say, the underworld was nothing like they had expected. It looked like a scene out of airport security. There were 3 separate entrances under a giant archway that read, "You are now entering Artemis." There were metal detectors and security cameras at each entrance, oddly enough. Beyond them lay various toll booths with other black-robed people. The howling grew louder the closer they approached. 2 of the 3 lines had an attendant on duty sign, and the last one had a sign reading, "Easy Death." Apparently, the Easy Death line was moving at a much faster pace than the other 2. Annabeth mused, "The Easy Death line must go straight to Asphodel. Most of those souls don't want their lives judged in court, so this is the easiest option." Percy looked at her in confusion. "There's a court for dead people?" Grover nodded. "Yeah, there are 3 judges, but they are constantly changing. There were judges like King Minos, Thomas Jefferson, William Shakespeare, and many more. If a person deserves a special reward, then they send the soul to the fields of Elysium. The ones who did bad are usually punished harshly. Finally, the ones who were neither here nor there are simply directed to the field of Asphodel. It's like standing in a wheat field in Kansas for eternity." Percy winced. "That's rough." Grover snorted. "Tell that to that fellow there." They looked over to see some of the black-robed ghouls haul out a spirit and were frisking him. Then Harry caught sight of his face and gave a small gasp. "I know him. That was Professor Quirrell." Grover glanced at him. "Wasn't he the guy who hosted that homicidal Dark Lord spirit? Well, I'm not surprised that Hades will be mad at him. Only people like them get his personal attention. I'm guessing that when you finally kill that Dark Lord of yours, there will be eternal punishment waiting for him." They kept shuffling forward until the howls became nearly deafening. Then, a veil of green mist in front of them dissipated. What lay before them was the path branching off into 3 different lanes running parallel. However, their focus was on what was standing over the paths. To be precise, they were staring at an enormous shadowy dog. Harry mused, "A Rottweiler? I always pegged him for a pitbull kind of god. But bloody hell, he's easily 3 times bigger than the Cerberus that was guarding the Philosopher's Stone." Nervously, they approached, and Harry began to slowly dig through his backpack. The middle head swiveled towards them and started growling. As they moved closer, the growls grew louder and more menacing. Percy tried to distract it with a broken bedpost, but it was not impressed. Then Harry stepped up with Hagrid's flute to his lips. He then began to play a soft lullaby on it, and that was when things changed. Each of the Cerberus' eyelids began to droop, and it swayed on its feet. Taking that as their cue, Percy, Grover, and Annabeth hurried through under its legs and past the monster. Then, Harry calmly walked through like the Pied Piper of Hamelin, still playing the flute. Finally, with a ground-shaking thud, the giant dog flopped onto its belly and began to snore. Unfortunately, the plan went off the rails when they passed the metal detectors. Alarms blared shrilly, and Cerberus was soon back up on its feet again. After hiding for a while, the quartet began moving once again. When they finally explored the depths of the underworld, they came across millions and millions of souls. What was so unnerving about the whole experience was that none of the ghosts seemed scary, but they just felt sad and depressed. Before long, they passed through another gate that branched off into either Elysium or eternal damnation. On their left side was a rocky path towards the aptly named Fields of Punishment. Although the torture souls were far away, they could still make out the punishments. Each one seemed worse than the last, and the only recognizable ones were Sisyphus' punishment, and they even spotted Tantalus chasing after an apple. However, the right side of the path definitely looked like paradise. The valley was dotted with stunning-looking houses from every era. Harry also could have sworn that he spotted a red-haired woman in the distance. In the middle of the valley, there was also a lake with 3 small islands, which looked like something from a Hawaiian postcard. Finally tearing themselves away, they forged on through the fields of asphodel. The deeper they went, the darker it got, and everything went grayscale. When they all looked at each other, their faces and bodies looked like characters from old movies. In the distance, there was a sound of a familiar screech, and there was a glittering black obsidian palace looming on the horizon. 3 dark bat-like creatures were also fluttering around. At this point, a terrified Grover began to slowly inch away. Maybe the lightning bolt is hidden somewhere in Elysium. However, Harry and Annabeth yanked him back towards them. Then something truly bizarre happened. His shoes suddenly sprouted wings on their own and wrenched him away from them. Harry yelled, "Oi, Grover, cut it out, mate." He hollered back desperately, "This isn't me. Maya, Maya, come on." Why won't the wings disappear? The possessed shoes began dragging him towards the palace, and the other 3 sprinted to keep up. Annabeth yelled at him to get the laces off, but the satyr couldn't reach. Just then, a few meters from the palace gates, the out-of-control Grover veered to the right and got dragged in the opposite direction. He was rapidly being dragged through a tunnel where the walls were beginning to narrow. Percy hollered, "Grover, hang on to something." As they ran, the tunnel grew darker and chillier. The whole place reeked of evil and something really ancient. Suddenly, the tunnel opened up into a cavern, and smack dab in the middle of it was a massive chasm, which could have swallowed up 100 Hogwarts castles clustered together. The panicking Grover finally smacked a big rock, and that was enough to loosen one shoe. The other one kept tugging him, but without its twin, it was much weaker. Eventually, Harry and the others caught up and heaved him away from the chasm. The remaining shoe finally broke free and flung itself down the chasm. The group finally dragged their friend to a safe area and collapsed on the ground to catch their breath. Grover nearly whimpered, What was that?" The 3 demigods eyed each other before Annabeth spoke. "Tartarus, the entrance to Tartarus." Eventually, they dragged themselves away and came back toward Hades' palace. Along the way, Percy began struggling a little as he walked. The boy grunted, "Man, this thing's getting heavy." As it turned out, he got stuck with carrying Harry's backpack. Harry wasn't letting his own backpack out of his sight, so he kept a hold of it throughout the whole trip. Finally, the 4 of them stood in front of the gates, not knowing what to expect. Chapter 24. The gates themselves depicted various scenes of death. This ranged from wars from ancient times to the more modern ones. It even had scenes of numerous famine victims and tragedies of a miscellaneous nature. Beyond the gates lay the courtyard, and immediately the scene had Harry's hackles rising. Aside from multicolored mushrooms and shrubs that Harry was sure were poisonous and luminous plants, the garden had an assortment of statues. What really worried Harry was the fact that they looked eerily like the statues from Medusa's lair. As they forged deeper into the garden, they entered an orchard of pomegranate trees. The tart smell was pretty overwhelming, and Harry was forced to strengthen his occlumency shields. Percy and Annabeth had some degree of self-control, but Harry was forced to fire a full body bind curse on Grover before he could raid the trees. Eventually, the 3 of them managed to drag their frozen 4th companion out of the garden before Harry ended the curse. The group slowly walked up the steps and into the palace, between black columns and under a black marble portico. The main entrance hall had polished bronze floor, and the ceiling was replaced by a cavern roof. Each doorway that they passed had a skeleton guarding it. Each skeleton represented different eras of soldiers, and Harry could even spot some skeletons wielding wands. None of the skeletons seemed hostile, but they felt their gazes fixed on them, which was a lot worse. Soon, they stopped at the entrance to what they guessed was the throne room. Considering that it was guarded by 2 skeletons in U.S. Marines gear, They were bang on the money. Harry noticed Percy struggling. "You all right, mate?" He grunted back, "Stupid bag weighs a ton. It's like I've somehow picked up a stray bowling ball. Don't worry, I can handle it." Before they could work up the nerve to knock, a hot wind blew down the corridor, and the doors opened slowly. Percy could not help noticing that it looked exactly like the one in his dream. The only difference was that the throne was occupied by the man himself. Unlike Dionysus and Ares, Hades absolutely exuded power. Harry noted that he was clad in black silk robes and a crown of braided gold. His attire was different from when Harry had met him on the winter solstice. The god of the underworld gazed down at them as they knelt and then got up from his throne. He spoke, "You are brave to come here, son of Poseidon. After what you have done to me, you are brave. I should vaporize you where you stand. But you also did me a massive favor." Percy gulped and looked at Harry and Annabeth, asking them about their next move. Harry mouthed, "It's your quest, mate. You take the lead." Percy slowly got up. "Lord and uncle, I come with 2 requests." Hades raised a smooth eyebrow. "Only 2 requests? Arrogant child, as if you have not already taken enough. Speak now." The boy gulped again. "Lord Hades, a war between the gods would be really bad. I implore you to please return Lord Zeus' Masterbolt and help me clear my name." His eyes grew dangerously bright. "Clear your name? You dare keep up this pretense after all that you have done?" Percy looked lost, and so did everyone else. The god bellowed, "Do you think I want war, godling?" Harry slowly got up. "Respectfully, my lord, we don't know how to answer that." Hades scoffed. "Of course my brothers would think that I need to expand my kingdom. Do you think I need more subjects? Did you not see the sprawl of Asphodel? Have you any idea how much my kingdom has swollen in this past century alone? How many subdivisions I've had to open? More security ghouls, traffic problems at the Judgment Pavilion, double overtime for the staff. And I'm still waiting for that bastard Voldemort to show his miserable face in here. I used to be the god of riches, and I control all precious metals under the earth. Yet the expenses are astronomical." Percy blurted, "Sharon wants a pay raise." That only riled up the god even further. "Don't get me started on Sharon. That brat has been insufferable ever since he discovered Italian suits after hobnobbing with that Maurizio Gucci fellow. I'm needed to solve every damn problem around here, and the dead keep arriving. I do not need another war." Percy carefully asked, "Lord Hades, if you haven't taken the Master Bolt, who did?" He spat back. "Isn't it obvious? Your father may fool Zeus, but I see his plan. You were the thief during the winter solstice. Your father directed you into the throne room at Olympus. You took the opportunity to pinch the Master Bolt and my helmet." Annabeth asked, "Your helmet is also missing?" "Precisely. I have held my silence about the helmet's disappearance because I had no illusions that anyone on Olympus would offer me the slightest justice, the slightest help. Return my helmet now, or I will stop death. I will open the earth and have the dead pour back into the world. You thought that by freeing my children, you would gain some favors? You thought wrong." Percy was starting to get angry, but refrained from yelling, "Lord Hades, I did not steal the Master Bolt, nor did I steal your helmet." Hades sneered, "Is that right? Open your backpack then." "No, not you, Potter." Percy froze and then robotically took off the blue backpack and unzipped it. He then fished out a 60-centimeter-long metal cylinder, spiked on both ends, humming with energy. The other 3 were stunned, and Harry exclaimed, "Bloody hell! How did that get here?" Percy now looked panicked. "I don't understand. Lord Hades, this is a mistake." He roared, "A mistake? There is no mistake. I know why you came. You came to bargain for her." Hades opened his fist and let loose a large ball of gold fire. It hit the ground and exploded, revealing Sally Jackson frozen in stasis. He continued, "Yes, I admit it. I took her because I knew you would come to bargain with me eventually. She's not dead, but if you displease me, I could remedy that." Percy suddenly remembered the pearls in his pocket. However, Hades' next words caught him off guard. He drawled, the pearls. My brother and his little tricks. Bring them forth, Perseus Jackson." The boy automatically obeyed and showed them to the god. He sighed in mock disappointment. "Only 3? What a shame. You do realize that each pearl only protects a single person. Try to use them to take your mother and sacrifice 2 friends to spend eternity with me. Leave without her, and one is still left behind. Go on then and choose. Or give me the backpack and accept my terms." The 4 of them huddled and conversed with each other. Percy told them quietly, "We were tricked, set up." Hades was losing patience. "Decide, boy." Harry spoke up. "I'll stay behind, and you can't convince me otherwise. Lord Hades knows that he can't kill me. He needs me to bring Voldemort back to face Olympian justice." Grover whispered, "Percy, you can't give him the bolt. I'll stay behind too, and you can use the 3rd pearl for your mom." Annabeth interrupted, "No, both of you go. Grover, you have to protect Percy and get your searcher's license to find Pan." They began bickering, but then Percy snapped, "Stop it, all of you. I know what I have to do." The prophecy was slowly beginning to make sense. He handed a pearl to Grover and Annabeth and turned to Harry. Percy said, one of the lines of the prophecy said, "A sacrifice to save what matters most in the end. Promise me that you will save my mom." Harry understood immediately. "I promise, mate. Now go on and save the day." Percy approached his petrified mother. "I'm sorry. I'll find a way." Hades' smug look faded. Godling, "I'll find your helmet, uncle. I'll return it. And please remember Karen's pay raise." Percy, Grover, and Annabeth smashed the pearls at their feet, and the pearls exploded. Soon, they were encased in 3 milky white spheres and slowly began to float upwards. All 3 spheres crashed through the stalactites and were soon out of sight. With them gone, Hades turned to Harry. "Potter, do you trust them?" Harry nodded firmly. "With my life, Lord Hades. Also, I have to ask, you mentioned something about freeing your children." "Yes, about that. I was referring to young Bianca and Nico. Before you ask, they were born before the pact between me and my brothers. However, Zeus, being as paranoid as he was, tried to kill them to circumvent the great prophecy. I managed to protect the 2, but could not save their mother. After wiping their memories of the attack, I tasked my Furies to place them at the land of the Lotus Eaters. I am pleased that you have freed my children. For that I give you this. You have 15 minutes. He waved his hand, and 2 ghosts floated in, 2 familiar ghosts. Harry's eyes widened and rushed up to them. "Dad." "Mom." His mother had a bright smile. "Harry, oh my sweet little boy. I'm so proud of you. I knew that you were destined for great things, but you have exceeded my expectations. I am happy that you have liberated your cousin from that vile sister of mine. Petunia was always jealous of me and the fact that I was a witch. I tried to extend as many olive branches as I could, but she refused to make peace." His dad also grinned. "Hello, my son. I'm glad that you have grown into a fine young man. Also, youngest seeker in a century. I'm telling you, I was grinning like a loon for weeks." His mother gave an exasperated sigh. "Oh, you men and your Quidditch. At least I was the first to find out. You only found out later after you finished your month in the Fields of Punishment and then joined me in Elysium. Dad was in the Fields of Punishment. Before we got together, your father was an absolute git. He, Sirius, Remus, and the Rat were infamous pranksters. So your father's punishment was to experience all of their pranks, but 10 times worse. Also, I want you to pass on a message to Professor Snape. You may not know this, but he and I used to be friends. That lasted until he fell into the wrong crowd and became a Death Eater. Later on, he defected and has since been acting as a spy for our side. With that being said, you can trust him with the truth of your parentage. I'm relieved that he is treating you like any other student. Had he been petty and taken out his silly grudge with your father on you, I would have haunted him until he apologized. Tell Severus to stop beating himself up about his poor choices and try to get along with Sirius and Remus." Harry nodded. "Yes, Mom." After some time, Hades spoke up. "Come, James and Lily, your time is up." Harry teared up a little and tried to hug them. Unfortunately, his hands just phased through their bodies. After they left, Hades said, "To business then. How goes your current quest to catch the Dark Lord?" "I managed to sort of flush out the Dark Lord's spirit, but he got away." "I'm sorry, Lord Hades." He waved a dismissive hand. "Not to worry, young Potter. Thanatos will soon be on his way to find him." Just then, Harry had a brainwave and exclaimed, "Mars is especially bright tonight. That's why Percy believes that Ares was the thief." I beg your pardon? Back in Hogwarts, I met a colony of centaurs, and one of them told me that Mars was very bright. It just now clicked for me that he was referring to the real thief, Ares. Think about it. He is the god of war, and a war between the gods would only benefit him. I'm also guessing that he stole your Helm of Darkness as well. Hades adopted a thoughtful look. I see your logic, Potter. Very well then. You may go and take Perseus' mother with you. If the boy does not return my helmet, I will be back to reclaim her. You'll find your friends at Santa Monica Pier. He straightened up and snapped his fingers. On cue, the golden fire died out and Sally Jackson unfroze. She stumbled and Harry rushed forward and caught her. He soothed, "It's okay, Mrs. Jackson. You'll be fine. Come on, let's get you home." Then, Hades snapped his fingers again, and the two of them were enveloped in darkness and shadows. When it died down, the two of them found themselves in New York. Sally managed to get her bearings and hugged Harry. She murmured, "Thank you, Harry. You are a good friend to my son. He is lucky to have you. Now go back to him and your other friends. I'm sure that they will need your help. Also, you and your cousin are more than welcome to live with me and Percy." With that, they parted ways and Harry took the night bus back to Santa Monica. He disembarked at the pier and arrived sometime in the afternoon, just in time to see a large wave engulf a giant boar with one tusk. The other tusk was lying at Jackson's feet. Grover and Annabeth were standing a good distance away, as Percy squared off against Ares, who was wielding a baseball bat. Harry jogged up to the two. "Sounds like I came just in time for a right old kerfuffle." "Eh?" Annabeth hugged him. "You're okay. Is Percy's mom?" He smiled. "She's fine. I'll drop her back in New York," and took the bus here. Their conversation was interrupted by Percy challenging Ares to a duel. As Ares morphed his bat into a two-handed sword, Annabeth took off her camp necklace and tied it around Percy's neck. She murmured, "For luck." Grover handed him a flattened tin can, while Harry handed him his wand holster and chanted, "Mutatio." On cue, it transformed into a shield in an instant. Ares drawled arrogantly, "You all done saying goodbye? I've been fighting for an eternity, kid. My strength is unlimited and I cannot die. What have you got?" Percy braced himself, and Harry jokingly called out, "I'm only letting you borrow the shield once, Jackson. Get your own one when we get back to camp." For his part, Percy remained a few feet away from Ares, with the surf up to his ankles. The two circled each other before the god became bored of waiting and charged. He brought his sword down for the kill, but Percy was no longer in the path of the sword swing. As the battle raged, Percy was simply trying to survive, while Ares was clearly the superior fighter. Then Percy tried to close in, but the war god knocked his sword away and kicked him in the chest, sending him nearly 20 meters away. Fortunately, the soft sand cushioned the fall, and he was able to recover. Unfortunately, complications arose when they heard police sirens blaring. At least 5 police cars were gathering, and the policemen were all pointing their guns in the direction of the battle. One cop recognized Percy from the newspaper article that had reported him missing. Another one noted that Ares was armed. Someone, who they assumed was the chief of police, ordered Percy and Ares to drop their guns. However, the god was having none of it. He bellowed for a little privacy, and with a wave of his hand, engulfed all 5 cars in a red sheet of flames. With that out of the way, he went back on the offensive. Percy was defending and retreating backwards towards the water. As the war god advanced to deliver what he thought was the killing blow, Percy struck. It appeared that he was holding back the tide and finally let it go in a massive 2-meter wall of water. He vaulted over the startled god and let the waves smash into Ares. Thinking fast, he countered the god's wild slash and stabbed him right in the heel. The subsequent roar of pain was deafening. Limping, he hobbled towards Percy with pure hatred in his eyes when something stopped him. For some reason, the light faded, there was no sound or color, and a cold, heavy presence washed over everyone. The god lowered his sword and darkly said, "You have made an enemy, godling. You have sealed your fate. Every time you raise your blade in battle, every time you hope for success, you will feel my curse. Beware, Perseus Jackson, beware." His entire body began to glow, and the 4 of them instinctively looked away to avoid getting vaporized. When they turned back, Ares was absent, and in his stead was Hades' bronze helmet of darkness. Percy went to pick it up, and as soon as he did so, there was a sound of 3 pairs of wings flapping. The Fury in the middle stepped forward. We saw the whole thing. So it truly was not you. Percy tossed the helmet to her, and the surprised Fury caught it. He spoke, "Please return that to Lord Hades. Tell him the whole truth and ask him to call off the war." They nodded and flew off, but not before giving him a stern warning. After they left, the demigod collapsed, absolutely exhausted. Harry opened his own backpack and fed him some nectar to get his strength back up. He held out his hand. "Come on, Jackson. We're still on the clock. I'll call the night bus to take us back to New York." Percy sighed. At least it was better than my idea to risk a flight back to New York. Finally, they reached the city by evening, and Percy convinced the 3 of them to let him go it alone. There were some initial protests, but he insisted that he had to do this alone. However, Harry shut down the argument by telling him that he promised his mother that he would look out for him. As they left, Percy and Harry headed to the Empire State Building. It took a bit of time to haggle with the security guard, but one glimpse of the Master Bolt was enough to change his mind. As they waited in the elevator, Percy handed the shield back to Harry, who promptly transfigured it back into a wand holster. Percy asked, "You've been to Olympus a lot? A couple of times? And it's bloody gorgeous. No matter how many times I've visited, it still feels like the first time. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, where did you get the sword from?" Percy uncapped his pen and let it transform into a sword. He handed it to Harry. "It's called Riptide, and in Greek it's called Dash. Anaklusmos. This sword has a bit of a history. It belonged to my big sister Zoe. She is a hunter of Artemis and gave it to Heracles to fight the Draken, Ladon. Bloody Wanker took all the credit for getting past Ladon and left her to face the wrath of her father and sisters. As a result, she was cast out from the Garden of the Hesperides, and that's when Mother took her in and made her a hunter. If she ever saw you using it, she'll probably treat you a bit coldly. However, if you can prove yourself to be better than him, she's possibly going to respect you." Finally, the lift doors slid open and Percy nearly had a heart attack. Harry carefully led him up the steps, through the resplendent city, and finally into the palace. The difference between Hades' palace and the Olympian palace was pretty much night and day. Eventually, after more shameless gawking, they entered the throne room. Harry observed that this time around, there were 12 thrones as opposed the team and replaced us with his bookends. "I want you all to make him eat humble pie. That'll teach him to drop me. You know as well as I do that I was easily the best player in the team last year. Unfortunately, Malfoy has a lot of power in the Slytherin common room. I want him utterly humiliated." With that, she walked away and the stunned Gryffindors returned to the common room. By then, many others were up and about. Lavender spotted them. "Hey, is everything okay? Why is she crying?" Harry growled. "Had an encounter with the Slytherin Quidditch team while we were practicing. Malfoy's the new Seeker and the captain. Turns out he bought his way in by gifting the team Nimbus 2001s. Hermione told him that none of us bought our way in and got in on pure talent. The wanker called her a mudblood." The whole common room gasped and was in an uproar. Lavender and Parvati wrapped the distraught girl in hugs and let her cry. Harry suddenly had a thought and called out to Wood. The team gathered in a small corner for a small meeting. George growled, "We're going to batter them. We're doing this for Hermione. No one calls her that and gets away with it. Good shot by the way, Harry." Harry himself mused, "I think Rath's right. I might have been imagining things, but Flint looked pretty mad on the pitch, and I suspect it's about losing the captaincy to Malfoy. I also have a feeling that we have a chance when we face them. Oliver, she's right. Rath was easily their best player last year. Bull was pretty alright as well. I'm no seer, but I have a strong feeling that Malfoy's decision is going to bite them in the arse. Let's make them really pay for it." A few minutes later, the portrait opened and McGonagall entered. She looked around before spotting him. "Mr. Potter. May I have a word, please?" Harry followed her out of the portrait to see Professor Snape waiting as well. McGonagall fixed him with a stern look. "Mr. Malfoy recently complained to his head of house, saying that you viciously assaulted him in an unprovoked attack. Before I pass any judgment, Professor Snape, and I wanted to know your version of events." He nodded. "Professor, my friends and the Quidditch team were also witnesses for this incident. Also, May I know Malfoy's version of the confrontation? McGonagall called the team, as well as Ron and Neville. Hermione was still being consoled by her roommates. Snape spoke up. According to Mr. Malfoy, he and the team arrived for practice earlier today. Then, you viciously assaulted him with a series of punches and broke his nose. The attack was completely unprovoked, according to him. The Gryffindors looked mad at the barefaced lie, but Harry kept his cool. He said, "Professors, as per our testimony, yes, there was a confrontation, but it was mostly verbal. Words were exchanged, and Hermione Granger's parting shot was, at least no one on Gryffindor had to buy their way in. They got it on pure talent." Then, Malfoy said, and I quote, "I don't recall asking for your opinion. You filthy little mudblood." At that, McGonagall was outraged, and even Snape looked like he had been force-fed a handful of Dumbledore's lemon drops. Harry continued, "Our team reacted strongly to the slur. For my role,